Yo. What's poppin'? What's poppin', my slimes? My slimies. How you guys doing? Oh, shoot. How are you guys? Had a yard sale today, did pretty well. Weather was 82 today, so that helped. God damn, 82. It was like nice here we got false spring. Because we got some sort of warm front that came through, and then it left. And now it's fucking cold again. Which is pretty typical for... There's always like some random ass days in the middle of... the beginning of the year. Kisses and cuddles super deep, thank you. We need as many as we can get. We're stacking them, collecting them. DJ Jelly Roll Joel with the flow. Yo, yo, yo. How are you today? I'm good, man. I realized this is the dumbest thing ever, right? You know how I tell you guys to take some magnesium before bed? Well, the magnesium I was taking was like, as stupid as it is, I thought it was the glycinate, which is like the one that helps you to relax and helps like your, your liver not to release cortisol and like wake you up in the middle of the night, which is apparently what it is helpful for doing. And yeah, I don't know. It says glycinate is what I looked up. And anyways, I was taking not that, and then it was causing me to wake up. It was almost making things worse. But then I took this other moon powder bullshit that I had. It's like an actual cocoa mix that tasted good, and yeah, I got some really good sleep, so that was pretty baller, because lately I don't know why my sleep has been complete dog shite. Simone Archibald, welcome back for 15 months as first to like. I'm still in the hospital, better sucks. You're the best medicine, Joel. Thank you. You're welcome. Sorry about the hospital. Yeah, I forget, what'd you say was going on? Are you gonna get out of there soon? Have a blizzard storm warning here. Yeah, we had tornado warnings, high wind warnings. The side of my fucking house got a little bit of the tiles, you know what I mean, like the siding ripped off, just a little bit. So that's a pain in the dick. I already have to get like a new window. Now I gotta get some of the fucking siding replaced, or at least put back in. He was just in the hospital today for... You were in the hospital for AFib? That's weird. Why'd you get AFib? Is that normal for you? Were you taking like a medication, or? I'm riding peaks and valleys weather-wise. I feel that, bro. Talked about pineapple pizza and I lost power. I know, I was talking big pineapple. Wanted me dead. No, I think my internet service provider like does updates around like 3 a.m. or some shit, like maybe once a month, or like does resets, and they assume everybody's in bed, but not little old me. Somebody left a comment last time saying that, Joel, you're 35, why are you going to bed so late? And I said, well, I didn't say anything, but in my head I'm like, have they never heard of night shift? Have they never heard of the night shift before, homie? Concert season at the local outside neighborhood venue is starting them next week. Big names playing at the local park venue, so excited, can't wait. Nice, that sounds fun. Losing internet. Yeah, losing internet is very bombaclot. I don't understand what they think, like, they can just reset people's shit. And how you... Don't they have to let you know about that when maintenance is being done? I'm sure they do. Through something. Are we just reading regular stuff all over the place stories today, or is there a theme? Yes, there is a theme. Which, good point. I should probably put that. The theme today is sibling stories. Let me pin that. It's like scary sibling stuff that happens with your siblings or round about that shit. Sibling squabbles. The squibbly squabbles. I work night actually, so your stream actually schedule works right. Exactly, we're right on time, baby. Us and the vampirics. The vampirians. Stuck at the gas station thanks to the company. Dang, what are you stuck there for? Are you working right now? Are these stories going to make me happy, being an only child? You know, perhaps, honestly. It's weird, though, because I look at, like, friends who have, like, siblings. Well, that's not... I mean, it's kind of a hit or miss sometimes, it seems, on whether or not siblings get along. Apparently, me and mine don't, but other ones I've seen are pretty good. You're a twin? Oh, okay, twins always get along, don't they? Connected at the brain stem. You said you can't sleep. Did you try What We All Do, Listen to You? You know what's kind of funny, though? I did the other night. I put on... Well, not the other night, but the other morning. I put on my own video. I listened. And I swear to God, I just, like, teleported to sleep almost instantaneously. So that was kind of an... You know, they say don't get high on your own supply, but there I am. Shooting it straight to the vein. Knocking my ass out. Knocking my own self out. The venue is only 3 blocks from my house. It's a small neighborhood park, but somehow we got some big names. I've met Billy Bob Thornton there, and Warrant Spin Doctors said I typically just walk in. Dude, that's sick. Billy Bob just wandering around. I feel like at this point, Billy Bob's just doing side quests in his life. He was always low-key one of those actors that, like, as a kid, I just, like, did not like. It's like, who the fuck is Billy Bob Thornton? What a fucking name. Billy Bob. Hey, buddy, I'm Billy Bob. But then the more I look back on it, I'm like, he was pretty good. Joel, is it normal anytime I drink water, I cough a few times later? It's like, cause, like, causes me to cough after I've had a flu. I mean, I'm trying to sit there and think about how, like, liquid could have made it into your lungs or something. I mean, I don't... Unless just, like... Well, it's a good question. Let's look it up. After the flu, why would someone cough a little bit after every drink, a few minutes after? I'm just trying to think if there's, like, something between you and your lungs that... Post-viral airway irritation. So it's just like a cough reflex from being cold temperatures or even room temperature liquids can trigger. Throat tickling, slight bronchial spasm. Liquid stimulates mucus movement. Irritated nerves in the airway trigger a delayed cough. This often is called post-viral cough and can last 3 to 8 weeks after infections. Post-nasal drip flu can leave the sinuses inflamed. When you drink, mucus loosens, it drips into the throat. A few minutes later, the body coughs to clear it up. Okay. Isn't it annoying, though? Because, like, it seems like the mucus traps bacteria in there and it gets in your lungs. Temporary swallowing coordination issues. Respiratory infections can irritate the larynx and swallowing reflex. Sometimes tiny droplets of liquid briefly touch the airway, causing a delayed cough. That makes sense. Mild reflux triggered by drinking. Signs of probably normal post. Yeah, as long as the cough is mild, I guess you're Gucci. Joel, when you start in that Feet Finder account, like, we gotta go find... Like, what do they do? They, like, take a picture of a feet and then they say, go find me these feet or something? Like, you're tracking down people based on feet clues, Tootsie clues. Please find me these 5 little piggies. Who is it who always copies the emojis on stream, or when you click it, does it just appear twice? The emojis? I'm not really sure. How can you not like Billy Bob? Who doesn't love Bad Santa? I've never actually watched Bad Santa. I remember that was one of the comedies back in the day. I was like, for some reason, because of him, I like actively avoided, but I saw a clip the other day, and it looked very funny. Such an awesome guy. Seriously petite, though. I was surprised of how petite he is. I did get a pic and signed guitar. I guess if he's petite, maybe he's like, I don't know, maybe he's addicted to drugs or something, or maybe he has... I just get like a vibe from him that he's probably on something to keep himself skinny, whether it's excessive consumption of alcohol or, you know, maybe he's on the Ozempic deal. Who knows? All of them are, right? I think Feet Finder is just people posting foot pics for money. Oh, word. Well, I have gotten compliments for my feet before, so I might have a future in it. Who knows? Never been a big guy. I don't know why. The description of petite, what does that mean? Billy Bob Thornton height. Oh, he's 5'10", so he's just kind of like your typical rock star thing. Which probably means he just enjoys alcohol, drugs, and everything that makes you not want to eat food. Holy shit, he's skinny as hell. Smokes a lot, yeah. Cigarettes like make you not hungry as well. Makes sense. Anyways. Let's get to it, shall we? Oh, wait. I can't hear my music. Can you guys hear the music? You can hear the music? Oh, weird. I can't hear it for myself. I guess that might just be... I mean, I see it, like, the monitor for it is going, so that's fine. It's just a little bit, like, weird to just hear nothing but myself now. Whatever. I guess it's not a big deal. I have big feet, size 15. How much money do you think? Yeah, I think you make, like, $1 per size. The bigger the foot, like, the more you pay. Just finish your salad right on time. Let's fucking go. I hope you had some protein in that salad. Wait, real quick. I'm gonna see if I go over to another scene if it plays the music. It just doesn't. Whatever. Not a big deal. Anyways. Sibling stories? Step siblings? Question mark? What are you doing, Step Joel? Okay. Anyways, guys, we got 3 stories tonight. Thanks for being here. Click like, click share. Funny that protein is the thing I need to study for my science test tomorrow. Interesting. I mean, I guess the definitions of like proteins can really vary. I mean, I'm sure if you're studying proteins, maybe it's in like the macronutrients category, but I remember in school I was always like studying the proteins related to like the sub-proteins that are like the building blocks of like DNA and shit like that. How come the title doesn't say what stories? It says on the pinned comment, it's sibling stories. I was just testing out a new title to see it, like a new description to see if maybe it helps to get more people in here, but looks like it's about normal. Doesn't really matter. I misprinted proteins, scared the hell out of me. Proteins. Oh, bomb now. Alright. Growing up, my brother Nate was my hero. With him, I felt like I could do anything because he'd say stuff like, "If we can send a rocket to the moon, you can learn to ride a bike, Sammy." And that's what Nate wanted to do, go to the moon in a rocket ship, so his big dream was to join the Air Force. Now I can already hear a bunch of nerds yelling, "NASA doesn't recruit pilots to be astronauts, they're civilian scientists and engineers, blah blah blah." Well, true. But don't go breaking your arm jerking yourself off there, Mr. Know-It-All, because finding that out didn't deter Nate one bit. He still wanted to join the Air Force just as a fighter pilot, with a view to flying test aircraft. With a view to flying test... Oh. Hope I'm doing well. Thanks, bro. Hope you're doing well. What's new? Thank you for this. My night is going incredibly well, and this will help me unwind. Love your content. Thank you, Dominique. Good to see you. Itsubasa, thank you for the 2. Thunderstorm and a Joel. Perfect sleep combo. Thank you. You know what? Maybe there's some setting that I did not hit. Let me check real quick to hear feedback. Or maybe not necessarily. Oh yeah, audio monitoring. Monitor output. Oh, now I can hear it. Now I just had to click that. Just let me know if anything changes in the audio. Like if it doubles up or something like that. That's crazy. Not being able to hear anything like was kind of driving me nuts. I felt like I was sitting in like a sensory deprivation chamber. Maybe that's why I don't record by myself. It's nice to have you guys here. Sounds hella crisp. Whew. Okay. Anyways. He still wanted to join the Air Force just as a fighter pilot, with a view to flying test aircraft. Now sadly that didn't work out for him, and things might be a whole lot different if it did. But still, that didn't deter him. Nate was happy just being around test pilots, so he volunteered with the 412th Test Wing at Edwards Air Force Base down in California. None of the stuff that he was working on as an aircraft engineer was classified back then, so he was free to talk about it. And boy, did he talk about it. This was back when they were still testing the F-35, and Nate was having a whale of a time working on it with his buddies. He said he'd be the happiest son of a gun in the whole damned Air Force if he got to see out his career at Edwards. But then came the day that he came home with an announcement. He'd been given a brand new assignment, one he was very happy about. And then when Dad asked where he was headed, Nate got this big grin on his face and said he couldn't tell us. Dad was excited, like majorly so, and he kept joking about Nate going to Area 51 to work on UFOs and hang out with little green men. And we all just laughed, Nate included. He transferred a few weeks later and he still came to visit us, but unlike his other visits, he obviously couldn't say much about what he was doing. He was based out of Las Vegas, and officially speaking, he was stationed at Nellis. But the Air Force flew him out to different sites all across northern Nevada. He wasn't permitted to name any of those bases, but even if he did, there was no official record of them existing anywhere. He stayed with that same unit for a couple of years, and he always seemed happy. But then came the day that he called our parents and said that he'd been placed on medical leave. When he came home to visit, Nate told Mom and Dad not to worry, as he was just exhausted, overworked, and needed a little time off. Apparently, his commanding officer said that he could get him 30 days medical leave on grounds of stress, which meant that it wouldn't eat into his regular annual leave. Nate said that they all took care of each other that way, and he'd be back to work before he knew it. But then, at the end of those 30 days, Nate didn't go back to work, and he had his leave extended by another 30 days. Now, we didn't find out until way later, but not only had he not been to work in months, but he had to go through some kind of medical evaluation to see whether he was still fit for service or not. Dad and him spoke on the phone a few times, but Dad knew better than to ask too many questions. The whole thing was clearly bothering Nate a lot, and Dad figured that he'd talk about it, what he could talk about at least, when he was ready. But then came the bad news. The board had decided Nate wasn't fit for service anymore, and he was discharged with immediate effect. I think Nate kind of knew that that was going to happen, but when he got the news, it was bad. Dad drove out to Nevada to help him move out of the Air Force housing, which obviously wasn't at any of the secret sites he'd worked at. He called saying that Nate was putting on a brave face with these things, but underneath, you could tell that he was in some pretty bad shape. All he'd say was, "I can't do it anymore, Dad," and the Air Force agrees. But there was clearly something going on, and obviously lots that he hadn't and couldn't tell us. Mom and Dad offered him his old room back till he could get back on his feet, which no one thought would be very long since Nate had a nice amount in savings tucked away, it seemed. But I remember thinking the second I laid eyes on him that it was going to be way longer than just a couple of weeks. Nate looked like crap, and I'll be honest, that's putting it kindly. He'd lost a ton of weight since we last saw him, he looked like Billy Bob Thornton, and he obviously wasn't sleeping great, and was honestly feeling like he'd had some kind of personality transplant. It had been at least 9 months since we last saw him, and instead of this confident, outgoing guy showing up on our doorstep, this twitchy, nervous-looking shell did instead. He was still Nate, and we still talked football and laughed about the old times, but then there are these... Whoops. What's up, Kendra? How we doing? We were on kind of a tear there, I'll be honest with you. I was even able to squeak in an ad-lib about Billy Bob. It's hard to reconcile Billy Bob, most of all for me, with his politics. Polly want a cracker? Which I will not reveal at this moment to avoid any kind of imbrugulia. Imbruglia. What is that word? I've never seen that word. Is that Chinese? Are you speaking Chinese? Let's check it out. Imbrugulia. Natalie Imbrugulia. Is that a term? To avoid any kind of imbrugulia. Any Bruges? What's Bruges? I don't know. Nothing's coming up with imbrugulia. It's a Shakespearean term. Sounds like the plot line of the second episode of X-Files. Yeah, is that what happened? Somebody went to the... that's what I'm kind of getting the vibe for. He's going to be like, I don't know what happened. Or I'm making you a hospital records mix. If indeed you like this kind of music, I could give you a category, but I hate doing that. A hospital records mix? Oh, is that for somebody in the hospital? Joel, I found you a creepypasta story. You were mocking that person that commented fake law. I clipped it. I loved it. Wait, what do you... You found me a creepypasta story. You were mocking the person that commented fake. I clipped it. I love it. What are we talking about? I'm so glad the aliens returned you to us. Hope you weren't probed too much. Dude, that thing is a gaping black hole back there. Not fun, folks. Not fun. Oh, man. I don't even know. I hope the aliens are nice. How's the gym drama? The gym's good. Honestly, I've talked about it before, but yeah, got screwed over by a previous, partner, but then brought in somebody else, and they completely transformed the business around to being profitable. But I'm now kind of in this, weird sort of spot pertaining to the gym where I'm we got maybe 2 years left on the lease, right, before we really have to make a decision on the continuation of it. And, the one that turned things around genuinely wants to continue afterwards and continue to make money, build a community, blah, blah, blah. But a part of me just feels like I don't really want to be financially responsible for it anymore. And would much rather just be bought out, if that makes sense, if even possible. And definitively not be tied down by some sort of lease or whatever. Finally found the story that I was looking for, where the guy who took his best friend to the Scottish Highlands waterfall where he didn't sleep or eat for 3 days. Oh, that was pretty recent, wasn't it? Just do push-ups. Should we be push? Have you guys ever done isometric stuff where you say you go down into a lunge, right? But then you sit there and hold that lunge at the bottom until you don't. And apparently that's really good for engaging muscles, secondary muscles that you don't, basically identifying the weaknesses within your body and strengthening them that way, in a similar fashion to going down to the bottom of a dip, but then holding that dip at that isometric position, at a stretched position, obviously without hurting yourself, but it's basically going to continue to strengthen areas that you would otherwise not think about, which is pretty cool. Dinner was amazing tonight. Spinach raviolis with homemade 3 sauces. So good. That sounds amazing. You sound like you're living the life. 82 degrees, perfect dinner, music fest right down the road. You are blessed by the Lord Jesus Christ. I'm on the border of Iowa and Illinois, Micah Quad City area, kind of close to Iowa City. Oh yeah, probably shouldn't be doxing yourself in the chat. Just out of respect, you know what I'm saying? 6-inch plank was my least favorite thing to do in phys ed. Oh yeah, the planks I guess will hit it for sure. I sometimes wonder about planks. Obviously you get some strength on the core, but I'm still having trouble identifying how you specifically grow the abdominals and stretch them and stuff. Anyone remember the fitness gram pacer test? No. Is Netanyahu dead? I don't know, man. I see all this stuff going around on fucking social media that his area that he was struck by a missile, that Israel's getting pounded by missiles from Iran, but they're not their missile defense systems are being relatively ineffective. And then there was this one thing that was showing, and this is all alleged, I have no idea, that like basically the Air Force One of Israel left, you know, Tel Aviv and then circled around for a while outside of like Gaza or something in the ocean, or the sea rather, right? For 4 hours as they put him into like a medically induced coma. And once again, that's alleged, I don't fucking know. And then they went up through Europe all the way up to Germany to like put, you know, to get medical attention. And then some people say that he succumbed to his injuries and died, which is fucking crazy. If that's true, I would have no idea if it's true, but people were saying that afterwards, around that time, then he addressed the, you know, his nation or whatever the fuck. And that the video had like, you know, him with 6 fingers, which is obviously AI. And that whenever his mouth was moving, his like teeth would disappear and stuff, which also indicated some degree of AI. There was another picture that circulated of him being pulled out of like rubble from, you know, an explosion on like a collapsed building. And then that was confirmed to be real, you know, when it was put through AI, like an AI questioning whether it was authentic. I mean, maybe he had 6 fingers because he's an alien. I have no idea, but anyways, should we care if he's dead? Well, that's what I was thinking. I was like, even if Netanyahu's dead, like he's just like with the president, right? There's a continuity of, you know, a chain of command, and then it's just like you just go to the next one, right? Like unless he was like some sort of, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. And like the chain of command of like humans, you just replace it with the next human or something. I don't know. You know, somebody's up. But whether or not they present that to the public, that's hard to say. You donated 10K to APAC last week in your name. Okay, good. So that means I'll be the president of YouTube here soon. Seriously, I have to start passing some laws about watermarks having to be on AI videos. Otherwise, people are just going to use those to start wars. Well, I mean, that's a good point too. I mean, honestly, for a while there when that, I don't know, I forget which one it was, but it came out, it was pretty impressive. Obviously, you eventually start to pick up on little tells, but I do believe, yeah, watermarks would be pretty smart to put on like almost all commercially used AI videos or whatever. Ryan Duchamp, welcome to Badasakot, have access to bonus content. And Lynn, thank you for the gifter to Enchant the Boy. And Lynn, thank you for the gifter to Shavin Walker. Welcome, friends. Be sure to thank Lynn for your bonus content. Thank you, Lynn. And Jorge, thank you for the buck. 10K, what's your favorite designer brand, Joel? Designer brand, I guess like Fubu, probably. Fubu and Yeezys. And Kmart. Honestly, I think they sell both of those things at Kmart, so we're good. You ever try incline crunches? Oh yeah, would that be decline or like where you're going downwards? Honestly, some of the, I feel like, best ab work I've gotten is on that GHD machine, the glute hamstring developer, where you kind of go down on the negative and you're holding like a, you know, a 45-pound plate or whatever. I guess you could put on like a weight vest and come up on that because you get like a really good stretch. And then you have to activate up. But the question is, does that activate your hip flexors? Does it, you know, I don't know. Kmart is still around. It is in Australia. Anyone playing Pocopia? I think I watched a little bit of Pocopia. I don't even know how you say it, but is it fun? Like, what do you even do in that game? I'll be honest with you. You know what I would love? If they just do I know they did like a Pokemon fighting game already, but if they just took the exact Super Smash Brothers formula and just applied that to all, you know, maybe you don't need to do all 150 of the original Pokemon, but just like maybe a roster of 20 to 30 of them. Well, you would honestly, maybe you could, I think maybe you could do all 150 and figure it out. And just have like a Super Smash Brothers, but just Pokemon. That would be sick as fuck. Pocopia is like Pokemon, Animal Crossing, and Minecraft in one. Okay, that sounds cozy. Schmerby with the 2. Is it true you wear a bust-down Gucci yarmulke? Are the rumors true? No, it's just AI. It's just AI. Whenever I was visiting APAC earlier, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Said the fly. Was not I, says the fly. Thank you for the 2. Sarah Trust, welcome back for 33 months. Says, I wish we still had a Kmart. We had like 3 and now 0. The one in the area, my dad's house, got hit by a missile. Holy shit. Pokken tournament was so good. A shame they never made a second one. Yeah, that's the one. I never really got to play it, but it looked cool as hell. Did you play the OG Pokemon games as a kid? I did, man. I mean, I was about 7 years old whenever Pokemon Blue and Red came out. Yeah. Because I remember getting it in like 2nd grade. Maybe it had been out for a little while by that point. But dude, I'm not joking. It had been out for so long. I was so jealous of every kid that had it, right? But my dumbass had, I mean, it's fine. I'm glad that my parents did it this way. But I had to do chores, right? To get shit. So I had to do enough chores that we would then write on a fucking paper that equaled X amount of money, and then slowly build that up to like $250 over the course of a while. I don't know how long exactly. And then by the time Pokemon Color was out, which may have still been in 2nd grade, I had enough money to buy like the transparent purple Pokemon Color and Pokemon Blue. And I remember my dad was like low-key pissed that I got Pokemon Blue for the Pokemon Color, because clearly it was not intended for the Pokemon, or the Nintendo Color, or Game Boy Color. Jesus Christ, I'm getting all the words mixed up. Erica, welcome to the Boner Sock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. But dude, it was a great family. Y'all got money for your chores. Well, I think it was because I was so obsessed with getting it. It was like, maybe my dad just saw that as like a good way to get me to do shit, but also have some sort of reward. My parents did the chore chart too. Yeah, it's a good thing, you know? And it doesn't mean you always have to like pay your kids for chores. I mean, just learning that kind of responsibility and staying regimented, in my opinion, is better than just like giving them a fucking iPad and slowly watching their brain melt, you know? But, it is what it is. I probably would have been hooked on my iPad, eating chocolate all fucking day. Hey Liz, what's up? I got a girlfriend the old-fashioned way. She asked me out years ago and we dated for a week, then ended it with her for my ex. Stupid of me, I know, lol. Then we got back together last month. Yeah, I think you were talking about that. That's cool. It's good to have somebody, you know what I mean? You feel like an iPad kid in your adult years. Yeah, honestly, I feel like my attention span is like absolute shit. And it's like scrolling on Reels is done my head in. I'm just like, this. Dude, okay, so YouTube added this one thing. I don't know if it's on everybody because some people say they don't have it. But you can click on a video, especially if it's like some sort of health video or a video that you know gives you information. And I'm so fucking lazy when it comes to, like, I want to click on a video, but I generally just, like, don't want to fucking, I love my brain rot. This might not necessarily be as much brain rot as it is just efficiency, but you click on the little, like, star, and then, you know, it's, like, YouTube AI. And then YouTube has an AI that you can then click, like, summarize the video, right? And it will tell you timestamps and basically just give you all the information you want from the video, and you only have to read for like 30 seconds and you've got everything you need. And I'm like, that is amazing, but it's also kind of screws over the creators as far as their watch time goes. What's up, Beth? Apparently the average attention span in the US back in 2000 was 12 seconds. Okay, so that's about where I'm at right now, I'll be honest. I wish my government would protect me from harm. My phone. Yeah, your phone should just explode in your hand and then you'd never you'd never even want to look at it again because you'd be blind and not have any hands. I feel like Eve after she ate the apple, after she ate the ass. Can I do that for Joel's stories? No, you guys, listen. My content transcends that because, what, you're just going to click the AI and say, what are these stories about, and then just spoil them? No. You're going to fall asleep to text? Perhaps. But you're going to need the voice one way or another. My toxic trait is simply not doing things if I don't want to do them. That sounds solid. What's up, Lucy? Might go back to flip phones. I mean, all the Hasidic Jewish communities have like flip phones, and their reasoning being is that they're, staying away from the corruptions of the world or whatever and not getting brain rotted. And I'm like, that's kind of fucking... It's kind of the tits, I'll be honest with you. Be like the dude in GTA 5 when you blow up his phone on TV. Oh yeah. I re-downloaded GTA Online the other day, and it was pretty fun. I'll be honest with you. I was doing missions with my friends, and it was hilarious. I just like walked up to my friend. I had my knife out, and I was just like sha. And for some reason, my character just went through an animation where they just like quickly brought the knife across their throat, and then blood was spraying out of their throat, and they're grabbing their throat. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, that was like extremely brutal for a close friend. I didn't get paid for chores, and when I met my boyfriend and found out that was possible, I felt robbed. Well, at least you don't need to be rewarded for it in your future, so you just get it done. I played through the GTA 5 campaign one last time for GTA 6. See, that's smart. I never actually fully beat it. I did like the big heist in the game, and then I feel like I fell off after that. Joel, your violence and lust for it grows even more dangerous. Violent video games turn you into a ISIS terrorist, I think. How long did it take you to get blown up by a hoverbike? Dude, I'm not joking when I say this. I was trying to join my friend's party, but it was like I was like unable to for a while, because every time I would go to the menu, I don't know what it was, but some type of cheat was occurring in my public lobby where all of a sudden I would have tank explosions just juggling my body ragdoll in the air, just like boom, 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 it'd be like wasted. And every time you were dead in that game, it would pull you out of the menu, because apparently the devs are idiots and don't really give a shit about anything other than the shark bucks or whatever. And so that was really annoying. But I don't know, it seems apparently like hackers are just nonstop rampant in that experience, which is terrible. I remember my GTA Online days. My friends helped me grind cash to obtain the flying DeLorean. It was amazing. That sounds awesome. I was swimming in the ocean. There's like a pod of orca, and I was like, holy shit. What's up, Miss January? How old were you when GTA 5 came out? That was in 2013, so I was 23. I remember that because I had just started, I had graduated college, right? And I had just started my first job about a year later. Well, my first, big nurse job at a hospital. I was working second shift, and then, and it was the best feeling ever. I remember it was September, it was kind of cool outside, and everyone I knew was just like, bro, we're going to get fucking GTA 5, it's going to be so sick. And this was on the Xbox 360. I know they made 9,000 versions since then. And it literally was. It was so fucking cool. Everybody was there, waiting in line at Walmart or Best Buy or wherever. And nowadays, I remember that was around the time that digital games were kind of starting to, get more normalized, and that picking stuff up in person is, was slowly dying, but that was the best, man. And it's kind of hilarious. 13 freaking years, GTA 5 has been out, and people still play it. It's still popular with the role-playing servers. All the shark bucks or whatever is the reason why we didn't get any Red Dead Redemption 2 DLC, like Undead Nightmare, even though, I would have donated maybe per deep to get Undead Nightmare 2. No, I would never give them away. But you know what I mean. I would give maybe my left nut. Joel's only 23. No, I was 23 when GTA 5 came out. Now you can play a single-player game without an internet connection. Now you can't play a single-player. I know, man. The world has gone to hell. You feel old? No, yeah, I'm 35 now. I'm an old head. I'm uncle status. Would you believe me if I said that I was literally an unk when I was 9 years old? When I was 9 years old, my brother was 11 years older than me, and he got somebody pregnant, and then he had his, my nephew, and which was awesome because like my nephew was basically like my little brother growing up because he'd always be over and we'd play games and shit. But I just remember I guess I was in like 3rd grade, 4th grade or something, and like I had to like, as a kid, explain to another kid how my brother somehow how I was an uncle and how my brother was able to have a kid even though he wasn't married to the person that he had a kid with. Like the concept just like couldn't make sense in his head, and I was like, damn, that's an innocent angel right there. Your brother was 20 when he became a dad. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, it was a mistake, but I still love my nephew and all that kind of stuff. And he's a good guy. He's like, it's crazy because he's a fucking full-on adult now too, which is insane. But yeah, if I was 9, my nephew is probably like fucking 24, 25 now, which is fucking insane. Why'd your stream cut out last time? It was my ISP, I think, did updates or something. And yeah, and it was the Mossad. They found us. That's cute. Is he single? I don't know. I don't know what he's up. I haven't seen him in a little while. I think he's doing good. Nephew? Okay, anyways. Your nephew and I are around the same age as Creepy Joe. You could be my uncle. Urkel. Uncle Urkel. He was still Nate. We still talked football and laughed about old times. But when there'd be lapses in conversation, or you'd catch him on his own someplace, there'd be this look on his face like he had the weight of the world bearing down on him. He kept saying how he wouldn't be there long, that he already had an apartment in Eugene lined up, but when weeks turned into almost 2 months of him rotting in his old bedroom, he and our parents started to clash. Dad kept saying how he needed to get help, like from a therapist or psychologist or something, because he was clearly dealing with some kind of mental issue. But Nate said that he didn't need to, that he'd talked to enough shrinks and doctors over the past year. Burp. But Nate said, oh yeah. Literal unk. It's okay. I'm okay being unk. I'm the coolest unk in all of Unkdomville. What's up, Crystal? You're 59. Do you win anything? Yeah, I think you get like 5% off at Denny's or something. Unculating. But Nate said he didn't need to, that he'd talked to enough shrinks and doctors over the past year or so to last an entire lifetime. Dad would ask him over and over to just talk to him, at least about the stuff that he was permitted to, but Nate would just yell back, "I can't. You know I can't," like he couldn't even touch on what was wrong without violating his non-disclosures or getting carted off to jail. And he'd ended up moving out not long after, but that and getting a job was made real difficult by the fact that on his resume, and thanks to the secret work that apparently he'd been doing, it basically looked like Nate had been out of work for almost a year and with zero explanation for it. He said employers and landlords alike both treated him like he was some kind of bullcrap artist or homeless. And they took one look at the skinny, unshaven dude with longish hair who claimed to have worked on classified projects for the airports and the air pussy. The air fort hussy. Rupee, welcome back for 35 months. 35 months. Bomba clock. Cheers, Joe. Here's the 35. Many more. Hope all is well, brother. Thank you, Rupee. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Have you played the new Resident Evil? Yeah, I watch people play it. I'll be honest with you, I heard it was very good, but I will also be honest with you, it also seems like a game that hasn't really changed much, if that makes sense. Like, there's nothing about the gameplay that looks too extraordinarily different to me as far as third-person shooters go and the Resident Evil series as a whole. For some reason, I felt like there was a big jump in, the Resident Evil quality whenever the remake of 2 came out, and then I kind of just feel like nothing has really changed that much. Does me being old disgust you, Joel? Say no, lie to me if you must. Justin, I thought you were like 19, which is disgustingly old and scary. Have been on any dates recently? Oh, let's think. I don't know. What is the definition of a date? I would get it, but I don't like spending more than $40 on games, let alone $70. Yeah, I mean, this whole idea of like $70 per game, it makes me wonder to what degree it's cut into like people actually buying them, and they almost always do go on sale, right? I did play this one pretty interesting game recently. It's called Bionic Commando. John Carpenter's Toxic Commando. Jesus Christ. John Carpenter's Toxic Commando, and it's basically a Left 4 Dead type game. But it's kind of interesting where it's like you and 4 people, you kind of have like powers, but also, certain abilities and that kind of stuff. And then you get into a vehicle that may or may not have weapons on it or some sort of ability. And then you traverse throughout a larger open world map to do objectives and stuff. And it's kind of interesting because they have there's a lot of like mud and like crap that your truck or car could get stuck in. So you have to connect a winch to things, like shoot it out the front and then pull yourself through. And that's an interesting dynamic to a degree. But yeah, it's just like a first-person shooter, Left 4 Dead style game that I feel like is kind of like an interesting progression of Left 4 Dead style games in general. Is it worth a bunch of money? I think it's only like $35 or something, which I feel like is worth it if you like playing co-op games with your friends. All Resident Evil games go on sale years or so after release, sometimes lower than $20. That is kind of wild. I wonder what that must feel like for the Resident Evil creators, where they're like, fuck it, dude, we're just going to pump this shit out forever. And I kind of wonder, like, to what extent or what standards they're even really held to. Like, what do you think, Sam, when you play a Resident Evil game? Like, what exactly is... What are you looking for? What's your favorite movie? Probably Ghost in the Shell, the 1995 anime. I think that one is just like one of my favorites of all time. Space Marines 2 is one of my faves in recent years. I heard that was good, but I played it. When did you get your first girlfriend? I'll be honest with you, I was a pretty late bloomer when it came to that stuff, because I feel like in high school, it was like not super big dating situation. And then college, it was just sort of, I was so focused on school, right? Because it was nursing school, I had to lock in that, like, relationships were not super in my face or whatever, or like long term or anything of that nature. And so it wasn't until like after that period of time. So many famous and Ellie live here, tucked my way in my area, Lockney, nicknamed North Hollywood. What are you talking about? Space Marines 2 is awesome. It got me into 40K. Yeah, maybe I'll have to go back and try it. I just remember it being pretty difficult. Ghost in the Shell. Oh yeah, so good. Did you hear about doing flex pricing with online game stores? They use your buying habits off of sold information. Doing flex pricing with online game stores. So what, they... Like you go to Steam and like the price that you see might be different for somebody else or something, which seems weird. Her moon to my son. Welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. I don't know why, but I feel like my family was rooting for me to be a lesbian. Just every day, Lord, please, please let my daughter like other girls. Please let her have a side shave. My parents didn't let me date until I was 16, and I feel like that was a mistake. You want to get high school crap out of the way when you're young. Yeah, I mean, it definitely, I feel like, you think about that. I remember like people, I was just like such a little nerd, you know what I mean? Like I remember there would be people in like 5th grade dating, and then middle school dating, and then high school dating, and then, you know what I mean? It was just like, that shit was fucking... like the skills that you develop and the sort of interdynamic sort of expectation between sexes and yada yada. It's like all of those are in many ways important to develop early on. But at the same time, I do see like a benefit within like the religious context, because some people like don't date at all, right? Don't, you know, have sex, blah, blah, blah. And then they kind of just like meet someone and get married and be with them for the rest of their lives. And I'm like, that's fucking beautiful, you know? That's a cool thing. Because, you know, you don't have to worry about any of the baggage and uncertainties and all the other things that, you know, the trauma that people end up with by being in, or all sorts of fucking shit you don't have to worry about. Dating before high school is kind of pointless. Once you're 13, I feel like you need to experience some kind of heartbreak or something. I mean, everybody goes through it to some degree or whatever, but at least they need to, like, interact with the opposing sex or whatever to just understand what that shit's all about. I do think, like, it's kind of in a weird way unfortunate that people can communicate over, because you know, like one of my friends, they're a bit older, and one of their kids is in, I think in like high school, and they're like hardcore, met someone like a couple states over, and they're definitively at 18 going to marry them or whatever, and you kind of think to yourself like, well, damn, you know, if they're so into dating, they could have like had their whole high school life or whatever to date someone in real life, but they're so fixated on like a long distance internet thing. Doesn't mean it won't work out, but it would suck that if they get to 18 and they're like, oh fuck, this is not how I wanted it. My brother's 27, so hasn't experienced it, and I worry for him. I mean, that's reasonable, man. I mean, you just gotta like get him out there, get him into the gym, get him socializing, and just help him figure some shit out. Because if, you know, it's not great to fucking be terminally online all the goddamn time. That shit is depressing. Long distance only works if you already were together, IRL, in my opinion. Yeah, or like someone's willing to like make the jump pretty fast. But even then, it's like, fuck, you might get to know each other in real life, and it's not super awesome. I'm 23, but with my boyfriend for 4 years, I want to build a life with him. We got each other through dark times. We're really happy. That's amazing. I think that's beautiful. It's good, you know, it's good to grow together, right? Would you do long distance? I mean, I've done long distance stuff, and it's a little depressing, right? You know, because it's just like you kind of just, like, you can communicate for a while, but once again, like I said, if someone's not like necessarily willing to make the jump to the other or vice versa, it's just, what are you really doing, you know? Just kind of like keeping each other from having, I guess, like a more normal social interaction that like the human person needs. Thought about trying to introduce him to someone or something. Yeah, do it, dude. I mean, get him cleaned up, get him showered, spray him down with a fucking hose, get him a haircut, whatever. Get it done. He needs to do it before he's like, you know, the whole, what is it, like Peter Pan bullshit. waking up at like 40 years old and being like, oh fuck, I gotta get my shit together. I think 27 still, like, your hormones are good enough that you can, like, your body can figure itself out, and you have like long enough to like build up a professional career or something. I would date long distance, and if we click and works, it's totally relocates to be with them. Yeah, for sure. I find all my dates at the grocery store, a grocery cart full of food can tell a lot about a person proving me wrong. Hey, that's smart. Yeah, if you're willing to go up to them and chit chat. What I wouldn't give to delete my last 15 years of dating. Yeah, sometimes you look back and you're like, fuck me. I feel bad you're reading my messages more. Please read someone else's. I appreciate it. Oh, no, it's okay. I'm just looking at whatever. Everyone's, yeah. That's how I feel right now, dude. I feel old, and I don't want to be the old mom, but I know I will be. Oh. Don't you, I mean, I thought you mentioned you had like a husband or something, Beth. And if you do, it's baby time. Sorry. How did I meet my first girlfriend? It was internet. Or like online dating shit, you know. What are your red flags? Potential partner? I guess BPD, maybe. Beautiful princess disorder. You're engaged, yeah, but I'm almost 30-ish. Yeah, that's like, yeah, you're engaged, you're gonna get married. People have babies till they're fucking like 35, 40, right? Or into their 40. Like, I mean, have it now, right? As sad as, not as sad as it is, but just like make it fucking happen now. Minimize any like issues the baby might have, like genetically, as early as possible, and you guys are ready to rock and roll. Yeah, almost 30 is like, you're doing great. Sound like you have experience with BPD. No, it's just, you know, certain acronyms, especially if they wear it on their sleeve, you know, like, I'm fucking nuts. Blah. It's like, okay, all right. You have a great day. The wedding dress is tight, but I can't be pregnant. Oh shit. What's happening? I hate online dating. It's garbage. Would rather meet someone organically. Yeah, it's good too. I'm 38. I'm going through my Peter Pan phase, going into my Funkle phase. I'm glad to avoid the whole game of that rat race. What's Funkle? Like collecting Funko Pops? Bad relationships with father and girls with guys who are friends. Big red flags for me. Bad relationship with father. Girls with guys who are friends. Oh, word, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, just like anybody, like having a healthy relationship with both parents creates a much, you know, usually more healthy and stable individual. It doesn't mean they can't like overcome any sort of negative traits. I think overall it doesn't matter what your circumstances are, as long as someone has the ability to do a degree of like introspection and look at them, be able to look at themselves, see the issues that they have with their own interpersonal self and their interpersonal relationships with others, and then make the corrections to be a better person. You know, they can laugh at themselves, they can laugh at you know what I mean, like just generally, like, it's almost like there's something in the modern era that I feel like a lot of people like struggle to go through that like level of refinement individually that you kind of got from, like, you know, basically everyone in the past, in some culture, some way, maybe had some sort of philosophical book or religion or something that like pointed them to be maybe a degree of like moralistically different than, you know, what their monkey self says that they should be. And I think if the individual you're trying to like be with has that ability to like meditate within themselves and every day reflect, I think that's super important. Joel, do you want Chuck and Lariat? You can date whoever the fuck you want. I just a chill vibe of combining our finances and forging an empire. I'm fine, thank you though. I'm just kidding. No, you know what's actually hilarious though? Okay, so in high school, me and my friends went to this like movie, like store that was going out of business. Everything was being like either given away or sold like super dirt cheap. That's where I bought the movie Trolls 2, which was pretty funny. If you've never seen Troll or Trolls 2, those are great movies. And they were giving away these hats, and the hats were just like, I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry, you know, the movie or whatever. And so like we would, every time we would play Rock Band, or, you know, which I guess it was Rock Band because that's one had like all the different stuff, we would all wear the I pronounce you Chuck and Larry hats, and that was our band name, was I pronounce you Chuck and Larry. Did you ever meet up with your online girls? Oh yeah, definitely. I know I'm turning 20 very soon. I feel like relationships nowadays are less genuine than they used to be. It's harder to find a real relationship. Well, I guess it just depends on what your definition is. Like, you being younger, you probably do have a lot of experience with like online dating and connecting with people via like internet bullshit. Like I said, I would prioritize in-person stuff, or try to like coordinate how, if a person you are dating online, not like you need to force it or whatever, but if it is serious, like consider the idea of moving to them or them to you, or I don't know, something, just because it's just so much healthier. And like you don't have trust issues, you don't have any, you know, sadness that can't be fixed with just like a peck on the forehead or some or a hug. You know what I'm saying? Totally down for a lavender marriage. Gay men have so much style. It's a good point. What if I said gay men dressed terribly? What if I said they look gay? I've done so much work on myself, but it never feels like enough. I don't know how to be okay single the rest of my life, even though I've been single 9 years already. I'm not okay. Well, I'm sure you can find someone. It just, you might have to like, you know, be comfortable with the fact that obviously they might have previous marriage, they might be a little bit older, they might be a biker guy or something. You might meet them in jail. No, I'm just kidding. You know, too many options for everyone. Exactly. People didn't get more transactional, they just chose to acknowledge the transaction. What do you mean? Sorry, I'm a little confused. I'm gay because my parents made me think I was a boy for the first 3 years of your life. What do you mean? They made you think you were a boy? Like in a tomboy way, or like forcing a ideology on you kind of way? High school sweethearts with my wife since 16. Nice. 25 going on 26 this year. I think G-Buzz quite often. Oh, Jesus, quite often for having such a beautiful woman in my life. Yeah, that's a true blessing, honestly, to like, you know, it really is. To like meet someone young and love each other, and just like at that point stick it out for and try your best, and you know what I mean, like grow together, have a family, do spiritual things together, learn about life, travel, like that, you know, not everyone gets to have that, and not everyone gets to like nail it on the first go. I remember there was like these people that I knew, they literally dated since like middle school. They started dating in like 8th grade, and then they just were together in high school, and then they were together in college, and then they got married after college. And I remember for a while, like throughout like high school or into, and I thought we get to college and I was like, they're gonna break up, they're gonna go see other people and stuff, and then they never did. Or, you know, I don't know them that well, but I remember thinking like, now I'm like, that's, you know, a beautiful thing. Like that's really is, like that's fucking cool. And now they're like they're gonna be a rock in each other's lives for the rest of each other's existences, and that's pretty sick, I think. I think we should all do a 10th step inventory. What's that? How do I impact the world around me, and how can I improve? You, yourself? I mean, maybe you can, well, obviously you got to better yourself first, right? And love yourself. So like try to be the best version of yourself you can be. Probably involves like exercise to start, right? Just to kind of get that discipline and routine down of what it feels like to challenge yourself. And then on top of that, you could think about how you can proceed, professionally. I mean, it can be something as simple as being like a contractor, right? Like you build decks for people, you know, but you build really good decks that last forever, and you take pride in your work, and basically be like that Japanese guy that makes like 10,000 fucking sushis a year, and he's a master at it. That's what you can be. You can be a sushi guy. Berate me for not going on my daily walks. Tell me I need a routine. Yeah, you need to get into the gym at least 3 to 4 days a week with lifting weights, and then after that, go on a walk for like 20 minutes. Maybe eventually wear a weighted vest or some shit. And then you can start counting your calories and getting enough protein, and then getting enough sun, and then eventually your like mood will just naturally increase. You hate lifting weights, weak shoulders? Well, everybody starts weak, right? You start weak and then you get strong, You just got to make sure you eat enough that like rebuilds the weakness after you challenge it. It's just like anything. Like everybody, people might not like swimming because, when you're like 3 years old, you're like, I don't fucking want to swim. I drowned in there. And then people teach you and you just do it till you're good. Like genetically weak bursitis. I'm sure there's workarounds if you could figure out machines or some type of shit like that. Who knows? Maybe eventually you become your shoulders are your strongest point. Sleep is so OP if you're gone your whole life not sleeping. Oh yeah. Joel, would you go on a date with a 70-year-old? I don't think so. Not to be rude or anything. I just I'd like to live my life with that person, you know what I mean? I don't really want to inherit their trailer park or their cats. They took one look at this skinny, unshaven dude with longish hair who claimed to have worked on classified projects for the Air Force and thought, no dice. He still managed to find a place in a job, I guess after the Air Force sent him a letter of recommendation or something. But going from the Air Force to civilian life is tough for anyone, even at the best of times. And so given Nate's special and rather awkward circumstances, it made it all even the harder for him. And since he and my dad weren't on speaking terms at that point, Nate stayed away for a while, but I'd talk to him via text most days, just checking in on how he was and all of that while talking about the Ducks or the Trailblazers. Now sometimes he'd be up and sometimes he'd be way down. And then on one of the weeks that he was way down, I decided screw it. I'm heading over with a rotisserie chicken and a bunch of Crater Lake to cheer this... This is like a screw it. I'm heading over with a rotisserie chicken and a bunch of Crater Lake to cheer this F word up. So that's what I did. Oh my God. That sounds like some brotherly vernacular right there. Joe, would you care to get to know me? Ask for a friend. I'm getting to know everybody here. You guys are my best friends on the internet. All of you. Parasocially connected at the hip. Rotisserie. Jump on my rotisserie chicken, would you? I'm choking my rotisserie chicken. Tennis is super fun, but I'm too bad at to enjoy it. Okay. She rotisserizing my chicken. What's Crater Lake? Is that a drink, I assume? What is it? Vodka. Hazelnut vodka. And we'll just say, what the hell? A rotisserie chicken. I'm just going to say some food and drink. And we're also not going to say F word. I'm going to bring over that rotussi. Rotussi chicken. Alright, we'll say that. Fuck it. Sometimes he'd be up and sometimes he'd be way down. And then on one of the weeks that he was way down, I decided, screw it. I'm heading over with some rotussi chicken and a bunch of drink to cheer this idiot up. And that's what I did. I stopped at this Jamaican place in Eugene and picked up some chicken, and then after grabbing the sodas, I drove over to Nate's place after making sure that he was home. And we just hung out for a while, talking about the usual kind of stuff, and then touching on how Dad wasn't mad anymore and was basically just waiting for him to reach out. He was relieved at that, but that also gave me a window to ask him about the stuff that happened at his job, as in, like, the reasons for his discharge. I told him it was cool if he really didn't want to talk about it, but he kind of sighed, said something about having to talk about it sooner or later, and then started telling me... Pradeep has entered the chat. I've had a few good relationships. I just feel like online relationships can be less genuine if you've never met them. It's not my style. I'd rather meet them and get to know them in person. Yeah, sometimes it's, I guess you could say maybe it operates as like a nice buffer between, you know, trying to impress somebody in a short period of time in real life with your looks or, you know, personality or whatever. Whereas on the internet, you can basically send memes until they fall in love with you. And at that point, you might as well be Edward from Twilight. It allows you to slow down. They actually get to know if you're truthful. Yeah. Bring me some chicken and vodka. You bought your personality. That should be, honestly, we should be able to just implant confidence into our brain via spinal injections. How many memes per day before they get a restraining order? Well, sometimes, yeah, it's like, sometimes you send a message that's so good that a chick will just be reading it for 3 days. She's speechless. What's up, Stolas? There's a malfunction in the confidence mainframe. Yeah, we just gotta hit him with a hammer, I think. Well, my name isn't blue anymore. Does that mean that my membership is up? I do believe so. It must have... It's weird it doesn't, like, tell you or something. Holy crap, Twilight. I forgot about those movies. They were huge when I was in school. Still huge. Still massive. I'm glad the actor from Twilight actually gets jobs still. Wonder what the hell happened to the Bella chick. Maybe she wasn't good at acting. The inside school scenes in Twilight were filmed in your high school? Oh, that's crazy. That was in Oregon then? Love your videos, keep up the good work. Thanks, Stolas. Isn't Stolas a demon? Isn't that like some type of demon? Robert Pattinson's Batman now. I haven't seen... Are they doing any more Batmans with him? It seemed like I've literally been years. Like many, many years since the last Batman. Okay. I told him if it was cool if... Oh my gosh. I told him it was cool if he really didn't want to talk about it. But he kind of sighed and said something about having to talk about it sooner or later, and then started telling me about this mental breakdown that he had after being overworked and overthinking. He talked about it at length, like all the mandatory counseling and psychiatry sessions he had to attend, but there was something about the way he talked when he described the reasons, and having known him all my life, I could tell he was lying. The guy who would have happily skipped sleep to work on airplanes was complaining about being overworked, And I didn't know this at the time, but in a role where the Air Force takes real care not to overwork their airmen, my brother had somehow become the sole exception, I guess. And that's besides the fact my bullcrap detector was going off in a very big way. And so I slowly approached the subject and asked him if he was lying because he had to, or he just didn't want us to know the truth. And this was something that had happened a bunch of times, actually. Not because Nate was some big liar or anything like that, more like he had a habit of trying to protect me from painful truths, like the time Grandma fell down and had to go to the hospital. Nate told me that she was just tired, when really, he knew all too well that she was a goner. I cried till Nate said Grandma was fine, how she just bonked her head after falling asleep standing up, and she said that she'd get her whole head bandaged up and... She said. Shmee said. I guess Funkle could be other things, but my only knowledge of that word is that I'm a fun uncle, thus I'm known as Funkle Danny. Oh, word, yeah, that's funny. Damn, I don't know why, chat is so delayed sometimes. That Funkle comment was from, a half hour ago. I wonder why it's so delayed. What's tomorrow's video about? It is about scary sibling stories. Wart. He said she'd get her head banded. OBS or StreamYard? It's Streamlabs. OBS. Slobs. I don't know. Maybe I should use StreamYard. Is that better? I'm not really sure. I have no idea. I think Streamlabs in my mind feels like some of the closest as far as good user interface goes while having a lot of customization, but I've heard that the original OBS is still better. Is it snowing where I'm at? Nah, thankfully not. It's cold though. I think it's supposed to snow in a couple of days, but then get warm again. It's like your typical spring weather where you get the warm fronts, the cold fronts, the weird pressure systems to create tornadoes intermixing with each other. It's all sorts of bullshit happening at once. You know how it goes. The sun's getting a little closer, a little more active, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if it's getting more active, but... He said that she'd get her whole head bandaged up in the... What is it? He said she'd get her whole head bandaged up in the hospital and then made jokes that she was going to look like a mummy coming out of some big old tomb over in Egypt. Now, he used to take me from crying to laughing in just a few short minutes, but I didn't need protection anymore, and I told him that. I just wanted to know what had happened to him, not his job, him. After gathering his thoughts, Nate started with a kind of disclaimer, saying that he obviously couldn't tell me exactly what he'd been working on, or what he saw, or what he knew, but he could bring himself to talk about how it made him feel, and how he felt, was scared. Nate said that he'd been working on something with the whole team, and during a simulation that didn't... You're hitting 100 in Texas already? Holy shit. Texas seems rough. You're getting a lot of snow, Joel. Beware. Today you got over a foot. Over a fart. Is that storm coming this way? Maybe I can push it north. Nate said that he'd been working on something with a whole team, and then during a simulation they'd been running one day, the team realized something terrible might happen if their little project got working. In fact, not only was the thing obviously terrible, but the more they thought about it, the more they realized just how utterly catastrophic the worst-case scenario might truly be. Nate said it caused a whole thing in their department because some guys didn't seem to recognize what the problem was, while others did, and both groups were at each other's throats over it. There was a whole review, each group argued their case, and by the end of it, Nate said the people... Where's Nasty Nate? Oh yeah, I haven't seen him in a while. I don't know. Look, if you push it north, please make sure you don't push it all the way into Canada. Yeah, we'll just send it to Buffalo. There was a whole review. Each group argued their case, and by the end of it, Nate said the people, rightfully in a panic, thought that they had the whole thing wrapped up. The solution was obvious. Radically change the direction of the project or mothball it entirely, because if they didn't, just about everyone was going to be in a whole world of hurt. It seemed like an open and shut case, and even some of the more chilled out members of the team changed their minds and decided the risks were worth paying attention to. But then the review board made their announcement. Continue the test project as planned without any deviations whatsoever. And everyone was stunned. But none more than Nate and his buddies, who as engineers were the first to figure out the practical application of what they were working on, but also what might happen if it all went south. They pretty much led the protests against the review board and commanding officers, and as you can probably guess, the higher-ups didn't like that one bit. There were accusations of insubordination. Our weather has been hormonal. It's snow in the morning, sunny in the afternoon, which melts the snow, and then we're back to square one again and messes with my D3. My D3, brother. Don't forget about your D3. Queen to D3. Huge storm hit Hawaii. I have friends and family there. Hit all the islands, massive flooding and power outages. Oh, fuck. It's weird. Seasonal depression. No, but seriously, very expensive AC California, but without the weather. Joe was a hillbilly in his past life. Yeah, I was Billy Bob Thornton. What's up, May? It's flooding big time. Do you ever just wander your house only to find forks in peculiar places? No. Drawing and streaming watching time. Nice. What are you drawing? What city do you think has the worst weather? Vancouver? No, I have no idea, honestly. I have no idea. I guess it's like what you would expect. Boston or Buffalo. I mean, that would make sense with how much snow they get. I mean, some people say Seattle with how rainy it is, but I have no idea. There were accusations of insubordination and threats of jail time, as the Air Force threatened to throw the book at the whole test team if they didn't toe the line. They weren't happy about it, but they did as they were told for the sake of their jobs and freedom. But over time, it wore them all the way down to the bone. Nate couldn't tell me the names of the dudes he worked with, but he could tell me roughly what happened to them. He wasn't the first to put on an extended medical. He wasn't the first to be put on extended medical leave. It happened to a couple of the other engineers and scientists who'd protested too. The Air Force strung him along for a while, telling him that he'd be back to work in no time after nothing but a cool-off period. But finally, his turn came too, and there wasn't a thing that he could do about it. Nate said that he was still a true believer for a time, and although he'd been kicked out, he got a big payout. And that must have really sweetened the pot, I guess, getting a golden goodbye like that, but Nate still firmly believed that his old COs would see sense and make the right decision. But then not long after moving off base, he ended up talking to an old buddy of his who heard rumors that they were pressing on with the project harder than ever. Nate couldn't believe it, and the stress of knowing his worst fears might come true had him almost losing his mind. And that's why he and Dad were clashing so much. Dad could see it was tearing him up inside, but Nate warned that if he told him what was coming, Dad would think he was crazy. And not only that, if he was foolish enough to repeat what he'd been told, Nate might end up going to prison for a long time. But even if Dad did believe him, there was nothing he could do. There was nothing anyone could do to stop what was coming, and when it happened, life as we knew it would change forever and not for the better. Now, I remember being so freaked out and scared by what Nate was saying that I thought, dude, please tell me you're not serious. If you can't tell me, okay, but don't just make weird crap up. Crap up. They're making crap up. Wasn't Nate, was he an engineer? Did he go to the Air Force in this story as an engineer? I thought he was going as like a pilot or some shit. What's up, Amber? How we doing? Dun, 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 dun. I lived in a blue state before, specifically Baltimore, Maryland, never again, not Washington, not California, not any of them. I don't like either party, but blue states and cities are PvP servers. Yeah, I have friends that live in Baltimore, and I mean, they live in Florida now. They're like, fuck Maryland. And the taxes in Maryland suck, and you can't own any guns, even though it's like #1 kill zone in some areas, so it's just fucking stupid. You have a wonderful voice. Thank you, Amber. Appreciate you. Makes you really want to know what bro claims he knows. Yeah. I don't know what's coming. But it makes me think, like, how often do you think Baltimore is known for violence, though? Well, right, that's what we were just talking about. I mean, why would you want to live in a place that's known for violence? Baltimorean here, going to be moving out at the end of the month. I can describe it as being as a PvP server sometimes, but it's getting better. Yeah, I did hear that it's going down. I remember, like, for a while, like years ago, it had more murders than, like, Honduras. And Honduras is, like, definitively, like, not all the time, but they're, you know, it's cartel shit. Do I like seafood? Yeah, I like seafood. I don't know, man. It's just weird. How do we fix it? I mean, we had a solution earlier on how to fix gang violence in the cities earlier, and I believe it was basically we just had to play Neil Young at every convenience store and corner in the entire city until the music itself just permeated the DNA of every gangbanger to the extent that the concept of violence would never cross their mind ever again, and the only thing that would manifest outward from it is positive energy and a fantastic family-driven community. Old man, look at my life. I'm a lot like you were. I mean, can you imagine going and doing a drive-by to that shit? You'd just be like, someone would be in the passenger seat like, alright, shit, there he is. Pop his ass. And then the guy in the passenger seat would just like be looking at his gun, kind of like, I can't do this anymore, man. I got a daughter and shit. I gotta move on. And he's like, you know what? You right. We are perpetuating stereotypes and destroying our community from the inside out. We should be held to a higher standard. Boom. World fixed. Try and stop that, CIA. A Moderna vax shot. Yeah. Have I always lived in Pennsylvania? Yeah. Grew up here. I've been places, but yeah, I've never lived anywhere for extended periods of time. At one point, they were the third worst city in the world, not just the US, the whole world. That's scary. It's gotta be strange, because I mean, like, if you really break it down, like, there's gotta be something. Somewhere where you can, like, identify the causation of said mentality, you know? There's gotta be something, especially in an area where it's like a no weapon having city, right? And then, obviously, I assume most of the conflicts are due to territory wars related to drugs, in which case it's like, do you cut the head off of the distribution of the drugs within the city? Who funds that? What's the logistics? I mean, really, I think most scenarios in the world could be solved by just like cutting the head off the serpent of that which ships things, you know? Get in the way of like the transit zones, get in the way of shipping, get in the way of Amazon 2-day delivery for cocaine and fentanyl, and maybe things would be better. Maybe not. I don't know. Am I in the tornado area? Oh fuck, I don't know. We did get some pretty heavy winds before. Baltimore's trying to do this thing that I forgot what it's called, but they're recognizing that mental health is something that needs to be addressed, and that's what's been helping. I guess. I don't know. I mean, I guess to me, I think it all starts with the family, right? Like, you need to have, like, a stronger family unit. I remember there was, like, discussions of, like, where the government sort of incentivized single family home, or, like, single mother homes, right? And it's like, if you don't have, like, a strong family unit, that could perpetuate the internal desire for, like, young men to want to go integrate themselves with gangs just to, like, have that male presence, if that makes sense. And then you kind of, like, you know, you have to impress the gang members, you have to do bad stuff to prove yourself, kind of like, you know what I mean? The same way that, like, joining the Illuminati, right? To join the Illuminati, you have to, like, do some terrible shit. It's the same way with gangs. You got to go up to a fucking 20, you know, a Crunch Fitness or some shit and fucking shoot a bullet into it, you know? Have I ever filmed myself crying? That's all my social media is, really. Would I move out of Pennsylvania? Probably at some point. I've wanted to for a while, like, move somewhere warm with weather that doesn't get me killed. When I was in Pennsylvania, stank at tornado ripped through, like, what was this, Kansas? Damn, that's crazy. You want to apologize for last time? I don't even, what happened? Did you beat us with sticks or something? Remember that South Park episode where Jimmy and Timmy joined the Crips? Yeah, it's a classic, bro. That is an absolute classic. Moved to Georgia. My friends are actually moving to Georgia up from Florida because they got shit on by hurricanes. Hopefully a hurricane doesn't come through Georgia as well. Let's invade some European country like we're settlers. I think it's already happening, bro. Oh man, look at my life. You want to get shit on in Florida. You're from Georgia? Do you like it? What? No, you paused me, remember? Oh, really? Maybe it was one of the mods, I don't know. What'd you do? Did you do something naughty? Sacramento, California is from bad for crime now. Look at the crime rate for North Highlands, California, Sacramento in general. It's only 15 minutes away. I'm in an elite neighborhood. It's crazy. I just kept saying, read this. Oh, okay. That's okay, buddy. It was just, you know, spam is like the only thing that usually gets people banned in here unless they're like, you know, annoying or other, you know, whatever stuff. Looks like they made 50 mini key lime pies. I don't know what to do with them. Send them to my house. I remember being so freaked out and scared by what Nate was saying that I was like, dude, please tell me you're not serious. I mean, if you can't tell me, okay, but don't just make weird crap up. And Nate exploded. He knocked over his drink from getting up so fast while shouting. Chaotic, neutral, centrist. I'm not chaotic, though. That's the thing. I want order, you know, I want law, I want order. I don't want some, like, anarchy bullshit. But I do want people to get along because I realize the left-right, you know, blood versus Crips Hegelian dialectic paradigm is specifically, you know, used to divide us into these, like, identities, keep us from communicating, and therefore keep us also from ever sort of, like, challenging power because we can never, like, get along, right? It's like the easiest way to divide us. Stabbing epidemic across there, not to mention, yeah, I mean, I heard there was quite a bit of stabbings in Manchester. I'm not really sure. Do another collab with Mr. Ballin. I think that ship has sailed, sadly. Which also includes room for making fun of people and things on both sides. I agree, man. Yeah, I mean, there's annoying shit, man. And we just have to disconnect ourselves from the identity of it. One of the weird, I like saw somebody on like Instagram talking about like the left versus right paradigm, you know, talking about how, like, you know, you initially buy it, it's like a pipeline for all of them, right? You listen to it, you have an identity associated with it, so you feel like you have a little bit of skin in the game, yada yada, and but then eventually over time it goes further and further till it's like part of your identity, and it's like so hard to disassociate yourself from it. to make fun of it or question it begins to shatter your reality. And then one of the top comments was someone was like, that's why I'm a leftist. It's because I don't agree with like liberals or conservatives. And the comment below that was like, whoosh, this went right over your head. And that's what I was thinking. It was like every leftist I've ever interacted with, it's like they're some of like the most angry, vitriolic, like dogmatic, political individuals I think I've ever seen. And I don't know, maybe I'm getting their definitions kind of like mixed up there, but oftentimes to me it seems like they're pretty miserable people who like cannot stand any sort of opposing opinions. So I'm not trying to be mean or anything like that, but it was really strange to think like that's the level of delusion that people who have political identities seem to get caught up in, GOP and DNC only care about who gets to rule the ashes afterwards. I agree. I mean, like a lot of them are sociopathic. They all seem to agree on like whoever pays them, whether that's fucking AIPAC or whether that's China or whether, you know what I mean? Like it changes from fucking day to day. They don't give a shit about the American people. And America that you see right now is just like a stepping stone to them to be at basically, they would rather rule in hell than like serve in heaven kind of situation. Oh, there's Nasty Nate, bro. We're reading a story about you. How do you like the Amish? Amish are good people. This is not me being rude. They're very stinky. Like if you go into a Sheetz where there's a lot of Amish, like man, it's like 4 of them. The whole place is like, you see like a green cloud kind of floating around. But you can't really expect much as far as like deodorant when it comes to people that still live in the year 1864, right? But I think they're hardworking people. They do a good job. I mean, obviously they have their problems in their own community as well, but they're usually very respectful and have good food. I may or may not have accidentally ended up on AIPAC's website this week, and I fear I'm on a list now. I don't know. I think we all are. And the weirdest part is like imagining the future is like the people that enforce the list are no longer going to be like a cool FBI agent that's like picked specifically for us to monitor our activity. It's going to be a fucking like AI drone that just comes to your house, picks you up by like a claw machine and then drops you off a cliff. Drops you off in fucking Gaza. Like, oh shit. Trying to make a new friend over the past week, and they asked me what my political views are, and I just said I prefer not to involve in regular conversations, and accusation bombed me. Well, that's the thing, is like if you ever say that you're not or you'd rather not, like immediately, especially if the person is like on the left spectrum, they're just like, so you're a fucking Nazi then, ah? Because in so many people's minds, they're like, if you're not for us, you're against us. And that's like literally the most brain dead approach you can possibly ever have. I don't even know. I don't even know how the people have that much energy to constantly be mad at so many people all the time. Like to always be angry all the time about that shit, to the extent that you sever relationships with person after person after person. Like you're just going to end up alone in a hole somewhere one day, being lowered into your grave with literally not that many people at your funeral, Not even all your like weird Discord friends who, I don't know, died of Adderall poisoning or something like that. The Amish drive their horse-drawn buggies to Mickey D's. That's badass, dude. And then they just like shit in your parking lot and don't clean it up. I mean, it is kind of amazing how much shit comes out of a horse's ass. Like, my God, like everywhere you go, it's just another pile of it somewhere. They're not even eating anything. They're just pooping out ingredients. The cancel culture. Diabolicus. Social media, I'd like telling us to end relationships with everyone around us. It feels into the hate. Yeah, and I mean, tell me there's not something more telling of like a central intelligence agency operation than trying to divide the population, or really anything, right? And it really makes you wonder to an extent, like especially via social media, where you don't actually know if you're speaking to a human behind the screen, if most of that like cancel culture stuff that you see propped up on like Twitter or whatever isn't just like astroturfed by bots or something to make it appear as if there's like a unified agreement of like, group hate towards someone or something, you know. Also, can I talk about another conspiracy that I thought was a little bit, like, strange to me earlier? So I saw this thing, you know, pop up or whatever. It was basically, you've probably heard of, "Good evening, Tucker Carlson here. So, basically, people are coming after me. Their CIA is not happy with the manner in which I've conducted myself in communications with people from Iran." But then I was like looking into it, and basically he was saying about how the CIA was looking into his text messages via, you know, communication with people outside of the United States, more specifically with Iran or whatever. But then if you look into it even more, Tucker Carlson's father was an investigative journalist who worked for the CIA many, you know, a whole generation ago. And it was just like, okay, so your dad works for the CIA, and you essentially do the exact same fucking job, just one generation separated. You're one of the largest players in the sort of like cultural divide, more specifically existing within the conservative side of that Hegelian dialectic, right? That left versus right paradigm. But then you're also sort of like sounding the alarm to people that, you know, the CIA is looking into you if you do decide to communicate with anyone outside of the United States. And, you know, I was just like, why does this, like, this in and of itself feel a little bit fishy? I mean, obviously it is, right? But I don't know. I just think it's so funny that, like, this, I just feel like more and more people are waking up and disassociating their identities from the, you know, the political spectrum, the more and more they realize that that exact thing that frustrates them was specifically designed to divide them and kind of keep them within a very narrow Overton window of thought. You know, it's going to, obviously, as Noam Chomsky says, even though apparently he was on the Epstein list as well, he says there's a very lively debate within that Overton window, but it's always kept contained specifically within there, and nothing external from that is ever considered viable conversation or whatever. But you're too awake, you're too woke, too woketh. Anyways, interesting. U.S. American to pronounce Iran properly. Y'all say Iran. You ran to where? Well, you know, it's just a regional dialect or whatever. Potato, potato. You get the idea. He knocked over his soda from getting up so fast while shouting, "Does it effing look like I'm making this up?" He was red in the face as he went off on a big, long rant about how if he told everyone... what if it was Iran? From Iran? I'm sitting here in a blizzard in Minnesota, whiteout conditions, glad you're all here for nighttime. That's pretty consistent for Minnesota, right? Do you guys just get used to that at this point? I went into linguistics because of Chomsky. Yeah, what do you think about him? What was his associations on the Epstein list? Like, he just went to the island, which is a bit strange. And it makes you really wonder, like, is everyone that was like a prominent figure, like, is that the only way you became a prominent figure? Got to make your rounds, you know, within all the news media and that kind of thing? You just, like, had to be a controlled opposition or something like that? He interviewed Mike Huckabee with some hard questions about Israel, and Mike said the quiet part out loud. Yeah, but that's the thing, is like, you start to wonder about these characters where it's like, they start to seem, to a degree, trustworthy, you know, by, you know, asking the questions, but it's like, to what extent? Like I mentioned about the Overton window, right? But like, to what extent do they stop asking questions? And then I've also heard them described as like controlled opposition that slowly makes you feel like you can trust them because they ask the questions outside of what's permitted in the past, but then they slowly draw you into like telling you what now is the permitted opinion within, you know, his case, the right-wing conversation. Slow, it's like it's slowly, stepwise pulling you in a direction that's maybe more trusting of a certain scenario. I guess I'm not really giving great examples of it, but it is a curiosity, especially the family connections, right? If someone has a degree of like familial connections, it's like once you're a Fed, you're always a Fed. Like you don't unfedify yourself. And especially we know like the degree of like nepotism that exists within intelligence services, right? Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, right? And then you got Ghislaine, and then you have Epstein and Epstein's brother and Epstein. It's just a fucking family business at this point, because you've either been through it, been traumatized, or you're just like trustworthy enough to continue on long-term projects or whatever. I really love when you get into political talk because I think you're very well educated and very well spoken, so it uses a flow along with you. I appreciate you. I mean, it's not like I know a lot, but I do notice patterns. We're everybody here notices patterns and things and can, ask questions. I think that's the most healthiest thing I do believe that that's the healthiest thing you can do as an American. Ask questions, right? Well, maybe wrong. Israel doesn't think that. Israel thinks you should go die in a war somewhere. No, I'm sorry, I'm just... Am I a Fed? I am, though. I actually do work for the Fed. I work for the post office. You're not big on politics. That's okay. I mean, there's really no need to. I mean, at the end of the day, your job as a citizen is to eat stuffed crust pizza and die at 64. You need to live long enough to not get and be distracted enough to not get in the way of anything, and then die whenever you're about to collect any sort of money. You're able to critically think and you have a really good outlook on life, and what you stand for seems to be honorable. Thanks, Gerard. I appreciate you. I mean, I'm trying, we all have our biases, right? We all have our innate biases, but I think it's good to, like I said, do a degree of internal reflection to the extent that you can recognize where are your faults, where are your individual issues that, I don't know, might be a little bit out of sorts. Jewishness being close to intellectual wisdom. What do you mean? What's Jewishness and intellectual wisdom? Do you mean like in a spiritual sense, or? Fuck dying at 64. I'm just here hanging out trying to survive. No, I'm joking. I'm totally joking. Extract max cash from the peasants. Yeah, that's your job. Yeah. Extract max cash. What's my favorite sports car? Basically anything that flies, or like can go so fast it can skitter across the water. Maybe even hover a little bit. It also runs on hydrogen. Political theater and reality getting hard to differentiate. Yeah. And that's the thing, is like I'm starting to think like the really only way for them to sort of extract themselves from any, well, I don't want to black pill everyone, but it does make me a little bit fearful that the only way to like as information is flowing so quickly via social media and everything, and people are starting to question all this stuff and it's starting to amplify and all this stuff, the only way to like exit this and still remain on top is mass chaos. And hence why I kind of feel like I worry about this war in Iran, because the only thing that can really come out of it is some type of day that we only ever remember as a number, right? And then from that point, after half the Earth's population is gone, no one will really care anymore, because they'll just be happy to, get their AI chip implanted into them and receive their UBI and let the AI jerk them off all day or whatever. Petrodollar collapses will be catastrophic for the US, for sure. What did the Americans say to the French guy in the restroom? European. Sometimes it takes society to fully collapse before it can rise back up properly. Everything is too much of a mess to fix. I don't know if I agree with that, just because you look back through history of like other revolutionary style collapses, and it's like, it's a bloody mess, man. And I'll be honest with you, like some people like to talk about that kind of stuff in the abstract and think that they're going to be there to help like manifest it into a newer, more fair or happy system. But it's like, not really. Like if you're the one that thinks that way, you're probably dead. Like you probably are one of the many ones that starved to death, drink some weird water and, then you have diarrhea till you're dead. Maybe you're one of the people that gets shot in the head because people steal your candy bar or your gasoline from your car or your car itself. Maybe you're one of the ones who think you can go out and protest and then you get shot that way or bashed to death. You know what I mean? There's so many manners in which chaos can result in you being really uncomfortable. And I like comfort. Comfort is cool, man. I try to explain this photo to my parents so they can be aware, but my mom just thinks that I'm a silly goose who believes everything I hear. My dad hears me out to a certain degree, which is fair, I mean, the only thing you can do is help protect them and help protect yourself, and probably buy a generator or something. I don't really know. Is it not easier to work within existing frameworks? I agree, because, I mean, that's also the thing is, like, the collapse of certain systems. It's not like it's like a comfy process, and it's not like it's just some like organized process, right, as well. And all it really ends up doing whenever things start to collapse is it causes such a degree of chaos that all of you are so exhausted and bereft from the nonstop lack of order that you will beg. You'll get on your knees and beg, "Oh, please, Overlord BlackRock, please give us some form of currency that everyone agrees on, that we'll all use happily and never disagree with you again. And if anyone's a dissenter, we'll beat the shit out of them, we promise." Or, you know what I mean? Like, that's what ends up happening, is that the people that end up coming out on top are already on top, but things just get centralized further within the government and their integration with the private market, most likely via the intelligence agencies, that it's not a pretty thing at all. You have little faith in humans. Yeah, I guess so, yeah. That's the thing, is like, it's not going to, like, the collapse is going to be controlled, right? And then you're not going to be involved. They're not going to be like, Simon, we're all, the dollar is collapsing. We're at hyperinflation. We need you to come to the accords. We need you to come to the signing over, to the CBDC bullshit. Like, you're not invited. No, none of us are invited. Like, we're not allowed. Your house is going to be looted. They're going to steal all your bananas. You're not going to have another protein shake ever again in your life. Is rioting before looting, or is it looting before rioting? I don't know. I think they're one and the same. Gotta say, I agree with your take. I get exhausted seeing the corruption escalating exponentially. The light of hope seems to like a flicker in a distant galaxy sometimes. Yeah, I had a bit of a hopeful concept in my mind earlier. And maybe if you continue to have hope, maybe that hope will manifest. And that is probably the laziest take I've ever said in my entire life. It's like telling someone that you should get strong at the gym just by thinking about it. Maybe it works. I don't know. But anyways, my hope in my head is that if there is a degree of, borderline Armageddon style war that's about to like transpire, then maybe there are dissenters within the rank and file aspects of our intelligence agencies and military that will, covertly fight back against those who are trying to like lead us into cataclysm and, mitigate those damages and have alternative outcomes that will, keep the United States from imploding upon itself by overextending itself to all these foreign entrapments, I would say, in many ways. When will I release nukes? Probably just on India, unfortunately. I'm just kidding. India and Seattle, that's it. I believe you 100%. I would love to leave Cali, but it's so expensive just for the day now. I can't afford to leave, not to mention the exit tax. Exit tax? Cali did for those leaving the state? They have an exit tax? That should be challenged, bro. Should that not be? There's got to be like ongoing litigation for that. That's crazy. What do you think about solar punk? I'm not familiar with that. Why? I forget what I said. Why are you asking why? Just give me the controllers for the nukes. I will take care of them. My ADHD will guarantee it. Just pressing the button. Like a fidget spinner. Sorry. My tick. My, what do like ADHD people, they need to like click stuff? Whatever that is just hitting the red nuke button over and over again. California loves to get money in any way possible from residents. I mean, it does really make you wonder where it goes, because don't they do projects, like billion-dollar projects, and then it just gets canceled? Like, where does all the money go? I mean, I guess all of it just gets funneled somewhere else, right? Like, think about that level of parasitism, that level of corruption. I wish we had, like, any degree of, like, investigative journalists that could actually uncover that and make sense of all of it, because I mean, isn't that like borderline treasonous to take the taxpayers' dollars like that? Do you know who the living tombstone is? I don't know. What's that? He was red in the face as he went off on a big, long rant about how if he told everyone what he knew, and people really understood what frightened him so much, there'd be mass panic, along with riots, martial law, you name it. Society as we knew it would break down completely, and that's before the thing that scared Nate happened. I asked him about things like bunkers and all that stuff, if folks could shelter from it like they would from a nuke, and Nate just shook his head and told me that I didn't get it. It didn't matter if you were on the goddamn space station or in a presidential bunker. Everyone was going to suffer, and in ways they could barely even imagine without being told explicitly. And if you did tell them, well, say goodbye to society, because no one's showing up to work on Monday once they know what's about to happen. I remember sitting there just sort of speechless, basically. I didn't want to think man. Didn't their governor take a bunch of money recently? I don't know, man. I'd love to sit there and say like every aspect of our tax dollars goes to education, healthcare, and building roads, but I mean, doesn't something deep within your cojones tell you that that's fucking bullshit? Like, there's gotta be way more efficient ways to spread that wealth around and still have like one of the most amazing societies possible. Who knows? What do you think bro is hiding? I don't know. The first thing that came to my mind when he talked about that was that idea that like gravity stops for like 7 seconds and then everyone just gets jostled around in the air. I don't fucking know. But I guess maybe a bunker could stop that. But maybe it's like some sort of... I mean, he said he's working in the Air Force. What does the Air Force do? They work in... create like black holes or something? I have no fucking idea. Your taxes got to me so I could eat bread and let it go straight to my ass, be fat and chungus. I know for a fact that Justin is not a fat chungus, but honestly, if telling himself he's a chubber chungus keeps him in shape, then so be it. Only the most critical of themselves can be the most beautiful. Is that not true, everyone? Hey, Iris. Hey, Joel. I just stopped by to say hi and good night. Good night. Sleep tight. What's my favorite bread? Good fucking question. Maybe sourdough or pumpernickel. It's called the chair force. I don't know how else to explain it. Holy shit. Nuclear-powered chairs. Never used to be like this, and they actually used to care for us until JFK got shot. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, a lot of people think JFK was like the last president with any degree of autonomy. Garlic bread, hell yeah. I didn't want to think a single word Nate said was true, but he'd never lied to me before. Not after demanding he tell me the truth anyway. He also told me if I breathed a single word of what he'd said to anyone we knew, he'd kill me. I promised I wouldn't say a word. Not to anyone we knew anyway, and definitely not to Mom or Dad. I just didn't know how he could sleep at night knowing something was coming that no one could stop. And he told me alcohol helped, but regardless, he didn't have much other choice. The thing that stopped him from going completely crazy was knowing that there were still good people working on those projects and how sooner or later, they'd see sense. how they were just individuals and any pushback they gave would once again be met with the full force of the big blue machine. And so, even though there was hope, it wasn't enough to keep Nate calm or optimistic. He reminded me to keep my mouth shut, but at the end, he thanked me for the talk. And then over the next few weeks, Nate started to get a lot better. He patched things up with our dad, started coming over on Sundays for dinner and football, and it seemed like each and every day he looked and acted a little bit different. He was eating properly again and hitting the gym, and he also got fast-tracked for promotion at the warehouse job that he had, which meant a little more money and a lot more freedom. And so after just under a year of being back home, Nate was practically back to normal again. He was still in touch with his old buddies from the project, the ones who were also discharged, but he seemed to stop worrying and fixating on it like he had before. Nate became a regular part of our lives again, and it seemed like nothing was going to change that. But then came the day that he stopped answering texts or calls, and my parents got so worried they asked me to drive over to check on him. I remember thinking they were just overreacting. Nate had been doing great, and it was good to have his old self back again. Besides, the better he got, the busier he got, and the last time he spoke, he mentioned something about a girl he'd been seeing. But then, when I did drive over to Nate's, there was no answer, and then when I tried the door, I found it was locked. I got nervous right away because in my head, or rather in my worst fears, it was about finding Nate's body. My heart was just about pounding in my chest, and I remember sniffing the air and thinking, okay, no smell of death, this is a good sign. But seconds later, after walking into the kitchen, I saw a note on the table. And seeing the note had fear and terror hitting me like a truck. I could barely bring myself to read it, but when I did, I was so relieved that I felt a lump in my throat. The first line said something like, "Whoever finds this, rest assured, I didn't do that. And as far as I know, I'll still be alive when you find this." I had my hands on my knees like, oh, thank God. And that's about as far as the relief went, though. In the note, Nate explained that he hadn't been doing any better, he just found a way of coping. And it was by finding a way of stopping what he'd previously been working on and with the help of his old friends. Obviously, he didn't leave any real details, just that he was driving up to Washington to meet with an old friend, and he had to leave in the middle of the night in a rental car so the Air Force couldn't tail him. And that was the first that I heard of anyone following or trailing him. Tailing. Do I aspire to become the next Eminem? No. I aspire to get Eminem removed from all of history, to be honest with you. Wipe his name out, and generations that follow. See, this guy Nate, this is good guy Nate. Him and his buddies worked on a high clearance project. They know the outcome. They have a moral quandary occurring within their heart, and they are the good people within the military that I believe with all my heart, in a unified, covert fashion, will fight back, truly, against the greatest threat that our nation faces today. That was the first I'd heard of anyone following or tailing him. I hadn't seen anyone around our parents' place when he was staying there, like any creepy-looking unmarked cars parked at the end of the driveway, and I hadn't seen any at his place in Eugene either. And so, was Nate for real? Or was he just going insane? His note didn't seem crazy, not at all. He said that he wouldn't be home for a while, but when he returned, we'd be the first people that he checked in with. And he also couldn't take his phone with him for tracking reasons, so he apologized for worrying us and making it so we couldn't reach him. There were extra notes at the bottom explaining what to do if a friend found it or if me or my dad found it. We weren't to tell anyone what he was planning, and we were to go on acting like normal. But he did want Mom and Dad to know that he hadn't just run off and he was going to come back. I was kind of relieved at the news that he'd be back, and I was still worried about him and I wondered where he was going, but I didn't panic. I told Mom and Dad a version of the truth and, very casually told them that Nate was on a sort of adventure vacation out in the wilds and had turned his phone off for no distractions. And they were so used to him being his old self that news of a phoneless vacation didn't worry them at all. And it was only when the Oregon State Police knocked on our door and told them that they had some very bad news for us that they really started to worry. And they were right to worry too, because the news that the state trooper had for us was absolutely devastating. Tragically, Nate had been involved in a car accident while driving up to Washington in the middle of the night, and although the firefighters and paramedics had done everything they could, they figured Nate was dead before they even got there. We were told a drunk driver had smashed into the front of him after crossing over the grass divide, and he was going so fast that Nate was probably killed on impact. And that was a small mercy, I guess, knowing he hadn't suffered too much before he passed. And we heard the other driver had been killed too, only his car had exploded into a fireball and he got burned up in the wreck. Like I said, it made what happened to Nate seem like a mercy in a way, and then came the funeral, and that was rough. Mom took it especially hard. She thought she finally had her son back, only to have him die in some car crash in the middle of the night without ever getting a chance to say goodbye. She stayed grieving for a long time too, and didn't get out of bed once for almost 3 days straight, but the way Dad dealt with it was different. He wanted answers. And so while Mom cried and Alright, so I guess that shows what happens for anybody that's a dissenter. Good to know. They take control of someone else's car and smash it into you. I'm getting scared, guys. Bing bong, bing bong, boom. Bung, 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 boom. What's tonight's end of video catchphrase? Good question. You'll have to think of something. What's up, Illusion? How we doing? Nay, nay, homie. What's up? Hearing my name in a story is pretty fucking cool. This one's about you, bro. Tonight's poll? I don't know. What should it be? He wanted answers. So while Mom cried and ate food that the neighbors brought over, Dad was on the phone with the Air Force trying to get as much information as he could about Nate's final days there. They ended up sending someone over to the house who explained to my dad that basically they had no record of Nate ever working at any top secret facilities, meaning hadn't told anything. Meaning he hadn't been told anything that qualified as classified information. And the Air Force kept Nate's medical records sealed, so the guy who visited wasn't allowed to say what the medical leave was for, but he could say that it was the medical condition that caused him to be discharged, which was nothing we didn't already know. I'd already mentioned what Nate said and told my dad how he thought he was being followed, but the guy from the Air Force said that there was no way that could have been the case. It wasn't unheard of for Air Force defenders, their version of military police, to monitor those that they were concerned might give away classified information. But with Nate, they had not. But with Nate, that had not been the case because, simply put, he didn't have any classified information to pass on. And after that, Dad didn't know what to think anymore. Thinking Nate had lied to us for all those years almost broke him, and then it was Mom's turn to take care of him when all he wanted to do was drink and go walking in the woods with his gun. I went to go have a talk with him, not telling him all of what Nate said to me, but making it clear that I didn't hear my bullcrap detector going off when he was talking about it. I knew my brother, and I knew when he was lying, and unless he really was insane, crazy enough to believe his own imagination or whatever, then he must have been telling the truth about what he saw and what he knew. But Dad, just like Nate in a way, with his innate trust of Hey Fry, what's up, bro? Say my name, Joel, so I can sleep good tonight. Moon. Am I a pancake or waffle guy? I feel like more pancakes, honestly. I like if I can get a waffle like right when it comes out of the press, but you know, pancakes are just more reliable. Not gonna lie, bro, I'm cooking like a mug right now, listening to your live and running up Arc. I'm popping rats left and right. Let's go, bro. Hey, Skeeter, do you by chance know where I can find a, what the hell is it called? Osprey. An Osprey blueprint? Is that just random, or is there any way that, like, any place that consistently produces blueprints and stuff? Hey, Jeremy, what's up, bro? Only eat sunflower seeds. Banana pancakes with some peanut butter is better than any waffle, except perhaps a banana waffle with peanut butter. Yeah. God damn it. Dude, my friend was like, he made pizza earlier and he made cookies, and he was trying so hard to get me to eat them. I didn't. I didn't give in. I'm just so terrified that, like, I'm just gonna die. from enjoying delicious snacks. Too much of them, you know? Why are you playing video games, Joel? I know I should be jerking off in the street like all the normal people. I know I should be being really productive like Jeffrey Epstein. No, I don't know. What else is there to do? Ospreys? What do you need with an Osprey blueprint? I just want to look at it. Just take a peek at it, you know? Maybe learn and consume it. I don't know. Maybe go find a high perch and look for silly little looters. Why do you even take break from recording? I know, I should just be recording stories 24/7. I'd never run out of content. And you guys would never also run out of content. But I know where you can find one for the Kodiak, a small plane. What? Oh no, we're talking about Arc Raiders, sorry. Why'd you leave last stream? My internet went out, it was stupid. You feel bad for my friend? Which friend was it? Why couldn't you eat at least one? I don't know. I've been trying to like pretty decently stick to the whole no processed carbs rule that I've made for myself in my head for literally no reason. Well, not no reason. I had health problems recently, and it was digestive related to the gallbladder. And honestly, like, you know, whenever your insulin is increased, it fucks with your liver. It fucks with, you know, your gallbladder, which can, you know, eventually fuck with your pancreas and you die, you know? So I'm just like, well, I am 35. I know plenty of people who can get like bowel cancer at any age, right? I'm not saying that's in my family or anything like that. It's not. But I should probably start contemplating the future in the long term. Did you lose power or just internet? Just internet. I think it was like doing its like monthly sort of fix. How did you know it's gallbladder related? It was just like the symptoms I had. It was like pain right under my like right rib, right? And then it radiated up into my like right upper back, and it was fucking like debilitating pain. And it happened like when I was dehydrated from drinking beers, right? So my liver is already challenged from that. I'm dehydrated, and then all of a sudden I was like asking my body to like produce or release you know, bile from my gallbladder to like, you know, emulsify the fats that I ate from that wrap that I got. And yeah, I mean, I think I was just so dehydrated that whatever like stone or something was in there was like essentially trying to pass, or I don't know, maybe it was like really just sludgy and it was creating an inflammation within that like biliary duct or something. Yeah, and mainly, yeah, consulting with ChatGPT does help, but that's what I've came down, so. But it made sense. Then I started taking bile salts. And staying hydrated, didn't consume all the bullshit, and things got better, so. Stay hydrated and eat cookies. That's, who knows? Maybe I'm overreacting. You're like 100% right. It's going to be really hard this year when I'm Santa Claus and I can't eat a single cookie that anybody leaves out. The time I took my ex to the hospital for pancreatitis was scary. Yeah, which I imagine it might have stemmed from those other organ-related issues. What was their underlying, what was the cause? Was it like alcohol related? I stopped eating processed food and drinking soda. I try to cook for myself every day. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do lately. As I got rid of the diet soda, I'm just drinking kombucha now as like a bubbly drink as a replacement, And no alcohol, no diet soda, no normal soda, no processed sugars, just like proteins and, normal carbs like rice or fucking pussy. No, I'm just kidding. No more diet soda. I know, dude, it's hell. It's a living hell that I exist in all day, No, it's not bad. The kombucha's good, though. I think it should be good for you, but I don't know. Needs some alcohol in there. I need some of the stuff that got me in this problem in the first place. I need a gerbil water thingy. Yeah, just filled with kombucha. Surprisingly, you adjust pretty quickly, so that's kind of cool. But my dad was just like Nate in a way, with his sort of innate trust of authority. And so while he chose to believe his son had been honorable, hadn't lied, and had done the right things, what the Air Force guy said weighed very heavy on him. Myself, I believe every word Nate had told me. I believe something scared him so bad that it cost him his career and almost drove him crazy. Because I believe the military would mess with very powerful stuff that they don't fully understand. I mean, look at that Oppenheimer movie. The scientists figured that there was a chance that they may blow up the entire world by testing their device, but they did it anyway. And so with Nate making out that he'd seen something like that, and knowing his track record, was kombucha? What is kombucha? It's like fermented probiotic concoction. How many kombuchas can we have a day? I don't know. I get these really big ones that are 1.8 liters or some shit. Maybe not that big. It's 16 fluid ounces times 3. And there's only 150 calories total in it, so that's kind of sick. Kombucha is not halal. It's not laugh out loud. You can't give alcohol up forever. It's okay, I can't either. Oh no, I can give alcohol up forever. I was never a drinker anyways. I think that's why my body reacted the way it did, because it's fucking terrible intake of beer and shit for hours when I hadn't eaten prior, and then didn't eat all day after that until later, and it just, it's weird. It's some people will abuse their body forever and live to 98, and then you casually do it, and your body's like, oh fuck, what the hell are you doing? Yeah, I might have just been really dehydrated, but honestly, if it allows me to because did you ever notice that you tell someone, they're like, hey, do you want a cookie and pizza and fucking dog shit that the government shoves down your throat, and you're like, nah, I think that stuff's gonna make me fat and gross and die early. They're like, oh, come on, man, don't you want to be fat and gross and die early? But then if you tell them no, man, I can't because I have a disease that'll make me fat and gross and die early, they're like, oh, okay, that's actually gonna manifest and happen. I mean, I can't be immediately responsible for that. I usually have carbonation, but I love kombucha, and I get ones that are 50 calories a bottle, so tasty. That sounds awesome. They do push it harder than drugs, yeah. That's insane. They're like, come on, I'm eating it, and I feel bad about it. Don't you want to fucking... I can't possibly ever have you look better than me. If you ever look better than me, I'll kill myself. It literally is. One won't hurt, and it's like 500 calories a cookie, and they're like the size of one fingertip. We've normalized poisoning ourselves for fun with alcohol. It's crazy how you can say you don't drink and people immediately act disgusted by it as if a non-drinker is the problem. Yeah, I honestly, the reason that they're alcoholics is probably my fault. I pushed them to their alcoholism, filling their heads with all sorts of depressing politics and scary stories. Started to do continuous glucose monitoring, and I can see in real time when the anxiety sugars me up. Oh, like you have anxiety, and then what, your liver releases glycogen or something into your bloodstream? Right, or... Okay, sorry, this is still story 1 for fuck's sake, and we're 2.5 hours in. So with Nate making out that he'd seen something like that, and knowing his track record of honesty growing up, I've got basically no reason at all not to believe him. And sometimes, considering what he wrote in that final note, I start wondering if his death really was an accident, or if someone was so desperate to silence him that they were able to stage his murder as something accidental. And I don't try to think about that much. I've got plenty of other things to worry about, and I don't worry about what Nate said about things going so wrong for so many people because, like he said, there ain't nothing we could do about it if we tried. I went out a few weeks ago and didn't drink, and I was asked 4 times by different people if I was pregnant. Like, can't people just not be sober? You should, yeah, right? Exactly. Like, your only reasoning for not consuming a long-term negative health effect item is if it affects you in the immediate, you know? Like, honestly, if, like, you could shoot yourself in the head and come back later like Wolverine, people would ask you why you're not shooting yourself in the head tonight. You're like, because eventually the bullet will kill me. I don't know. I don't care what you do, honestly. It's just nobody wants to be faced with the fact that what they're doing is not the most ideal thing. Whoever said 2 hours per story in the beginning manifested this, yeah. But, yeah, you are pregnant, Beth, just so you know. I stopped drinking soda and went to tea and carbonated water. Home cooking only made this change when I got a mass in my lung for no reason. The doctors can find no alcohol, no smoking, random thing. I mean, sometimes that's what's necessary in life to make, like, changes. Is like catastrophic, you know, something different. I'm really sorry to hear about the mass. I think you told us about it before, and it's scary stuff, you know. Hey, Queef Sweat, what's up, dude? That reminds me of the Tom Cruise movie Edge of Tomorrow. Tom Cruise is edging to tomorrow. Can you give a burger or pizza for good Joel? I think so. I think, honestly, I just say, nah, I'll just eat, you know, because there's plenty of other stuff, like burger. Like, if you just eat burger meat with cheese on it, or, like, some other form of, like, good cheese with mustard. I mean, there's plenty of other shit that you can, you know, sometimes your craving for one thing is really just, like, a lack of salt, right? So you just, I don't know, there's so many alternatives. I mean, you sometimes, especially if you're lifting, you're going to need carbohydrates in some way. But you just kind of, like, I think, want to minimize it to stuff that's not highly processed. Unbleached flour, yeah. Safer for baked goods, for sure. Sounds like a gender discrimination. It is. Someone grabbed that person and tickled them to death. Japanese plum wine burgers. Damn, that sounds good. Mm-hmm. going to story 2. Freaking finally, am I right? Am I right? Give us a spooky tale. You got it. Did my thumbnail show up today as like the live stream, or did it show up as a normal thumbnail? How many stories are there? We are at 3 total. This is story 2 of 3. When I get back to Japantis, would you like something? Yeah, I'd like to go. I'd like a ticket. Right to the top of Mount Fuji to get Godzilla pregnant. Can't drink alcohol due to pancreas. I don't miss drunk people. Yeah, man. I mean, it just sucks because like a house parties are cool, but literally your experience of having a house party extends from like high school until like early college or whatever, or like right at, you know. But then as soon as you turn 21, it's like you're forced to go to these bars, and then the social dynamic within a bar, it's like you might as well not even like have, I don't know, any friends at all. There's just like something about it's like you're there with the people you are, and like to like go out of your shell to meet others is just like the difficulty is like times 5. The EU banned bleach flour from their food. Damn. Why do they get all the good shit? Why does America have to eat fucking slop? Fuck up our hormones and stuff. Just make a compilation of your favorite stories. Ones you think are scariest. Yeah, maybe. That'd be good. My name's Abby. I'm from the UK, and I've been a fan of yours for quite some time now. I try to check out the live streams whenever possible, and I love the banter between you and the viewers, but they're often too late for me to hang around for long. Don't change them on my account, I'm just saying. Now anyway, the reason I'm writing to you today is because, well, my brother disappeared. I'd always hoped that I'd never have any reason to write to you, and I should probably say now that my brother's disappearance won't be like any you've read about before, because technically, he hasn't disappeared. It just feels like he has. So my brother's name is Theo, and he was always a bit of a moody one. His favorite film when he was little was Kidulthood, a film about gangs in London, and then when he was mad into Kidulthood. Have you guys seen Kidulthood? How do you make a hormone? Probably with a cookie. Even eating regular bread has tons of sugar in it, like Subway. Yeah, fuck me. The government makes us eat slop so they can push their cancer drugs on us for money and taxes for their drugs as well. I know. See, me not eating cookies is fighting back against big poop. Every time I like poop in a toilet, I'm just like, and I flush it, I'm like, this is bullshit. Why do they get to keep it? What are they doing down there in the sewers with my shit? Huh? Ah! I screamed down the toilet. What are you doing with that shit? Where does it go? A single white tear drips down my leg. You don't have to poop in the toilet. What? What do you mean? Where am I supposed to shit? In the streets of Bangladesh? No. I care about the sanitation of my nation. You have free will to poop wherever you want. You know what? That's a good point. I'm about to squat out back. Oh, that's true. We need a big adult litter box. You fling it around like a monkey. Ooh, 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 ooh. Did you ever see that video of that, this sounds like fucking Joe Rogan. Hey, Jamie, bring up that video of the old lady getting monkey shit thrown at her from that chimp. You got it, Joe. I also, speaking of chimps, I watched this new movie called Primate. I rented it. I rented it, watched like half of it. It was, kind of like dog shit, but in this case, chimp shit. And basically, it was one of those situations where it's like I finished my food and I just like had no interest to watch some chimp. Like oh my god, the plot made no fucking sense. If you guys want to see the dumbest fucking movie ever, go watch Primate. It's terrible. But it's funny. It's funny too. Like, make sure you're high on Jankum and fucking watch that shit. His favorite film when he was little was Kidulthood, a film about gangs in London, and then he was mad into Top Boy when that came out too. He once got in trouble for skipping school to go home and watch Battle Royale when our mum walked in on him watching it, and she double panicked because not only was he skipping school, but he was doing it to watch these crazy violent films where Japanese schoolgirls get machine gunned. But as our dad said, boys will be boys, and he seemed to mellow out. Have you seen Bear Cocaine? I did watch that one, and that one at least, like, I don't know. It kind of, like, you know what you're kind of getting into, but it's like with the Primate thing, it's like very obviously a guy in a fucking chimp suit, right? And then also the fact that, like, can I spoil it a little bit? Can I do a minor amount of spoilers of Primate, and then I won't even say any more? Was it Troll 2 quality? It wasn't Troll 2 quality. Troll 2 was like, there's a certain value in something being that level of bad. But it's just one of those things where it's like, I don't even know what horror movies are anymore. They're just basically a series of like terrible plot just to get you to the next like gruesome death scene, which in and of itself should be like your typical slasher. But I don't know, there's a certain energy to it that I just don't give a fuck about anymore, So do bidets have a dryer attachment, or is it more of a drip dry situation? There's different ones you can get. I thought about getting one, but I haven't bit the bullet because it seems like a mild amount of installation that I just don't have any desire to do. Please do. Okay, listen. Quick story. Girl from Hawaii. Girl and friends go back to Hawaii. Dad live in Hawaii in remote house on island in Oahu. Dad have chimpanzee as a pet. But like, he just like appears next to everybody at one point and kind of freaks them out, and they're like, oh my god, Ben. Oh my god, Ben. Like, like, oh, it's just, hey, it's Ben, the fucking chimpanzee that no one thought of mentioning before that point, that the dad who owns the chimpanzee didn't think it was weird that he just roams around the fucking house by himself and could rip off literally anybody's penis or nose at any moment, which is like literally what chimps are known for doing. And then at one point, like, and it's very clearly like he's wearing like a red shirt the whole time, so he looks like Pooh Bear or whatever. Somehow I guess that humanizes him more or whatever, and that's why you should just trust him to meander about your home without any sort of supervision around people that he's never met before. And then at one point he gets bit by a fucking rabid mongoose, right? He gets bit by a rabid mongoose that has rabies, and then that's the implication that's why Ben goes insane. And I'm just thinking, like, bro, you don't even fucking need a mongoose with rabies to explain to me that a chimpanzee will probably rip your tits off. Like, there's really no need for that sort of, and it's like so insanely wildly irresponsible for the dad to just like leave on a business trip while his chimp, his wild fucking zoo animal, is wandering around the home. And, and one girl like had a weird interaction where the monkey was like pulling on her arm like early on as he was developing the rabies. And for some reason she just like sticks around. There was some pretty fucking gruesome deaths in that movie that you're like, oh my God, but so it might be worth it if you have like more attention span than myself and, beyond just like your Chipotle burrito or whatever. But the point is that there is no point. It makes no fucking sense, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ, guys. I get we just want to like kill people in chimp form as like a slasher, but can we at least think of like some degree of plot that like makes some sense instead of just like this dad? And the dad's like deaf, right? The dad is like deaf and he talks in sign language. But I feel like every deaf person I've ever met, they say stuff. They go, hey, it's good to meet you. I'm really happy to meet you. They actually go out of their way to like talk. But I don't know, maybe he was born that way and like never learned how to say words. Anyways, a little bit of an oversight to leave your rabid fucking monkey out before leaving it with all of your college-age kids. Ashley Brown, welcome to the Buttersock Cult, and Okuyasu, Nijimura, 7979. Thank you for the Tuesdays. How many stories so far tonight? This is story 2 of 3. We're moving real slow. Joel Crash Out, 2026. I don't know, bro. You guys need to watch this movie and tell me if it sucks as much as I thought, because it's like next level. They usually talk when they go deaf later in life. Oh, okay, so if you're born deaf, I guess they didn't clarify with the dad. Maybe he was just... I don't know, I feel like even if they don't... I have literally no experience to speak on this at all. Did you get free Chipotle with your tattoo? Yeah, lower back one. Oh, I did see that. Yeah, if you go into Chipotle and show them your tramp stamp, you get free Chipotle, which is awesome. I'm going to get one just to get a burrito. Fat Retard Weeb, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, Fat Retard Weeb. Bomba clot. All right. He seemed to mellow out a bit once he reached year 9, which I think is like 8th or 9th grade over there, because he had to focus on his GCSE exams. He loved reading about history, so that was by far his strongest subject, and he liked doing Shakespearean plays in English too. All his teachers thought that he'd get good enough grades to continue on to A-level, so we were all really excited about the idea of him going off to uni somewhere and having all the fun associated with that. But then, right at that moment of truth, just as exam week started, Theo decided that he didn't want to sit them. Matt Essick, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Yeah, I think if you do show them your tattoo, it has to be like one of the ingredients from their menu. Show them your guacamole tattoo. And Simply Sims, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. A rice tattoo. I remember my one roommate, he was so cheap that he would just figure out a way to get the cheapest possible burrito that included just rice and beans. He'd get a burrito, double wrap it, get rice and beans, and there was something about that always constituted it being like a fucking $1 or something bad. And this was back in the day. I think they've since stopped that, but... But then, right at the moment of truth, just as exam week started, Theo decided that he didn't want to sit them. Mom managed to convince him to sit his history exam and to do his biology and English exams. I can't read. Mom managed to convince him to sit his history exam and do his biology and English exams so he at least had the grades to do his A-levels. But when his results came back, I think he got a D and 2 E's. And so to Mom, Dad, and even his teachers, it was like Theo hadn't even tried. I remember... Chimichanga, chimichanga, chimichanga. I remember the big argument. I remember the big argument that erupted on results day. How Dad was sort of saying, "What were you thinking? Do you know how much resets? I'm gonna head to bed. Hope you have a good night. Joel, take care. Hey, see you, Nasty Nate. Good to see you, bro. Are you a creature of habit and get the same item on the menu, or do you try something new every time? I'm kind of a creature of habit, but I go through phases. It's like, then I'll try something new and be like, oh, this fucking rocks. I gotta get this next time for 9 times. Hey, Matt, what's up, bro? What are you doing? Have you written any new science fiction? Been listening every night for bed since 2017. Thank you, Giraffe Jew. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. I've been up for 50 hours straight. I'm losing it. Damn. Why? Are you on druggies? Just kidding. Hope you're all doing okay, though. I remember the big argument that erupted on results day. How Dad said, "What were you thinking? Do you know how much resets are going to cost?" Theo's response came in 3 stock lines. "I don't care, I'm not bothered, and what's the point?" And our parents decided that there must be something wrong with him, like mentally or emotionally, and so they sorted him out with a visit from a psychologist or psychotherapist, I can never remember which. And then after a few weeks of sessions, the women told Mom and Dad that Theo was suffering from some kind of depression, as well as a serious sort of behavioral disorder. The psychologist woman recommended he undergo some therapies, and he was going to all these doctors to talk with them, do some brain exercises, and to write down all of his feelings. He was put on antidepressants too, and while he didn't want to take them at first, all it took was a talk with our dad, who convinced him to just try them. And Theo seemed only too happy to take them. It wasn't transformational, and we were warned that the process might seem painfully slow, but over the next couple of weeks, I started noticing improvements. He started leaving the house again, mostly just to the shops and back, but it was still an improvement, and we hoped that he might start seeing his school friends again because at least 2 of their families live within cycling distance of our house. But Theo said that he wasn't interested in seeing them anymore because they didn't have anything in common. We were all quite sad to hear that, but Dad wasn't that bothered by it. He said teenage boys can be fickle and emotionless, and reminded us that all teenage groups get disrupted by the end of second. And reminded us that all teenage groups get disrupted. What does that even mean, disrupted? Just popping in to say hi before I go to bed. Hope you're doing all right. Thank you, Infant Removal Services. Appreciate you. You guys got some funny names. Who are these people who can stay at home and never leave to go get things? I don't know. Maybe they're like the toys from Toy Story. It's gonna be British the way they have invented the language, but they do not know how to speak it. It is interesting. Hi from Australia. Love listening to your lives when I'm at work on Monday and Thursday. Thank you, Pumpkin Spice. Gracias. Can you change your name to a funny? No. No fun for you. It's called DoorDash. What the hell is that? Do you think I could work there? Do they have benefits? This is random, but do any of you get nightmares from melatonin? I haven't gotten nightmares from melatonin specifically. I wonder, is it mixing with any other medication you might be taking or something of that nature? I guess sometimes melatonin would make sense. It's like a deep sleep. Apparently you're only supposed to take like a really, really small amount so that it triggers your body to release it, but doesn't, you don't become dependent upon it. And I hear that it overall, it doesn't really make, it the difference between you taking melatonin and you actually sleeping is like 7 minutes or something like that. Like, it really doesn't make much of a difference. What is USPS but government DoorDash? Yeah, pretty much. Only if you have a corn cob tattoo. Like 2 corn cobs crossing like a shield of arms and a burrito bowl behind it. I feel like I bite down in my sleep when I take melatonin. Oh, that's scary. Like grind your teeth and shit. I stopped taking melatonin and finally started dreaming again, or at least remembering my dreams. Oh, okay. Yeah, do any of you guys do dream journals? Like as soon as you wake up, you write down what your dreams are? Because I'd like to get back into that maybe, and then, because I remember it was the only time doing that pretty consistently. After like a month, I started having, or maybe it wasn't even that long, maybe two weeks or something, I started having lucid dreams where I could control them. Beth says, I don't dream. Holy shit, Beth, what the hell's going on? You can't think of like corn cob in your head, right? And you don't dream. Do you think there's something? You know what? We're gonna look this up. We gotta cure you. What part of someone's brain might not be active if they don't dream or can't conceptualize items in their head? Items. How do you not dream MLK would be sad? I know. Martin Luther King. I have a dream or someone will put handcuffs on me and tickle my feet. I had a dream last night. Hubby and I got messed up in his mother's house with a big party as she was on her way home. We had to try and clean before she got there. That's an awesome dream. The best dreams are where something terrible happens and then you wake up and you're like, I don't have to do anything to make up for that. My thought is that I don't dream because I can't imagine visual things in my head. Right, yeah, I'm thinking it's correlated to that, but oh, here we go. Visual cortex is especially the occipital lobe. This is the main imaging process center of the brain. Key areas: visual cortex, V1, basic visual input, secondary visual areas, V2 to V5, complex of imagery. If these areas aren't activating internally, the person may have aphantasia, inability to visualize images in the mind. People with aphantasia can still think normally, but we will have to put them in a camp. What? In Israel. Recognize objects, remember facts, but when asked to imagine something like a red apple, they see nothing internally. Partial or parietal cortex, the region helps with spatial imagination and mental construction. It's important for rotating objects mentally, imagining scenes, constructing environments. If this area is underactive, people may struggle to conceptualize objects in space. Prefrontal cortex, this region drives top-down imagination. It tells the visual system to generate images when you imagine something. If the prefrontal cortex doesn't strongly activate the visual system, mental imagery can be weak. In the temporal lobe, memory integration, dreams and imagination rely heavily on memory fragments. The temporal lobe helps retrieve faces, places, objects. Reduced activity here can limit dream imagery. Brainstem plus REM circuits for dream specifically. Dreaming mainly only occurs during REM sleep. Key regions: the pons of the brainstem triggers REM sleep. The thalamus routes signals to the cortex. The limbic system is emotional content of dreams. If REM circuits are disrupted, people may rarely dream, not recall dreams, have very weak dream imagery. Many people who have aphantasia, no mental imagery, still dream visually, but because dreaming uses a different pathway than voluntary imagination. So 2 to 4% of people have aphantasia, and many don't realize others can literally see images in their heads. They often think phrases like, picture this in your mind, and are just metaphors. Interesting. So why don't they have that? Could something have happened? Do we have to put them in a camp? If I do dream, it's very vivid nightmares, maybe once every 2 months. Oh, good. Do you dream about your high school days often like me? You know, I would have those where you're like late for class or some bullshit, you know what I mean? Not as much lately, but definitely frequently in the past for sure. Slurp through the dream substrate. My friend has aphantasia dislikes reading books. Oh, because they can't conceptualize it in their mind. Interesting. Natural brain variation, most common. Oh, that's bullshit. No, I'm just kidding. It developed after something acquired aphantasia. Sometimes people visualize but lose the ability because it includes Head injury, stroke, brain surgery, severe infection, certain medications, major psychological trauma. Damage usually affects connections between prefrontal cortex, visual cortex. Did that happen at all, Beth? Did you get hit in the head with a large anvil that was thrown on you by the Wile E. Coyote? Oh, reading's really hard for you, Beth? Okay. Can't read books either, I have to use audiobooks. Perfect. This is how I get more viewers. People need to listen to audiobooks, they need to listen to me, right? And so what I need to do is I need to go around and I need to hit people over the head with a big hammer. Not that I know of, but I did fall off the bed when I was a baby. Oh, fuck, that's it, bro. That one fall has ruined all the sick-ass apples you could be rotating around your noggin right now. Joel's tainting the water supply to get more views. Joel's taint? What are you talking about, weirdo? I can't eat. What are you doing down there? Dude, Pradeep's belly is so squishy. It's so funny. He needs to do probably some GHD sit-ups. Probably because your mom took Tylenol. Yeah, maybe that or Fent. I don't know. Just kidding. Creepypastas are still cool. I know, dude. I need to get back into them. We don't talk about Joel's taint, okay? Not at the dinner table. Not at the reading table. Do cats have taints? Let's see. We got the butt, and then there's the wiener. There's probably a little bit of a space between there. So yes, I'm going to say physiologically cats do have a taint, but it's imperceptible to the human eye. I don't even know if Beth could think of that in her head and rotate it around in space. We were all quite sad to hear that, but Dad wasn't that bothered by it. He said teenage boys could be fickle and emotionless, and reminded us all that all teenage groups get disrupted by the end of secondary school. Theo falling out with his friends was concerning, but in the grand scheme of things, he was doing much better. He made an okay point, I suppose. Theo had been leaving the house more and more, and in addition to getting himself a gym membership. And then as time went by, he landed a part-time job stacking shelves in a supermarket and started talking to a whole new group of friends. But not in person, only online. I say not in person, as he did end up going to see some of them not long after his 17th birthday, but for the most part they either talked via social media or in group chats whenever they were playing Xbox games together, probably. And Theo would end up getting really loud with him sometimes, laughing and making jokes or shouting in excitement whenever they were playing shooting games together. It was really annoying, but me and our parents were just so happy to see him socializing and having fun that most of the time we just put up with it. I can lucid dream. I used to smoke cigarettes and quit, so when I smoke a cigarette in a dream, I know I'm dreaming and can take control. Oh, that's smart, actually. You're like, what the fuck is this doing in my fingers? I don't smoke. And you're like, wait a second, but I can fly. A, the silencer, thank you for the 2,000 Korea coins. You corrected me last time, and now I get it right. Wait, Beth, so like, just out of curiosity, with the inability to conceptualize objects within the mind, does that mean that you're not very good at art? Like if you were to draw or paint, or that's something you, like just from your brain, that'd be pretty hard to do. You may say that I'm a dreamer. Hell no, I love art and drawing. What? Wait. You can't think of stuff in your head. You can't rotate an apple 360 degrees, explode it. You can't even conceptualize a fucking cat taint. But you could draw them and paint a cat taint at any given sculpting and painting also. Wow. There's things from real life that I've seen. Do you draw them from, do you do it from memory? Do you have to see it in real time and then replicate it? Like right now I'm drawing a stormy sky. Okay, it's a stormy sky that you're looking at right now out your window. John Lennon or Lennon? My friend who was in aphantasia is an incredible artist who went to school for animation. Okay. So my theory was completely off base. Memory, I guess, but I can't see it in my head. Memory, I guess, but I can't see it in my head. That doesn't make sense to me. Maybe we're miscommunicating this, and you're actually just completely normal. Do people with this disorder who should be put in a camp, do they be good at art? I don't know how to explain it. Is Netanyahu still alive? Yeah, he's playing Xbox in the next room over. He's fine. Everything's fine, folks. Just don't even look over there. 2 different ways artists work. Visualizers, most artists people imagine. These artists can see an image in their mind before they draw it. They might mentally picture the composition, rotate objects in their head, see light and perspective. Aphantasic artists. People with aphantasia usually don't see a mental image first. Instead, they work more like constructing shapes step by step, using reference images, relying on muscle memory and technique, experimenting directly on the canvas. They often say the other images emerges during the process, not before, and many successful artists have it. Pixar animator Glenn Keane, Disney animator Ed Catmull, some professional illustrators and designers. They describe their thinking as more conceptual than visual. Example, instead of seeing a tiger in their head, they think large cat, stripes, orange fur, triangular ears, muscular shoulders. Huh, that's kind of interesting to be able to like break it down. Hey Shorn, what's up, buddy? And then they build it piece by piece. Shorn, did you say you do Ramadan? If so, are you doing the fasting? And if so, is that hard? Maybe it's an advantage because you can only see what's in front of you, not get distracted by an image in your head. Yeah. Wait. But then she said that she thinks it in her head, too. Okay, I'm going to say, but Beth says that she can see the stormy sky in her mind. Maybe she lied? Question mark. Let's read no. Why do you think that? Oh, I don't know. I thought you said you were followed Islam at one point. I don't know why I thought that. Maybe it's the Palestinian flag, as I was mixing that up with. All right, mental imagery exists on a spectrum. People don't experience in the same way. Aphantasia. Hey, Keanu, with the 2. Thanks for having a soothing voice fall asleep. You're welcome, Keanu. Good to see you. Are you named after Mr. Reeves? Researchers often describe a scale. Aphantasia, no mental imagery at all, just darkness or concepts. Weak imagery, vague shapes or impressions. Normal imagery, fairly clear mental pictures. Hyperphantasia, extremely vivid images, almost like seeing with your eyes. What? So Beth might genuinely see the stormy sky, but it could be very faint, more like a feeling of an image, or very vivid. Different people mean different things when they say see. Words can be misleading. When people say they see something in their mind, they usually means an internal visualization, not a literal picture, more like imagining a scene. Some people experiencing like a dim projection. Others like knowing what it looks like without seeing it clearly. Dreaming and imagining are separate systems. Interestingly, someone might not visualize well while awake, but still have vivid dreams, or the opposite. People often assume everyone experiences imagination the same way. Many people with aphantasia don't realize others actually see images mentally, and many visualizers assume everyone can. Alright, yeah, this is going to be one of those things where, like, potato, we might literally just have the exact same brain, and for whatever reason, through, like, the fallibility of human communication, we have both conveyed to one another that we're different, when in reality we are no different at all. And I'm just going to say aphantasia is a fucking myth by TikTok. Concepts. I don't know. Let's put you in an MRI for brain knowledge. Yeah, first off, we got to put you in a camp. It won't be for long, I promise. We're just going to do a couple of studies. Weird thing is, I imagine things all the time. I don't really imagine what I'm putting down when I'm drawing. I have a general idea of what I want to draw, but I have to put lines on the paper. Did I do that too? But it always ends up just being like a big veiny wiener, which is perfect because that's the only thing people on Twitter want me to ever draw. You're not Muslim. Yeah, I saw it, buddy. No worries. For some reason, I got confused. It's all good. I mean, I was just curious, the experience, if anybody, all that kind of stuff. Anyways, you stay long enough at the camp to need a shower. Oh, right, yeah, I mean, you're going to get stinky. We're definitely going to have running water. Do people daydream anymore? I think our phones have robbed us of that ability. I'll be honest with you. You're absolutely right. Like, as kind of cliche as it is, and it's been going on forever, like, everybody's always looking at their phones. Like, I think we undervalue how important being bored is. It's so incredibly important to, like, be bored, to have thoughts in your mind, to not constantly, like, drain your ability to, like, focus on one thing. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, just that level of boredom, it leads to action in somewhere. Whether you're so bored, you're like, I go create music to fill my time, or I'm so bored, I go read books, or I'm so bored, I go on a hike. And now it's like, you kind of wonder to yourself, like, the consumption of all those short form content, you're never bored, right? And so you're never necessarily, it makes you wonder if it's always just like slowly sapping your motivation towards perhaps a buildup of something, I don't know. Hello everyone, I am back after a long time. How are you doing, Joe? I'm good, Eternal Vision. How are you? What's going on? Are you quoting Bo Burnham? I don't think so, but I mean, I'm sure it's like a concept that's gone through a lot of our brains at some point. I like Bo. Bo's funny, and he's smart. It's having space to think, but we are constantly overstimulated by the ideas of others. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I guess you just gotta, like, it's literally the damn phone. What were you in a group of Amish to learn they smell bad? Just sheets. I was at Sheets, and there was like 4 of them in there, and the place was just like smelled like a barn. And that's fine. I don't have anything against them. I think they're good people. They were just smelly. But like I said, I don't think, like, Axe deodorant is necessarily part of their repertoire, which is understandable when you literally drive ancient machinery around with a horse connected to it. Do I wear Axe deodorant? I carry an axe. Throwing axe. It was really annoying, but me and our parents were so happy to see him socializing and having fun that most of the time we just sort of put up with it. And by the time Theo turned 17, he was doing way better than before. I mentioned that trip that he made to see his friends, but he joined a club too, a shooting club, and at first, Dad wasn't best pleased about this. He ended up driving Theo over one day and talking to the man in charge, and then he got back and seemed completely reassured. Dad said that the guy running it was ex-army, a little bulldog of a man who said discipline, respect, and safety were his top concerns. He didn't let any idiots into his shooting club because his life quite literally depended on that. And so when he said that Leo was quiet, respectful, and took safety very seriously, he was only too happy to have him around. And this mad, do you have an entire room for your streaming setup? No, it's like basement area, so it's like I also have like a living room space down here. It's just that the streaming area does take up a lot of it. What do you think about psychedelics? Was recently watching a video about ayahuasca. It seemed interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I took LSD one time, and it was only a micro dosing supposedly, and it was on my 27th birthday. And I just remember being the highest I'd ever been on marijuana, but just that amount of high for 8 hours, to the point I was just so ready for it to be over, and all we did was literally walk. Me and my friend just walked for 8 hours straight. And I don't know, there was a lot of thinking in my head that I just really didn't want to do. There's a lot of spiritual disconnect as well, making me almost think God no exist, you know. You never answered my question last time. What fragrances do you like to wear? Oh, I did answer your question. It was whatever Hoover wore. Or none. Was it Hoover? No. Winston Churchill. Whatever fragrance Winston Churchill reads. Egg. Hey, Reed. Egg. I'm extracted and made my own DMT vape carts. DMT vape carts? There's no way. That sounds psycho. Most people turn from no God to God type stuff in their head. Yeah, maybe it like flips a switch or something like that. I mean, I feel like it definitely came back, you know, the feeling of God, but there was a brief period there where I felt very, very like eternally alone when I was like high on microdose of LSD, and I was like, well, yeah. Winston Churchill wore Axe body spray. They could smell him from all over. He never showered. But yeah, I don't know. At the end of the day, I don't really feel like I need, like some people, like my friends have been trying to convince me to do mushrooms with them for a long time, right? Let's do mushrooms. Like, no. You fuckers can do mushrooms. I'll babysit you. I don't give a shit. But I have so many existential ruminations in my mind at all times anyways, that the last thing I fucking need is like that being amplified times 100. Because then I'll just like be banging my head off the wall from a psychosis. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you ever get high on anything, I'm the guy that you would want to probably have a conversation with. Am I going to see the Backrooms movie? Sure, maybe eventually. I'll have to have 2 burritos to make it through that. I hate when people think body spray is a shower. What are you saying it's not? Saying you're not sanitary after that? It's such a bad trip that I felt like almost died, so yeah, really afraid of it. Yeah, not fun. I remember my one friend, his wife she smoked marijuana, and they were watching the Emoji Movie, and she was so high that she thought the Emoji Movie was hell, and she was stuck in hell. Granted, none of that made any sense to me, how marijuana could do that to you, but you know, some people I guess are just like hypersensitive, and honestly that movie did suck, so it's logical. Just gotta do a professional trip sitting, and then write about it. Yeah, we could write down their thoughts, you know, I could be like a transcriber or something. I'd be a shaman. There'd be that guy with dreads who's like, "Suh, dude, can I borrow, literally everything?" I had a friend in college who got annoyed at me when I wouldn't take LSD with her. Some people get so passionate with their drugs, they're insulted if you don't share their passion. Right, exactly. It's the same when someone finds it confusing that you don't drink with them the night that they're drinking. It's the same people who are confused when you don't want to have a cookie with them and pizza when you have their cookie and pizza day, and it's just like, mind your fucking business, bro. I don't want to be on your level. I don't want to be the same as you currently. And I get it. Things are so much better when everyone is in. It's so much better when Seafoam Green is in season. I get it. Marijuana did it to you. I literally went mad. That's crazy. You saw Cthulhu in space. I thought Undertone was creepy as fuck and had me scared in the middle of the night. Oh, nice. The only time I did edibles, I couldn't stop laughing. Everyone thought it was so funny, but I was exhausted and just wanted to stop. Oh my god, yeah, it's like the scarecrow gas. Wouldn't it be insane if they started lacing marijuana with like fentanyl, and then like nobody can smoke marijuana anymore because it kills you? This made Dad really proud, and to us it seemed like the end of a very long and very dark chapter in Theo's life. But then came the night that we were all sitting down for dinner, and everything seemed to just fall apart before our very eyes. Theo had been to shooting club that evening, which usually had him in a good mood, but that evening he seemed a bit subdued. When Dad asked him what the matter was, Theo said that he was getting sick of his job. And then when Dad suggested getting him some hours at his place, he said, "Only idiots work jobs like that for no money." And there was a clatter of cutlery as Dad put his knife and fork down, and then after looking over at Theo, he said, "And what's that supposed to mean?" And that's all I can remember word for word, honestly, because after that, Theo and Dad started going back and forth about how much money he was earning, with Theo saying some pretty horrible things about what he called wages or wage slaves. And the only thing that really stands out in memory, amid a lot of shouting about stuff I just didn't understand, was when Dad said, "Well, what are you going to do with your life then?" And then whatever Theo said in reply sent Dad ballistic. Me and Mom had left the room by this point just to give them some space. But then Theo came bursting out of the kitchen with my dad behind him shouting, "Well, I'm not having you living here if you're going to talk like that. You got a month to move out, and at the end of it, you can go F off." Dad didn't end up moving out, or Theo, the dad moves out. Wouldn't it be funny, like, a dad who stays out late at night and then the son is in high school, like, there's a curfew, you know? And then the dad's like, "Fuck you, son, I can stay out as long as I want." "All right, fine, I'll move out. I'll go find another family." How do people get addicted to Fent but don't die? I guess just very, very kind dealers. We should all be thankful to the cartel for making the most safe fentanyl imaginable. Arkansas, my cousin did die from fent-spiked weed. Holy shit, that's crazy. That's actually really sad. I didn't even realize that could happen. I didn't even think it would be, like, physically possible to, like, integrate the fent into it. Wonder how it even came in contact. Because wasn't it just, like, flour or some shit? Canada legalized marijuana and driving has gone to crap over the past 10 years. I can't help but think that there's some connection. Yeah, maybe potentially. I thought post-legalization, when you go to mental health intake, they ask you how much weed you're smoking because it can make mental health issues much worse. Yeah, I do agree, for sure. I mean, it can help some people, but obviously it can amplify things. Anna, what's up? Good to see you. Several stories of kids dying from fentanyl-spiked weed. Damn, dude. Don't do drugs. That's so sad. Imagine your whole life just comes to an end from fucking... You can be like a straight-A student, smoke a little marijuana, and then you're fucking dead from... I don't even know how that chemically would occur, but it would be the most devastating thing I can imagine ever happening to a family. Weed escalated my mental health issues when I was a teenager. Oh, okay, yeah. Could you imagine if they didn't legalize weed, how much of it would be laced with fent? I mean, that's a good point too. Holy shit. My friend was saying the other day, prior to, like, you know, decriminalization, legalization, all that kind of stuff, it used to be so much more expensive too, which makes sense. I, for some reason, thought it would get more expensive with government, you know, taxation or whatever, but it doesn't even give a high and it's just a death material. I guess that makes sense, because I remember I told you about my friend's friend who, like, went to Kensington and now he's just there permanently, like, always on tranquilizer as like it's like a mix of like a small amount of fentanyl, but the rest is like tranquilizer stuff, and so that's why they stand like zombies all day, because they're just filled with trank. Did I smoke as a teenager? No, I didn't smoke marijuana. Like I said, I was just like a straight-laced little nice Christian boy for a lot, so like really smoking marijuana during college was just a little bit of a treat. Oh, ketamine and fent. I thought there was like a tranquilizer, I don't even know. And yeah. But I remember thinking like, oh man, I remember like my parents had a fireplace, and I just remember like being high as shit looking into that, because there was a period of time where I would smoke weed that my friends would get for me, pay them for it. It wasn't that long, but I would have like a little one-piece hitter, you know, a little bowl, and I would smoke it and blow out the window. But I remember that fireplace. I swear to God that thing would talk to me, bro. I'm not even joking. It would tell me the truth of the universe as I stared deep into its flickery soul. Theo didn't end up moving out at the end of the month. He and Dad had a talk and worked things out. And they agreed Theo was well in the wrong for saying the stuff about Dad's job, and in light of that, he could stay as long as he wanted. But ever since that night when Dad and Theo had that big argument, it was like I noticed how much he changed. He'd always been my little brother, by 5 years by the way, but watching him grow up had always been a joy to me. It was hard watching him go through his depression, and I was proud of him watching him drag himself out of it. But while he'd always been a bit more inclined to all things weird and spooky, he'd always been quite positive and kind-hearted. Whereas after the depression, there was a new and strange sort of nastiness about him. He only seemed to laugh at sort of really negative or terrible things, and the sort of joyfulness he once had about him seemed to just be gone. He spent more and more time online, and whenever I walked into his room, he'd always changed his screen really quick and act all impatient till I left. Or sometimes he'd just shout at me to go away, even when I knocked first to give him his privacy. Now, I remember being quite sad and talking to Mum about it, and she reassured me by saying my Uncle Robbie was a nightmare when he was a teenager, but then grew into a sweater vest-wearing florist, and a thoroughly charming fellow at that. And Theo would grow out of it, sooner or later anyway, and when he did, we'd all be better off for it, and we just had to be patient. A few more months came and went, with Theo having settled into the rhythm of going to work, going to shooting club, and then playing video games with his mates till late at night. He'd start taking driving lessons finally, which Mum and Dad were really excited about. But other than that, he'd spent all of his time in his bedroom. We hardly ever saw him for days at a time sometimes, and Dad had started jokingly referring to him as the Shadow. But there were more rapist outbursts. Love your videos. Good night. See you, Sarah. Take care. Did your parents know about your weed addiction? They did not. But it was really funny because, like, at one point I found out that my dad was smoking like weed as well. But it's just funny to think like both of us were smoking weed at the same time, but then we're like hiding it from each other, you know? Because like in his bedroom, he had a bathroom that had a window, and in that bathroom there was like a pipe, and it was like a tobacco pipe that I had gotten him as like a Christmas gift one year, made of like, impure wood or whatever, so it was cheaper. And he would use that as like his one hitter, which was just so funny. And I found that and I smelled it, and I'm like, that's fucking weed. And then one time, I don't even know what the fuck it was, but it was like on one of his like work binders or something like that. There was just a huge fucking like big, just imagine like 15 nugs like strung together. I don't know what you would call that, but it was just like a huge flower of marijuana sitting on that. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? And he was like, oh, that was something I confiscated. And I was like, confiscated? He was like, yeah, I confiscated it from your brothers. And I'm like, what the fuck at that point, my brothers had not lived there for like 10 years or something psychotic like that. So that was just the funniest fucking lie I'd ever heard in my entire life. It was just like so... I knew what it was, it was just really funny. This I don't know, just the idea that like weed as a thing in society has like led so many of us to this perception of it as like something negative and like a crime. And what does my dad do for work? He's had a lot of jobs. He's kind of like a man of many, many talents and trades, and I don't know, he always just finds a way to make his cheddar. You know what I'm saying? Your dad trying to hide is just trying to relax. I know, I feel bad. I almost, And then I'm fairly certain that him and my mom would smoke together. So it's just like all of us, like no one, who cares, My parents never really used any THC products until me and my brothers started openly doing it around them. It is funny. I mean, I don't really think that parents should, smoke with their kids when they're like young or teenagers or anything of that nature, because I think that kind of like, I don't know, breeds a certain sense of a bit of an oddity to me, that might limit a kid's desire, their desire to move forward or whatever, but perhaps here and there just for fun, like having a beer or something. Your mom bought me an ashtray, for fuck's sake. That's funny, yeah. Oh, like for cigarettes? Or just for marijuana? When I tried smoking when I was a teen, my mom asked me how I liked it. I didn't need a cigarette after that. Huh. Facts. Am I the only person who has never smoked weed? It feels that way sometimes. Yeah, I mean, it's whatever. Like, all it is like basically like being drunk, but like it just makes you goofy, and but at the same time, it doesn't even really make you feel the way that drunk does. Like, drunk is like, it slows everything down and makes you a little bit number to things, and maybe loosey-goosey and eventually sick, and takes way more usually, right? But like, at least with marijuana, it's like you can just take one puff and it'll hit your brain and just make you kind of like a giggly silly goose. Hey Garbs, what's up? Hi Joel, it's my birthday yesterday. Happy birthday, Garbs. What did you do? I've never been drunk either, so that is now. What the fuck, Justin? You never smoked, you never drank, yet somehow you're a backup dancer in a gay boy band or something. You mentioned that one time, so how the hell you've avoided the party lifestyle? I had marijuana gummy one time and had a very strong high, and I started freaking out. That's good. That's what's supposed to happen. So you never do it again. 25 milligrams. That's funny. Freaking out, man. I gotta call my mom. For me, being high feels like the car ride home after going swimming on a hot summer day. Just so relaxing, refreshing. That sounds nice. Thought it was gay porn, switching my job around with no notice again. It's hard to keep up. You're a jack of all trades. Alcohol gives us an all-body high, and weed can either give you a head or body high. Oh, that's a good point, yeah. I never tried weed because I don't like the idea of inhaling any smoke. Yeah, I mean, there's the edibles. I mean, that's the one thing everybody's going to say. Well, try these edibles, you know. And they're definitely very stinky. That's the one thing about marijuana I don't like the most, is just the smell. Because the smell is something I associate with memories. And the memories that I always had with marijuana, since it was illegal when I was in college and was utilizing it, is like this certain sense of anxiety, like you're gonna get caught, or like the dingy apartments that you were in to like either procure it or like smoke with people, shit like that, you know. So it's just like all those like negative memories like flood back whenever I smell it, or, you know. Edibles, vapes, drinks, edibles in food form, candy form. Damn. I got high from a ham sandwich with double processed weed butter. That's awesome. Maybe I should try an edible one night here. Maybe just a little, just as a treat. We hardly ever saw him for days at a time sometimes, and Dad started jokingly referring to him as the Shadow. But there were more racist outbursts or... But there were no more racist outbursts or anything like that while gaming. Just the usual aloofness and an almost constant need to be left alone. And I suppose that was our mistake, leaving him alone. We should have been more involved in his life, especially after he said those horrible things about people who worked for a living. But Dad really did think that he'd talked him away from a dark place when they patched things up after their little argument. And well, it turns out he was wrong. Theo hadn't moved on from it. He was just sort of masking it as my Gen Z. Should do a weed suppository. That's a good point. Imagine if they had a weed suppository that was the size of a softball. Would you guys do that with me? Would you guys sit on the softball with me? Well, it turns out he was wrong. Theo hadn't moved on from it. He was just masking, as my Gen Z nephew likes to say. I'll never forget the night that I woke up to the sound of this terrible crashing sound coming from downstairs. And it was like these slow but heavy banging sounds, and just from the noise alone you could tell it was coming from our front door. Thinking the house was being burgled, I jumped out of bed, threw on my robe, and then ran to my dad's room to wake him up. He was already up, obviously. Everyone in the house was. And when I met him on the landing, he had his baseball bat in his hand, the one he kept under his bed. Now, he was ready to face down any burglars who smashed their way in, or to at least keep them from coming up the stairs. But no sooner had he called out that there were people in the house, someone cried back, "Armed." You can safely take Tylenol and Advil. They are safe, bro. I'm also allergic to psychoactive things, but sometimes it's fine to alleviate pain. What about when you're preg? Had an edible when I was sick one time and took the nausea and helped me sleep and gave me the munchies when I woke up. Best sick day ever. Dude, that's cool. Which, do you know what kind of strain it would be to, like, take away nausea? Nausea. Hello, my name is Nausea. Do you guys think I should name my first kid Nausea? Just name them after, like, symptoms from drug commercials. Have I ever gotten high before class? No, but I remember, like, early in my nursing. So, like, for the first 6 months of having my nursing license, or, you know, passing my nursing test and shit, I got a job in a nursing home trying to get a job at a hospital. And while I was at that nursing home, I pretty much did the same fucking thing all day, every day. And that was show up, get medications ready for 4 p.m., and then as soon as I got the 4 p.m. medications ready, I would get dinner medications ready. And then after dinner medications were ready, I would immediately go into getting, like, bedtime medications ready, right? So it's literally was just like from 3 to 11 every day for 6 months straight. I would just do this exact same routine over and over and over again, and just, like, preparing people's giant softball-shaped suppositories that would go up their asshole. It was the best job I've ever had. I was a dealer. But anyways, the point is that it was so incredibly routine, and it was like right around that time I was, like, getting into marijuana, that I decided to get high as shit before going to work. And honestly, didn't really matter. I would, like, my eyes were red as shit because I wasn't like one of the people that were like, oh, I got to put eye drops in my eyes. But I was just high as shit, and no one gave a fuck, and it made me appreciate working with old people. Like, every dumb thing they said, I was just like, that's fucking hilarious, bro. You rock. How old are you? Oh my God, 85. Are you ready to see the Lord? Hey, Russian letters, thank you for the gifter too. Stealthy Clown, thank you. And Mystery, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Let's talk about some new stuff, guys. I watched a really interesting video on ancestor theology, and I found it really interesting. Like, I feel it much more interesting than traditional religions. Ancestor theology. Oh, ancestor theology. I don't know why I said it like molester. Yeah, so that's like, is that kind of primarily existent within, like, Asian cultures, the sort of reverence for the ancestor or something, or Native American cultures or something along those lines? Hey Joel, Netanyahu here. Did I go to the Honesdale Fair, or am I... I don't remember. All I know is they dropped a big bomb on it. I hope you're okay. Do I still do marijuana regularly? No, I haven't. Honestly, it was just during college that I smoked. Sorry. Oh yeah, I should drink something, huh? Difficult to explain here, Joel. Ask ChatGPT, like, concept of Star Clan and Warrior Cats. What? Thundercats? He's smoking the ganjo. He smoked a cigarette. He smoked the Marlboro, man. The Marlboro Light. But no sooner had he called out that there were people in the house, someone cried back. Alright, that sounded weird. Is weed legal in PA? It is medically. You can get it medically. But tell me this, dude. Okay, tell me this makes no fucking sense. Apparently you can get medical marijuana, but you can't own a firearm or some shit like that. Like there's something whenever you're getting a firearm, it asks if you have a medical marijuana license. How to wrap your fucking head around that? What's one person in your life who's ever smoked marijuana and been like, yo, man, you know what we should do? We should go kill everyone and ourselves with guns. Fucking no. It's fucking the alcoholics who are just like, you fucking bitch. I'll fucking blow your fucking head off and cheat on me again. I'm not cheating. I'm not. Shut the fuck. You know, he shoots his toe off. But, it just doesn't make any fucking sense how they, squeak that into, the medical marijuana sort of paperwork. It is silly goose. The only thing getting murdered is that stuff. Yeah, exactly. Is a stuffed crust pizza. 100%. I must have stole that joke because I heard it somewhere before. Can I have a medical marijuana license and conceal carry in PA? That's like the most brain dead. What the fuck? That's the most, tell me how there's any correlation to that, but somehow everyone can just casually go get booze, you know what I mean, at any moment. It just doesn't make sense. It asks if you're addicted or a user of substances due to still being a federally illegal. Very odd. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. But yeah, remind me of the ancestor stuff after the story. We'll look that up. When I smoke weed and open carry, all I think about is how I don't want to have to explain to the cops how I felt like my life was in danger. I got really scared, officer. Sorry. They all had to die. Hey, see ya, May. Take care. But no sooner had he called out there were people in the house. But no sooner had he called out that there were people in the house, someone cried back, "Armed police," as the door burst open and a load of policemen with guns came pouring into our house from outside. They made me, Mum, and Dad come down the stairs, but Theo hadn't come out of his room. And then as a few policemen started looking around downstairs, a load more ran up the stairs to Theo's room. I didn't see it myself, but I later heard that they found him destroying his computer, or at least trying to, because from what I understand, you can always post off. This is my favorite time of your live streams, by the way. Is it? 3 hours and 33 minutes in. This top tier streaming quality. Look up alcohol a day our forefathers drank per day. The same people who wrote the Second Amendment. How much do they drink? Is Gen Z Karen a thing? I think so. I mean, when I look back on cancel culture, right? I'm a millennial. And I remember being 21 in college. Some people cared about politics, but most people didn't. The only person getting canceled, quote unquote, was Michael Richards when he had a racist tirade that was very egregious on stage. But then there was something that changed after the 2016 era with Trump that, the Gen Z seemed very, very prominently attracted to the idea of sort of a flash mob of individuals trying to ruin other people's lives for not having aligning viewpoints or whatever. Or, whatever reason they can get at. So I don't know, maybe it's an addiction to drama or something of that nature, or a certain being drawn to it because you feel powerful for a brief moment, being part of a mob of individuals who hurt someone or try to ruin someone, But at the same time, the weirdest part is that the same millennials who I used to think didn't care about that stuff, they're also like some of the most prominent ones within like the Hollywood scene who like kind of exist within that Twitter realm, circle jerk, and like kind of lift up those voices that try to get people's advertisers taken away for cancelization. Now, granted, cancel culture has definitely died down, but it's just strange. It's like, it all just seems like it really amplified at one point. The only kids who cared about politics in my school were also the Bible thumpers. Yeah, I mean, like when I was younger, like what was it? It was like Coney 20. I remember Coney. I think it was Coney 2012, and then there was some other like African stuff like related to water that some of the like the hippie girls were into. Some of the hippie girls really liked, they wanted to legalize weed because it wasn't legal back then. They wanted to like legalize gay marriage. I don't think that was legal then yet. They wanted to, but like they were just like into their things, and it was like they were into it because they were into it. Like they actually had a lot of knowledge about it and were interested. And now it just seems like everyone and their fucking brother has like a political opinion, and it's just boring. Jensen, welcome back for 69 months. Bring back bullying. I think it's back, I think we're going ham. Bring back billy clubs. That's how we kept everyone in line back in my school. Everyone had a billy club, and if you became even slightly annoying, you were beaten to death. For us millennials, the campaigning to younger people started with Obama. I do recall that, yeah. Because I don't really know who was, I guess, not like everyone was stoked about John Kerry or anything like that. But I do remember I voted for Obama in like 2008 when I first could vote. I turned 18, voted in the 2008 November election because Obama was, at that point it was like, from a young age, I didn't know a lot about politics, but I didn't like the war in the Middle East, right? So when Obama said like hope and change, I voted for him because I thought, oh, here's a young, hip-happening gentleman, and he's going to take us out of the wars. And then it turned out that he just expanded it to 5 additional war theaters and became drone guy and bailed out the banks. It's just like everything, the complete fucking opposite, and went after journalists and ran weapons down to Mexico. I don't know, just all the really, really cool. Don't worry about it, and I'm still the good guy, and let's talk about warrior cats, politics, boring. Sorry, no, you're right. Ain't nothing we could do about it. That's a good point. He is handsome. He is good looking. He's got a big old wiener. And that's all that really matters, right? Being articulate and good looking, you can kill as many people as you want. I don't give a fuck. He launched so many bombs they ran out of them. Jesus. Yeah, that was like the drone strike era, man. He was like literally the migrant crisis that you're seeing now. I mean, that all stemmed from... I mean, the thing is once again, like, it's all just a continuation, right? Bush is connected to the CIA. People say that Obama was like sort of a CIA asset that was kind of came out of nowhere with his like political career in Chicago, and then cherry-picked to be the president. And I've seen some weird pictures during like the Epstein time of him with like George Clooney and like a kid on a boat. Did you guys see those pictures? Those are fucking weird. I don't know to what extent that is, if it comes directly from the Einstein files or what, but anyways, Gavin Newsom is also handsome. Guess who's going to get that ticket? Gavin Newsom's weird, man. He's like the definition of like, I mean, I know Trump is like sleazy as hell, but it's like Gavin is just like another form of like greasy sleazy. It's almost like he was like drooling. His teeth, his like mouth was like drooling, and he was like licking his lips, finding out about how much of California was destroyed from like wildfires and shit like that. It's fucking weird. I don't know, man. If only we had $1 billion we could give them, maybe they would do what we wanted. Or at least trying to, because from what I understand, you can always pull stuff off of a computer drive even when it's damaged. They took him away with my mom crying, and Dad asked what was going on, and I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. My kid brother being carted off in handcuffs by police with big guns and body armor and helmets, and it looked like they were going to... You watch Gavin on SNL? Dude, SNL is such shit, man. Like, I heard someone the other day describe SNL as like coworker humor, and I realized, I'm like, that's so fucking true. Like, if ever you want to see like one of the most cringy fucking forms of comedy, just watch the modern SNL. I mean, we bitched about it before. It's kind of boring and trite at this point, but holy shit, like, the skit I saw the other day where they're like, hey, I'm on SNL, and I'm the weird guy. And I'm the weird guy. And I'm really weird. And I'm the normal one who says, why are you being weird, weird guy? Because I'm weird. I'm weird. I'm strange. And written by fucking loser millennials. I don't know. I mean, why? That's why I spend so much time on Instagram Reels scrolling endlessly and having my brain rot, because there's literally no other forms of like comedy to find any sense of solace in, you know what I'm saying? Is he the weird guy? I mean, that's what he says in the video. Okay, that's it, Joel. Now let's talk about warrior cats. Ask ChatGPT, concept of Star Clan and warrior cats. How do you feel about it? Do you think it's much better concept of spirituality compared to religion? All right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to mark you as the weird guy. Just kidding. I'm going to put that in ChatGPT. And then we'll have it queued up. SNL is so polarized to the left and stay in the middle. Yeah, I mean, it's just like everything was, right? Everything was like so hyper-politicized, but not in any sort of like even-keeled presentation, that you just had to find your humor through like grassroots operations. You know, when you go that far in the direction of like a hyper-polarized political, basically propaganda in certain ways for like a lot of the late night comedy, all that kind of stuff, like you're never going to gain your integrity back. Like once you go so far to one direction that it's just like obvious, no one's ever just going to like look at you and be like, oh yeah, I can trust them because they were so entertaining for the past fucking 8 years, you know. But it is whatever. It's just, you know, that's the thing. That's what Hollywood is. It's just like part of the process of dividing us, is creating hyper-polarized pieces of content that make us feel like we have to exist within like camps, specifically just even to enjoy media, you know, but all of it's just baloney bajoni. Loving you more. Hey, Mom Blue, good to see you. I'm with the boomers. I rewatched the old stuff on repeat. I mean, at least it was funny, you know. Mad TV was funny. Remember when they fired fucking Shane Gillis? They fired Shane Gillis for like making some like inappropriate jokes on like his personal podcast or whatever. Who fucking gives a shit? And the worst part is, they didn't even give a shit. He himself was saying that, like, you know, whatever his name, who runs the show, Yorn or Blorn or whatever the fuck, for 50 years, like, was like, listen, man, I don't really give a fuck if you make offensive jokes. It's just like, we have to fire you because some fucking loser on Twitter wrote an article about you, and it's hurting the advertisers. And I've always made the comparison that it's like, the advertisers are like, say there's a bunch of ducks sitting in a peaceful pond. You take a big rock, you throw the big rock into the peaceful pond, it causes a bunch of ripples, the ducks fly up into the air, but then as soon as the ripples calm down, the ducks come right back. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's not like the ducks don't want to continue feeding there, it's just that they don't like to be briefly disturbed. You know, it's the same shit. No one gives a fuck about anything. Like, even the people that say they do care don't really care that much. They don't have enough energy to always care. Or when hecklers go to comedy shows to heckle. Dude, that's the weirdest part to me, is like, I mean, I know this is just, once again, old and boring, but how are you going to be upset about jokes and words, but then go to a comedy show and then be upset about jokes and words? You almost have to be like a plant. It's almost like the comedian has to plant you in the audience and have you react that way just to like farm clips, because I can't imagine someone's not self-aware enough to like realize when they go to a comedy show that there could potentially be silly jokes at the silly joke festival. And whatever. They scatter, they poop everywhere, but they always return. Exactly. Used to be a pro heckler. Yeah, you'd be in my show. Planted in there. We'd get you some whiskey sours. Some people are just hungry for attention. I mean, that's what it really is at the end of the day when you break it down psychologically. Like individuals who exist within the realm of cancel culture, they just want to feel briefly powerful. People who exist in the public, like the Karens, that's the Gen Z Karens, right? Or millennial Karens, whatever, all Karens in general. Annoying people who appeal to authority to try to like ruin your good time. They just want to feel powerful. They want a power that they've otherwise not felt ever in their entire life. They don't actually care about changing your mind pertaining anything because they can't hold conversations. They can only react emotionally like some sort of fucking prairie dog who hears like a stick crack in the distance or something like that, It's like they have so much fucking anxiety and stress in their brain constantly screaming. Like they're the one that in a chaotic situation are going to be just absolutely belting out screams, all of which will be no help at all. But for some reason, that's, I guess, what exists inside their head. Have you ever dealt with a Karen in real life? Yeah, I mean, it's just like at my work when I was nursing, it was like all I ever worked with were Karens. But the worst part about Karens is that like the manner in which that they manifest antisocial behavior is when men have antisocial behavior, they push you, they knock stuff over, they punch you, they go to jail for it, whatever. That's an antisocial man. But whenever like a woman or a Karen in certain scenarios are like antisocial, it's like they weaponize rule systems of which they themselves will pretty consistently break, but then they'll utilize it against you in like this like, pack mentality or something, just to like get you out of the way or something. You know what I mean? It's like, it's salacious. And that was like my boss, and whenever I was like a nurse, that's how she was. She would just like constantly have a magnifying glass on everyone's like actions. And even though she was a total bitch about so much stuff, like she would always like have a rule book ready to like show in some sort of like HR meeting that this is why you need to go. Or, I mean, I never got fired or whatever, but did I work at an ER? I mean, the hospital had an ER, but I worked on a non-ER floor. I don't get hecklers like, oh, that joke offended me or some level, so I feel the need to say something and interrupt everyone else's good time. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird because like a heckler used to not be like, in the past, a heckler was just someone who was like, that's not funny. It was almost like they were trying to be even more edgy than the comedian was. And now it's like the complete opposite, where it's like someone, it's like the sort of satanic panic. It's like someone goes to a fucking Pokemon card convention and then they start complaining that Pokemon is like of the devil, I mean, that's essentially the same shit, like people complaining about some particular offensive joke or political stance that somebody is. Like, really, are they no different than the satanic panic Bible-thumping weirdos? It's the same psychology. It's just a bunch of assholes who can't fucking grow up. These RFK-ass takes, why don't you just tell us to drink raw milk already? You could, if you wanted to. Have I ever been fired? No, I have not been fired. No, I was always a good boy at my jobs, I'm gonna get fired from YouTube. How does one thump a Bible? I don't know. It has to be a good acoustics. Who was the pink-haired lady in Harry Potter with the cats? She was the Queen Karen. I don't know if I've seen it. I remember there was a pink-haired woman in the one Star Wars when they went through like hyperspace. I always thought that was really funny. They don't know what actual Satanists are, so they think everything they don't like is Satan. Well, exactly. Like, you can attribute that to the, political divide as well, where, like, everybody that I don't agree with is a Nazi. It's the same fucking thing. It's literally the exact same parallel, but for some reason, some people don't have like the self-reflective skills to like acknowledge that they are that thing, you know? It's really weird. It looked like they were going off to fight a war or something, but they'd come to our house from my little brother. But why? All we wanted to know as the police were taking him away was why they'd felt it was necessary to smash their way into our home to drag away a 17-year-old. We were entitled to know, so they had to tell us once the scene was secure. But then they did, and it really did feel like the words alone knocked the wind out of us, because Theo had been arrested under suspicion of planning the importation of drugs, firearms, and even explosives. Mom and Dad were stunned, but they got Theo a solicitor right away, and it was through him that they found out exactly what he was being charged with. The charges alone were bad enough, but when they found out that he was looking at literally decades in prison, Mom nearly had a breakdown. And that's why Theo had been learning to drive, not because he wanted a car so he was free to get around. So he could rent a big moving-style truck, drive it down... How do you say this place? Callus? I've had an encounter with a Karen. I just stared right into her eyes and said nothing. As she got really mad and I wasn't reacting, she started slowing down and getting quieter. I took one step towards. Yeah, fuck them, dude. They can eat shit. It's the only way they learn, is they need people to challenge them. Challenge their beliefs, challenge their perspectives. Calais. What's Calais? Anybody in... There's a French major port city in Pas-de-Calais department. One time a Karen berated me for walking my own neighborhood. But that's kind of nice though when a Karen gets in your face about some shit, because it gives you an opportunity to argue with them, which can probably feel really good. And then you, forever on in their life, will be the one person that challenges them and tells them how much of a big, stupid fucking idiot they are. Okay. But so he could rent a big, moving-style truck, drive it down to Calais, and pick up a huge shipment intended for a local gang, who in turn were going to use it to wage a turf war that, given they were trying to import hand grenades, would result in innocent people being hurt or even killed. The police took all Theo's computer and phone stuff away after they arrested him, and after going through everything that was on there, they found all kinds of chat logs relating to this plot. The solicitor Mom hired said the fact a bunch of older guys had groomed him into doing it would work in our favor, as like a mitigating circumstance. But Theo would have to tell the judge how sorry he was, how foolish he'd been, and how he was committed to changing his ways and bettering himself for the future. It amounted to groveling for mercy, but anything to get time off of Theo's sentence, right? Well, wrong. Because even though it meant going to prison for many more years than he would have otherwise, Theo refused to play ball. He pled guilty, but refused to make any sort of statement showing remorse for what he'd been planning to do. And then since he was sentenced when he was 18, he was sent straight to an adult prison after the court proceedings finished. Dad went to see him while he was still on remand, Is that how you say it, remand? Still on remand? Remand. Does anybody stay up all night and realize that LMAFO came in, party rocked, then released an album, Sorry for Party Rocking, and left? That's all it took. They were groveling so we didn't give them life in prison. Remand. Sorry for party fucking. I'm also 6'5" and built like a linebacker, so intimidation factor was there. What was she mad about? I missed your thing. Oh no, that was Adam. What did Adam say? lot of crazy people. Straight to jail. 6'5" is kind of small. Everyone in this chat is at least 6'7" or taller. We're all part of the Sasquatchian subdivision. Who's that one guy that's in the NBA that's like really tall but actually like really athletic? Nimdumbele. I don't know. Anyways, Victor Wembanyama. Yeah. It's so weird. Like every time I'm at the gym, I see like Victor Wembanyama highlights. 7'5" monster who like literally is actually pretty good at ball handling, shooting, dribbling, staying healthy. You know what I mean? Like he's like a freak from fucking the Monstars, you know, from the Looney Tunes Space Jam movie. But at the same time, as bad as sick as he is, right, for being as tall as he is, something about him being so tall and so good is like oddly like boring, you know? I don't know. So Joel, hopefully in 1 month I'll be owning my forever home. I'm going to buy it cash, so no payments. Really? Buy a cash house? That's sick. Why the hell are you buying cash? Why don't you just get a loan and then you can go buy another property or something you can rent or whatever? Anyone feels YouTube has become boring lately, or maybe it's getting old? Dude, I feel that way. Dude, everything I'm shown on YouTube now is just like really boring, and then the shit that I think I'm about to get into that's like cool philosophical discussions or whatever, it ends up being fucking like AI philosophy, like script, AI philosophy, voice, and I'm just like, no, dude, no. And I just feel like there's nothing. I mean, I've been finding some deep dives on YouTube that are actually like fascinating, but it's just rare. It's really rare to find that shit that feels like you shouldn't be looking at it, you know what I mean? Try third eye drops. What's that about? You're not boring, Joe. That's all that matters. Well, that's good. I can ball like the best of them. So maybe you're the shortest guy. Yeah, probably. Shortest guy in history. You're part of the gnome crew. Just kidding. YouTube is all tabloid rubbish now. It certainly does feel that way. Like, you know, everything is just like you have to have a video out like instantaneously, and then you have to react to it, and it's all just like a perpetuation of like an internal drama scenario or something, right? You know, it's like reacting to the latest war bomb dropping or the latest social discourse thing, you know, that's just happened 5 seconds ago. And if you're not on top of it immediately and getting a, you know, high definition 4K film reaction up about it, you're not producing content, you know? And then I thought it was a really funny thing. This is so like genuinely stupid as shit. But you know how there's like, you probably heard of Asmongold, right? There's him, and then there's also like his lover, Hassan Piker. And even though they're like probably have way more in common than they, you know, lead you to believe, I come to find out that they're both represented by Night Media. Do you know Night Media? Night Media is, you know, just like a talent agency, and I'm just like, wait a second. These guys that have like this internal ongoing fucking like Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner fucking feud with each other that's just going to be, you know, perpetually releasing stupid drama content and farming that shit forever. They both have like the same media representation. Now that doesn't really mean anything in the world, but it does bring up a certain degree of curiosity, you know, of where you're like, do they just like tell them in secret to just constantly have this ongoing feud, so it just always keeps them in this sort of like somewhat relevant state of sorts, you know, because that's what people want to see. And I don't know, it really does feel like it's all just like a bunch of staged baloney. Anyways. The whole holds a stage. Hey, Rydell Rising, welcome back for 60 months. Loving the content as usual, man. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Rydell. Thank you for 60 months. What the fuck? It's a long-ass time. What was your name before? Did you have a... Yeah. Damn. It's a long-ass time. Thank you. Everything is smoke and mirrors. I know, it's just silliness. Silliness and slop. That's my YouTube drama channel name. Call me Sloppy. Dr. Sloppy. Dr. Sloppy Toppy. Everything is ads, entertainment, AI. It's annoying. I know, dude. We're never escaping it. Soon we're just going to be like thrown into a matrix. Kept inside because there's too much. Dude, once the bombs drop, you're gonna get like notifications on your phone. Instead of like smog or overcast, it's gonna be like radiation is high today, don't go outside, or ice will shoot you or something, you know. I'm just kidding. I can't make these jokes, because if I make these jokes, I give them ideas and it happens. Dad went to see him while he was still on remand because the magnitude of Theo's offenses meant he couldn't get bail. And he said he gave him some big speech about how he needed to cooperate as much as possible because he could end up ruining his entire life over one stupid mistake his younger self made. It sounded like Dad practically begged him. Begged. Getting UV index warnings in New Zealand. I guess that technically is radiation. That's funny. Candace Owens versus Erica Kirk, fake feud. Candace makes 100k daily? She makes 100k daily? Yeah. There's like a low-key part of me that still wonders if maybe like Charlie Kirk is just still alive. Kept on some island somewhere, like hanging out with Epstein. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it's like, there's something about it. Like all of it just like, none of it feels authentic. Everyone feels propped up. Everyone just seems like part of the show, like they're all playing some part in this, you know what I mean, of this left-right divide fakery. LM, thank you for the 10. What was the story you read about the LSD type drug that turned people into monsters? It was chilling. I tried to find it. Huh, maybe it's on the bonus content, do you think? Because I can't imagine unless it was... Oh, or like maybe the person saw them as monsters from going insane. How would you Karen if you were a Karen? What would my Karening be? My Karening might be when I go into the Sheetz parking lot and people don't pay attention when they pull out or fly through the parking lot still going like fucking 45 miles per hour. That would be my Karen, like, but I feel like that's actually like I'm so un-Karen that seems like a justified Karening to me. Like going up to them being like, what the fuck is your problem? There's homeless children that eat scraps out of that dumpster over there at this Sheetz. You could have killed them. Yeah, I'd yell at my Karening would be yelling at the Amish to take a shower. Would you date a woman that's taller than you? Yeah, I think so. Honestly, sometimes I feel like taller women are like probably easier to interact with because I don't know, they just seem like more sweet, if that makes sense, because there's a certain, for whatever reason, like insecurity from a woman being taller, that it almost like every tall girl I've ever met, because of that like odd insecurity, they're almost like the sweetest angel people, you know what I mean? Maybe not always, like not everybody in the WNBA seems that nice, but something about it. You miss Corpse? He misses you, dude. You should message him. Is taller women Meg the Stallion? It's her. I'm dating Meg Stallion. Megalodon the Stallion. Being short makes girls insecure too. Damn. Maybe girls are just insecure in general. Maybe there's no saving them. Meg is dating a megalodon. It sounded like Dad practically begged him to accept all the prosecution's offers regarding cooperation, but still, Theo refused to play ball. The solicitor said it was possible that the gang Theo believed he was a part of had promised all kinds of rewards for his loyalty, meaning if he kept his mouth shut and did his time. Meaning, let's just said if it was possible. Oh shit! I don't know if the sound is going. I actually don't know if the sound is going for the twerk, but holy shit, Rydell rising with the $50 and 60 months in the Buttersock Hall is wild. He says, yeah, I've seen just about damn near all your vids, been here for almost 6 years. In all but a member for 5, never looking back, can't wait for vids to come through. Thank you for making my nights calm and helping me find my sleep. You are welcome, Rydell. Thank you for blessing me with that $50 arenas. We appreciate you. I will continue to do this until the day that I live forever. Who knows? Maybe there never will be a dead day. Maybe I'll integrate myself with the machine. Similar, I'll looks-max myself into a robot, just like Clavicular and Peter Thiel. Did you think it was weird that Clavicular got invited to a Peter Thiel party? Does anybody think that's a little strange? It's almost like they have shared interests. And also, I think Peter Thiel might want to fuck him. Okay, I've always been wide awake for this because it starts at like 2 or 3 p.m. Oh wait, where are you at? 2 or 3 p.m. If you get canceled, do they get their money back? Yeah. If anybody makes a big stink about anything on Twitter, all donations will be returned to sender. Do you believe that Walt Disney is in a freezer? Yeah, definitely. Probably just his head, though. Oh my god, that actually would be such a funny... I don't know if you can do this or not, because like Disney is so fucking protective of like all their IPs to the extent that it's like, it reminds me of Scientology a little bit about how crazy it is. But wouldn't it be so funny if there was some type of comedy movie where like there were like people who worked at... It was just about like people who worked at a Disney theme park. Because if you ever interact with people who work at Disney theme parks, they're like religiously weird about working at a Disney theme park. Like they love it, they know all the history, they've been injected with some type of tracking device, all sorts of interesting stuff that, you know, is just a little bit abstract related to someone's like, you know, job. Normally they're not like too stoked about it. But wouldn't it be hilarious? Like you just started there as a new Disney employee, went through all the weird stuff, you know, felt like the little bit of the indoctrination occurring to you slowly over time. You're like, this is fucking weird. And then one of your coworkers like, hey, you want to fucking see something cool? And then they take you to like a secret spot where like they open up like some old freezer and it's like, oh my god, is that a fucking body? Yeah, dude, it's Walt Disney. Isn't that fucking sick? Ew, no, what the fuck? Is he rotting? Like, what the fuck's going on? It smells disgusting. Yeah, this old fucking anti-Semite froze himself years ago thinking that people were going to fucking be able to bring him back to life. Hot chance since I unplugged his thing, so he's just fucking thawing in there. But then by the end of the movie, he, like, comes back out. He's like, oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? But he's also, like, kind of a disgusting, rotting corpse. And we gotta have Mickey Mouse in there somewhere. Did you ever hear the story about the guy who was decapitated on the Thunder Mountain Railroad or some ride there? No. Was it Walt Disney? Supposedly, the Disney workers have a code for when people try to scatter their loved ones' ashes at the parks. They just like shoot the like they're about to... May you rest in peace, sweetheart. I know Disney was your favorite place, and it's like a 4-year-old's ashes, but then they shoot like a tranquilizer dart into like the mom's neck, and like, ah! And then the dad's like, oh my god, what the fuck? And it's like another 3 darts, like, and it's like all the members at the park have like blow darts or something. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck is going on at Disney? Honey Dip, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. Yeah, they throw grenades. They airstrike it. Or like it's just like a normal Disney like greeter who like is at the entrance of the park, but they for some reason also know how to like operate a helicopter. They got like glasses on and like tactical gear, like sir, we got sight of them here. Should I open fire? Do not open fire. 36, do not open fire. Bro, we need them in alive. We need to make an example out of them. You got it, sir. Going in, sending in Delta Squad, and it's just like Mickey and Ducky. Ducky and Goofy. But Honey Dip, thank you again. What I heard is that some guy stood up on it and got his head decapitated when the ride went down in the cave. Fuck, man, that's like all of my worst fears as like a kid come true. Because how many times do you want to like lift your head on like a fucking roller coaster and like you're just like it's gonna get like, I swear to God I saw like either a Family Guy episode or like a Simpsons episode where they did exactly that and like their hands got like lopped right off. How's the rating through Ark? Dude, I'm looking for a freaking Osprey blueprint. That's the only thing I want to do in that game. Also, I've had so many bad runs lately. There was this, I was able to get whatever the fucking machine gun is, the fully automatic machine gun that shoots heavy ammo. I forget what it's called, the Bartina or some shit. And we were going to this new loot spot that was kind of like underground on damn battlegrounds. And then a fucking team got there before us. And then they set up, like, literally, they set up, like, some insane fucking explosive traps. You know. How was working with Blame It on George? I remember those old videos. It was great, man. And, George is, like, back. We haven't talked in a while. I mean, I miss him. But we used to play video games together all the time. And I hope he's doing well, you know. Joel, you're in the Special Forces, just at Disney World. His mind must have been somewhere else. But then they probably hauled his decapitated body off to the property and then pronounced him... Yeah, they're like... Actually, his head was cut off by someone outside of the park. We don't know who. Probably Jack the Ripper. Probably someone from Six Flags. Who knows? My dad hadn't got... inspect the equipment when he first loop-de-loop coaster opened a Great American. Mentally disabled kid wasn't lashed in properly. So sad. Fuck, man. I thought they do actual testing and stuff, like put sandbags and whatnot. I hereby promise Joel $300 for my first attending salary paycheck in 2 years. I'll be waiting. The kid went to get his hat he lost on the ride, and then the ride came by and took his head off. I remember. Oh, that's how it happened. Jesus fuck, dude. That's like some Final Destination shit. Sad. Life comes pretty quick, huh? Hey, stranger, what's up, dude? I remember a family who paid $400 million when a kid fell off a ride. Was paid $400 million. Jesus. Do you think you could lose a kid for $400 million? Like, do you think you would be able to overcome that and go spend your new fortune? What's your favorite ride at Universal? Damn, Universal, that's a good question. I don't even know if I went to Universal. I feel like there was like a Hulk ride. Was there a Hulk ride? Because I would have liked to have ridden on that. Or maybe it was Superman's. If maintenance costs more than a lawsuit, then forget the maintenance. Yeah, Jesus. Some of my favorites, though, are the ones that go, like, 0 to 120 speed in, like, 3 seconds. Those, to me, are some of the scariest ones, because usually they end up, like, going directly up and then going straight fucking down. Or, like, the sudden... I don't know. I remember, like, going to a lot of the rides at Disney itself. The lines were so fucking long. And then the rides, were just kind of, like, 1 minute... basically just a reason to get you to walk through a a gift shop at the end, which kind of blows. But granted, I'm probably a little old for Disney at this point. The solicitor said it was possible that the gang Theo believed he was a part of had promised all kinds of rewards for his loyalty, meaning if he kept his mouth shut and did his time, he'd be richly and lavishly rewarded once he got out. She told Dad that for the time being, Theo was probably being supported in prison by the gang's network, which was split between those in prison and those on the outside. It had given him the impression that he'd made the right decision and that the support would continue, whereas in reality, it had waned over time before disappearing completely. And after that, if Theo tried to leave and he had enough incriminating information in his head, he'd be killed. Dad tried telling him all of that, but it was no good. Theo had made his mind up, and to the gang, loyalty was everything. And that was the last time he and Dad spoke. Mom's been to visit him a few times, and it never ends well. She cries when she gets back, and while me and Dad try our best to comfort her, it never seems to do any good. I've written to Theo a few times. Quite emotional stuff it's probably best I don't go into, but you can probably imagine what it consisted of. I've never heard back from him, and even if we do talk again in the future, it won't be with a Theo that I miss, the one who was my little brother and who always had the brightest of sparks about him, even if he was into some dark stuff. Now, I don't even know who he is anymore, and like I said, it's like my little brother just disappeared. 31 Relly, love this channel, listened for 7 years now. Thank you. Yeah, guys, thanks for listening for so many years. That shit's crazy to me, just like sticking with the channel for so long. It means a lot, and it really, it really helps. I raised at Six Flags, San Antonio, Texas. I loved it. My mom was Tweety Bird and Taz. We as kids got to run around and do whatever we wanted. Yeah, this is kind of funny. I remember going, this might have been back in like 2017 or some shit, but I went out to like Boston area, went to a Six Flags with some friends, and I just remember it felt so like it was one step away from being dead. And the fact that it had like Tweety Bird, yeah, and like was it Looney Tunes? Yeah, like Looney Tunes stuff as their mascots, it just felt like, I'm like, damn, this place feels like it was specifically designed for the year 1985. You never get over losing a child. I lost one due to SIDS and still carries with me. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh man. Alright guys, we got one more story. This one is about scary siblings as well. And in the meantime, before that, I'm going to go grab some cocoa with the mag schmesium in it. And pretty excited because, oops. I turned the font to 122. That's probably not what I want to be looking at. Is it Wilderness Stories? That was Alaskan Wilderness Stories. That was last video if you want to check that out. But this one's about like scary sibling stories. Okay. So, I will BRB. Be nice to each other. Ching chong bing bong. Hey, Carol Williamson, welcome to the Buttersall Call. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. Wish Joel would take our advice. What's your advice? Work is a scam. I'm tired of paying to live on a free planet. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could go live in the woods, and that would be like the definition of like free planet, right? But it's like, do you want to live in the woods and hunt and eat berries and fight animals and, you know what I mean? Otherwise, it's like you kind of have to play ball with everybody else. The planet is free, but creature comforts are not. Yeah. I mean, technically, you could go drink from a river, but doesn't mean it's going to be like treated water, and it might still get you sick. Have you played the new Resident Evil game? I've seen a lot of people play it. I just probably won't play it myself. It honestly took a lot for me to make it through Resident Evil 4 Remake. It was a good game, but it was just, I don't know why, it just took a lot. How do you play, what do you say, can you do ASMR? Yeah, what the fuck do you want to hear about now? What's like, do you guys know who the biggest ASMR YouTube channels are currently? Is it still Giblets ASMR? Do you guys know that other guy's name's Ephemeral Rift? Ephemeral Rift, I think, has lost his mind, which honestly makes a lot of sense. When you do ASMR content all the time, because like literally, what the fuck are you gonna do all the time talking like this? Like, it would not be surprising to me to find out that the CIA or some type of weird experimentation was done where they just whisper into people's ears for hours on end, and then you just, instead of sleeping, you just go fucking insane. That's most likely what happened, and even worse if you have to hear your own whispering voice all the fucking time. You like go to yell something at someone in real life, and you're like, hey, why don't you just relax a little bit, you piece of shit. You turned me into RFK Jr., and I'm gonna fucking find out where you live, and I'm gonna bust your freaking head in for eating McDonald's and taking the last Space Jam toy. I like to think I'm bright, but it's my married and now divorced name, so it's not original. No worries. On the upside, you could get sick and do ASMR without anyone noticing. True. Are you doing Jim Carrey's The Grinch?
Yes. Welcome to What Does the Grinch Sound Like? Oh, God, I sound like the mother from American Pie. Sweet, googly moogly.
Tim Karen's The Grunch. Do another Whispered Stories compilation. Compile Nation. Joel, do you have a singing voice? I mean, sometimes I sing, but I'm so, like, all it takes is one person to be like, fucking stop, I'll kill you. For me to be like, okay, that's, yeah, I shouldn't, you're right. I should never have done that. I should never have done that. That was really not good of me. And then, so I would, like I've said it before, but I really would like to take some singing lessons of sorts. Hey, I'm going to take a toke right now. Anyone want me to take one for them? I'm good. Thank you, though. Yeah, only the people who pay $25 a month get to hear me sing, singing in the rain. Dude, you've gotten better. Dude, where's my larynx? Hear his throat when they gotta pay. Yeah, they call me the throat goat. You can go down as far as you want for $1 a month. For $1 a month on my Patreon, you can pretty much have access to all of my internal organs. The voice of a RFK angel. Ugh. Man. Ugh. Okay, guys, we got one more mother freaking thing to read. And once we do it, we go to bed. Throat goat. So my mom passed away when I was 8 years old, and it was every bit as devastating and heartbreaking as you can possibly imagine. My dad waited a whole 6 years to start dating, and when he did, he introduced the idea to me very slowly and very carefully. I wasn't very happy with the idea of getting a wicked stepmother, so I was dead against him dating, actually, at least until I met Jen, who ended up being his long-term girlfriend. Jen turned out to be great. She understood that, and without trying to sound too self-centered here or whatever, that the most important component... I'm reading in Times New Roman. I was like, what the fuck is this font? And I realized I wanted the Arial version. I wanted the Arial version. God. Oh my God. Take a toke for me. Take a toke for me, would you? I show up at your house. You said you were gonna smoke for me. Did you smoke? Let me smell your breath. Let me smell your breath. I need to see. Let me climb in your mouth. Just to make sure that you smoked one for me. Can you read this time? We know how that... Good night, Joel. I guess I should go to sleep. Good night, everyone. See you all later. Goodbye. Okay. I wasn't very happy with the idea of getting a wicked stepmom. Freaking wicked stepmom. I wasn't very happy with the idea of getting a wicked stepmother, so I was dead against him dating. At least until I met Jen, who ended up being his long-term girlfriend. And Jen turned out to be great. She understood that, and without trying to sound too self-centered here, that the most important component of her relationship with my dad was me. She worked very hard to win me over, and for that I owe her a lifetime of appreciation. She made it clear that she wasn't out to replace my mom, because no one could ever do that for me, not really. All she could ever offer was patience, compassion, and friendship. And it was her idea that she and my dad put off moving in together for at least a couple of years, and not just because that distance made me feel much less anxious. And not just because... Not just because of the spooky stories that she used to tell me. You have no riz, dude. You were supposed to tell the girl that she is cute. Who? What girl? Where's the girl? I see no girl around me. 0 bitches. I am sadly without a lass. Riz. Rizless and jizzless. Holy hell, I slept twice now, but the dreams have been great so far already thanks to the stories. That's fun. A big welcome from North Wales, Britain. I hear Wales is beautiful. I'd love to go. But then you have to speak Welsh. You speak a bit of Welsh. And I don't know if I could learn the language. Calling a girl cute is love bombing. It's true. Basically, if you don't marry a girl, she has every right to say that you abused her, even if you were pretty chill. Those are the rules of dating. If you don't commit to a long-term forever thing with someone, you should be put into a North Korean camp to work manual hard labor for all your days and for all of your generations that follow you to also be set to the same fate. And not just because that distance made me feel much less anxious about her dating my dad, but also because she had a child of her own, a boy of 13 named Braden. I was 15 when Jen and Braden moved in, and Braden was 13, like I said, and I met him once or twice beforehand, and while he seemed shy and quiet, I figured that he'd be a good kid if Jen helped raise him. What? Jen helped raise him? Isn't it her kid? 13 years old? We should be assigned partners at birth. Can you imagine how miserable that'd be? Do you ever wish you could just press fast forward on your life? I want to skip the dating part and get to the married and dying alone part already? Do you ever wish you could pass fast forward? No, dude, no. Don't ever say that about fast forward, because, like, skip the dating part and get to the married. No. Don't skip any part of your life, man. Appreciate every second. Yeah, and if you want arranged marriages, move to fucking India, bro. There's a reason we don't do it here. It's because it sucks. There's so many circumstances in which I've heard that the arranged marriages sometimes are nice, but sometimes you get one and you're like, fuck this guy. Fuck this chick. This sucks. It doesn't seem happy or healthy or friendly or fucking anything that aligns with, like, the modern world. I don't know. I mean, I guess unless some people were, like, just genetically predispositioned to like whatever their dad hands them as, like, a marriage partner, then sure. But I mean, aren't there, like, Romeo and Juliet style stories where they're like, this, I don't like this at all. I'd like to be with the other guy. Prince Prodigy. I can tell your aura is immaculate. Who's that? Oh, that's him. Okay, anyways, yeah, no arranged marriages. We're not doing that. Stupid. That was the last time he and Dad spoke. Mom's been to visit him a few times, but it never ends well. What was this? Where are we at? Dad's telling him all that, but it was no good. Oh, yeah, I'm on the other story. Fuck me. What the hell? Yo, what should I do with my life career-wise? How old are you, Henry? And what are your interests? Be right back. Gonna convert to Islam so you can get arranged marriaged. It's not all it's cracked up to be, folks. Sometimes your dad wants you to marry Ahmed, and you're like, I don't like Ahmed. I like Joel. Joel's really cool. He's a cool guy. He's funny. He's also not my uncle, which is helpful. But you're stuck. I'd met him once or twice beforehand, and while he seemed really shy and quiet, I figured he'd be a good kid if Jen helped raise him. Now, I really felt for him too. Jen hadn't told him that she'd been dating until maybe a couple of months before they moved, purely because she was scared of how bad he'd take it. And so when he first met me and my dad, I really sympathized with how anxious and helpless he must have felt. I figured he'd warm up to us, come out of his shell a little, and then we could be something like a family together. But unfortunately, that turned out not to be the case. Braden never did warm up to us, and while he hadn't been the happiest child prior to his teenage years, by 13, bad seeds were bearing some rotten fruit. Now, I thought that when he had that confidence, his personality would start to show. But I totally made the mistake of thinking that personality would be like his mom's. And so when it emerged, he turned out to be a bratty little asshole, and it was disappointing to say the least. The Braden that showed up after that period of silence was easily one of the most obnoxious people I've ever had the displeasure of meeting. But living with him... Hello, spunky man. There's somebody out there for everybody, and Tommy's love was Joel. Who's Tommy? Tommy Pickles? Tommy motherfucking Pickles. Hey, what's the deal with Tommy Pickles? We're gonna have to go down there and whack his ass. Take him out. He's been talking. Oh, fuck. It's a Kenny Rogers song. There's somebody out there for everybody, and Tommy's love was... Oh, is that the full title? It's like a whole paragraph. I was thinking Pirates of the Caribbean, but Hotel California works. Pirates Caribbean. Ding, 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 ding. Okay. But living with him was a living hell. He had zero concern with being loud at night. He had terrible personal hygiene, and he'd throw these teenage boy tantrums to try and manipulate his mother. It was some of the grossest behavior I've ever seen, and from either male or female in my whole life. God. My one buddy, his girlfriend, I might have mentioned him before, but she has a son. He's like 6 or something. Man, he is a fucking brat. Like, he's like hardcore a brat. And it takes like everything in my entire being and soul when I'm around them, and he's acting like a little, just a total dickhead to his mom, to not like intervene and like be, disciplinarian. But I have to like step back and be like, I'm just here as a friend, blah, blah, blah. But it does frustrate me whenever like parents just like don't discipline their kids. Like, you are doing such a fucking disservice to your kid to not tell them to not be a little shit, to not punish them, to not, you know what I mean? It's just so crazy to me. Take another toke. Can't remember who this one was for. We'll find out. We will find out. Maybe he thinks you are the brat. I guess that's a good point. He's said that to me before. You're a brat. You're the brat. Oh, really? Would a brat do this? And then I pick him up and I rip him in half by his legs. And everyone's like, oh God, oh God. And then I'm a fucking monster. I'm a fucking Resident Evil monster. Ah! Okay, anyways. I'm Venom. Turned into Venom. It was some of the grossest behavior I've ever seen, from either male or female in my whole life, and I asked Dad why the heck he didn't step in. He said it was complicated, that both he and Jen knew that Brayden would not react well to Dad trying to parent him, and so instead, he just put up with it. When I asked how the heck he was so patient with him, Dad said every time he got close to losing his temper, he'd remember just how much he loved Jen and all that anger would subside. But when I asked how I could try and cope with him, Dad just kind of looked off and said, well, you can look forward to college, I guess. It helped that we could have a sense of humor about it. I guess we kind of had to keep our sanity, but as time went by, it got harder and harder to see the funny side. Especially after I turned 18 and decided to take a year off so I could decide what I wanted to study in college. Brayden apparently was flunking high school and only seemed interested in 2 things, chicken tenders and playing Minecraft. He wasn't as bad as like the tendies meme that you've seen, but Jen really did have to fill the freezer with frozen tenders if she wanted Brayden to eat anything. And boy, did that kid eat. I think he was pushing 190 by that point, so not huge, but well on his way with the amount that he ate. And the only times that you'd see him was when he came down to put them in the oven and when he came down to take them out again. And the rest of the time, Brayden was in his bedroom playing video. And so once I turned 19, I started seriously knuckling down when it came to my college applications. But that meant that I needed to look into getting a student loan, and then, and long story short here, I found out that I was already in debt and was almost $1,500 in the red on a credit card I didn't even know that I had. It was obviously identity fraud of some kind because I hadn't applied for any credit card. But then when I looked into it, I saw something I recognized right away. First off, The company was Microsoft, so I knew all the purchases were, like, computer-related. But when I checked out the actual purchases and what they were, almost all of them said Madden points. Jen and Braden had argued about something called Madden points maybe 3 or 4 months prior, and from what I understand, there was something Braden apparently needed. Madden points. Robux. Robux and chicken tendos. Joel's father would fill the void in all of our hearts. It's true. I would keep close monitoring of every toke you take. Mercury retrograde ends the 20th of March at exactly 3:33 p.m. At this time, it is the equinox, and strangely so how has Mercury know how to head back where all 12 zodiac signs and planets will be precisely a legenda. For sure, dude, for sure. Soothing FS, but dreamy is a bit far-fetched. I don't know, maybe I'm special, but I've been a sub for a long-ass time, so maybe I'm used to his voice. Type dreamy in chat. You guys are my children. I will take care of you. I will lead you in the right direction, and I will also appropriately discipline you when you eat too many tendos. Not dreamy, but creamy. He's got a creamy voice. Oh, crud. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. They're eating her. And then they're going to eat me. Oh, my God. At that time, like, what the fuck? This is a very rare occurrence. Be careful what you wish for, especially on this day, and whatever you want, you must make it loud and clear. Gemini must see to finishing. I will always finish. Guys, can you stop filling my head with, like, space magic stuff? And getting on with your schedule that you planned some time ago. Bring it to fruition, Joe. Joey. Oh, shit. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but I'm on board. Just pray for me, okay? And from what I understand, there was something Braden apparently... Anyone call you Joey IRL? I don't know. I have friends that, like, see the stream and then they see that you guys jokingly call me Joey and will call me Joey. And that's probably the funniest thing in the world. I do like sci-fi, that's true. But sci-fi mixed with magic? That's getting a bit far-fetched, guys, don't you think? And from what I understand, they were simply Simply Sims. How much... Oh, I thought that was a video game you were talking about. Okay. That would be a good game, actually. Like a Sims game on your phone, but it's like maybe like a more streamlined version of The Sims, just called Simply Sims. And it's just you interacting with the Sims character itself in like a studio apartment that costs $1,200 a month. And you have to have 8 roommates. And from what I understand, there were something Braden... Why is this hard to say? They were something. They were something Braden apparently needed to jerk off with. And from what I understand, they were something Braden apparently needed to play his football game. But then it turned out he didn't need them, and it was all just a way of milking yet more money out of people. But when Jen refused to give him any more money and told him to make do with what he'd already bought, he went nuts. It was a whole thing, and it only stopped when Jen threatened to take his Xbox away altogether. But then, it hadn't stopped, because all Braden had done was apply for a credit card in my name, and then spend almost $1,500 of money I literally didn't even have. I was mad, obviously really mad, but I knew I wouldn't have to pay anything. It was literally identity theft. And the only thing was, I had to file a police report if I wanted to sort of convince them that it wasn't just me doing a scam. And that was obviously really bad for Braden. And his mom went ballistic. My dad got involved for the first time, saying that he could go to prison for stuff like that. But then the whole time, Braden's saying, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I swear it wasn't me. Well, it was him, because all it took was a visit from a police officer, and he sang like a canary while crying like a baby. I didn't have to press charges, so I didn't, but that meant that Dad and Jen had to pay off the money, otherwise the credit card company was going to pursue charges instead. And needless to say, they were seriously mad at Braden, but they got even madder when he basically refused to apologize to me. From Braden's perspective, I'd majorly wronged him by trying to get him arrested, which I hadn't, and over something that in his words wasn't even that much of a big deal. And he actually offered to do yard work around the neighborhood to try and cover $1,500. But I digress. He wasn't going to apologize, and it was actually starting to put a strain on Dad and Jen's relationship. But then one night, around 11:30, Braden knocked on my bedroom door and said he wanted to apologize. It was 11:30 at night, and I'd been lying there in my pajama pants, with my stuffies surrounding me, taking a huge toke for my favorite live streamer. He's a gym bro. His name isn't Joel, it's Broseph, or in this case, Joseph. Jolseph. People do call me Jolseph sometimes. Jolzer. Jolzano. Or if I'm feeling very they-them that day, it's Jolina. Damn, brother, you've been on live for a while. How long has it been? Oh, shit. It's almost 5 hours. What the fuck? I gotta get out of here. I'm not getting paid for overtime. Swollen Jolin. That's my MK Ultra name. It triggers all the stories. Ugh. Yeah, fuck MK Ultra, dude. Wouldn't it be funny if like every stupid like little experiment that the CIA did was just like a complete waste of time and money and none of it worked, and it's all just like the biggest like psyop that they've done is like convinced us that they're actually in control of anything, but they're just a bunch of dozos. That would be fun. It was 11:30 at night. I'd been lying there trying to sleep for maybe 15 minutes or so, and I was in no mood to have such a heavy talk with him. But what I did do was thank him. I genuinely appreciated his attempt to... We got 12 inches of snow dumped on us after a day of tornadoes. That is insane. That's some crazy spring weather. It's like Arc Raiders outside. I genuinely appreciated his attempt at reproach, so, while at the time I just wanted to sleep, I told him I'd talk with him in the morning so we could make up properly. I wished Braden good night and then rolled over to go back to sleep. But he knocked again and said he wanted to apologize. Now I just responded, "Braden, please, just go to sleep. I'll talk to you tomorrow." But again, this kid knocks on my goddamn bedroom door again. And I said I wasn't going to tell him again, and I was definitely starting to lose my crap, so I probably sounded like it too. But then Braden says, and in his real aggressive and creepy way, "Open your door, Jessica. I want to apologize to you." Braden tried opening my door, forcefully too, but since I've been keeping it locked since the whole credit card debacle, his attempt was unsuccessful. And that's when I realized something was going on, and Braden never intended for some heartfelt apology. I remember sitting up in bed and telling Braden much louder to get the hell away from my door, and I guess this alerted my dad because I heard the bedroom door open down the hallway. I expected my dad to tell Braden the same, to go get to bed and quit bothering me, but all I heard was, "Oh my God," before it sounded like he bolted back into his and Jen's bedroom. Braden started banging on my door while jiggling my door handle, and he also raised his voice and started saying, "Open the door, Jen! Open the freaking door right now!" And as you can imagine, I was never about to open my door to him, especially not after hearing my dad say something like, "Oh my God," the way he did. And that made me think that Braden had something in his hand, something that was probably sharp or went bang. Braden was still slamming his fist against my door when I heard my dad suddenly start yelling, "Braden, put the knife down, Braden, right now!" I could hear Jen too, yelling for him to stop, but I mostly could just hear Braden screaming and then this sudden sort of wood chipping sound almost from where he was stabbing at my bedroom door with the knife he was carrying. My dad didn't shoot him, thank God, but he sounded almost close, you know? His stepson was in the process of trying to murder his biological daughter, and while he loved Braden's mom, I don't think he'd have any problem whatsoever in shooting him dead if he say he managed to barge the door open and get inside. Why you always lying? In all my 31 years, never seen such a stark difference. Stark, you say? Heir to the throne, you say, of the North. What are you doing, stepbro? Don't stab me. Remember how the weather was when we were little? Not the same. Let's think. I don't know. Just depends on where, you know? Because obviously the climate in fucking Illinois versus Pennsylvania versus Oklahoma, you know, there's always going to be different things. I guess it's hard to say. There's so many things that go into the weather, like going all the way out to like space weather, right? Like hitting the earth with like space radiation from the sun. Like one little sneeze could just like fuck everything up or create major earthquakes, and I don't know, it's fucking insane, man. Don't get all stabby then, mate. Kitty, where are you? I saw him somewhere. What are you doing? Yeah, whatever. What state has the best weather? I actually have no idea. It's like I'll be like, oh, North Carolina, but then it's like you get like a fucking tornado through certain places. I mean, it's cold here in Pennsylvania. We get heavy winds sometimes, heavy snows, but it's usually pretty predictable, it seems like. We got, you know, all the seasons. Is space debris a myth? I don't think so. I think our whole fucking like low orbit is just absolutely cluttered with like shitty satellite bullshit. Utah's got the best weather? Maybe. LA is the best state with the best weather if you're classifying it as 75 always sunny. I heard San Diego was like that, like just always perfect, not like, you know, you get a little bit of rain, but not bad. I don't know. I heard San Diego was really nice. Never really hear about San Diego too much. What's it like there, if anybody knows? Braden's mom, I don't think he'd have any trouble whatsoever in shooting him dead if, say, he managed to barge my door and get inside. Braden's mom. What is this saying? Oh, this is part of the last sentence. His stepson was in the process of trying to murder his biological daughter, and while he loved Braden's mom, I don't think he'd have any trouble whatsoever in shooting him dead if, say, he managed to barge my door open and get inside. But then, that would have obviously been a huge drama. There's no way Dad and Jen's relationship would have survived that, and heck, maybe he'd even go to prison, or at the very least have stuck with the memory of shooting a kid dead in his own house. And so yeah, thankfully, Braden eventually put the knife down. And then, as his mom screamed at him to go to his room, he started crying. Dad came into my room to see if I was okay, which, yeah, sure, I technically was fine, but not so fine at the same time. He promised me he was going to do something about Braden's behavior and that his mom said she'd back any play. Joel, would you date a Jolene? Yeah, I guess so. Figure it out. San Diego reminds me of a mainland Hawaii in some ways. Oh, okay, that sounds pretty perfect, honestly. Which part in Hawaii, like Big Island or something? San Diego's constant 60s, 70s most year makes the locals very calm. Yeah. Does it have, like, I just know that, like, San Francisco has a lot of, like, homeless issues, and I just hear San Francisco kind of sucks, so I was, like, curious if... And then you hear, I don't know, you hear about, like, Skid Row and LA and just other shitty things. I'm just curious if San Diego's, like, pretty cool. You're Oceanside, 35 minutes north of San Diego. It is perfect. Dude, that's cool. I'm just curious what the culture is like there, if it's a bunch of, like, annoying people or if it's pretty just, like, everyone's even keel. San Francisco is really nice, actually, minus the people sometimes. Oh yeah, I've heard good things about San Francisco, and it's just like seems like a really big issue with homeless and like poop on the ground or something. Any advice for depression in a relationship? Love you, bro. Just go to the gym. Set your sights on something. You just have to distract yourself till like basically time heals all wounds, right? And I say that respectfully, but like don't try to cope with a breakup of causes sadness by doing drugs. Don't cope with it by drinking or trying to fuck everything that moves. Like, just try to better yourself in any way you can, whether it's your diet, your exercise, your career stuff, hanging out with friends, having a good social circles. And I promise you, as you fill your time in with like healthy hobbies, time will heal that wound and you'll just be a better person at the end and be like, fuck it, man, who the fuck was I even dating? I don't even remember. 'Cause I'm my own man. From the eastern end, it would come from the homeless, from the lack of access to toilet to let it all out. Yeah, we should collect it for fertilizer. Do you think people with no friends are pathetic? I mean, it just depends. I mean, I think maybe if they have no friends, they just maybe are a little bit introverted and haven't like had the appropriate opportunities at the right time in life to like befriend people in the most, like conventional ways. Like a lot of my friends that I made that are like some of my best friends I made in like middle school, and then like there's a meme I saw the other day where it's like guys will literally make 5 friends in high school and then just be like, all right, I'm done. And it's kind of true. Like, that's not entirely true. I do make a lot of new friends here and there, but when I think about those like literally 5 friends that I made in high school that are still in my like social circle, I'm like so infinitely thankful for them because they're like some of my closest confidants when it comes to things. And that doesn't mean you can't still make friends as you get older. It's just harder, and you really have to be comfortable with just like throwing yourself out there, of which the social context of school was always like a big connector, playing sports, etc. Now it's almost like you kind of have to like go join a fucking trampoline club. What if all their childhood friends are perks now? What's like perk users? Perk 20s? Depression is within the relationship. I'm 25, she's 30. I'm just realizing maybe I'm being taken advantage of. Oh, fuck, yeah, then break up with her, man. Fuck that. Not to be rude, but it's like you're a man, you have control over your life. You don't have to worry about them hurting you, right? So, like, just stand up for yourself. Like, I have a friend who, in a similar situation, the one with the bratty son, like, he's dating a girl who kind of is like low-key taking advantage of him and not like carrying her own weight within the relationship financially, and then not taking care of her kid, and just all sorts of like things compound upon itself, and it frustrates me to no end that he won't just like speak up for himself, you know? Like, I get keeping the peace and all that kind of stuff, but like, why? Just say what's on your mind. And I mean, I guarantee you, like, this, like, sex is not that great to like make your life like fucking miserable, you know? This feels really cliche, but I'm literally textbook tall, blonde, and attractive, but us girls get sad too, you know? Wait, what are we talking about? Us hot girls get sad sometimes too, believe it or not. I don't know why that sounded like a Legally Blonde quote or something. But it's awesome, and I hope you're doing okay. If you're comfortable with yourself, you actually don't need friends. I have maybe 4 close friends. Right, I mean, you don't need to flood yourself with like, you know, quantity of relationships. You just need quality ones that you feel, I mean, you know, look at Jesus. He had like 12 that he just like walked around and was like, hey, guess what? You're going to be my friend till I'm dead for the next 3 years. Hey, good night, honeybee. Take care. Oh yeah, sorry for interrupting that. All right. Anyways, I always thought having friends would make me feel like dating was less necessary. That's not true at all. Well, yeah, I mean, like, dating is a completely different thing. It's like you get the intimacy that you get from the opposite sex or whatever, right? So you can't fuck your buddies. I mean, you could, I guess, but then they wouldn't quite be your buddies anymore. Why you always lying? Favorite horror movie? Primate. The first 30 minutes of Primate. I couldn't make it through the rest because I got bored, but my God, were those some cool fucking kills. They can give you the best piece of your life or the worst hell of your life. I know, it's such a weird, like, line. Like, sometimes you can get out of a relationship and you just, like... Or, dude, have you ever, like, gotten back from a date? And it's, like... It's almost like you, like, breathe... Or you, like, get out of... Like, leave your significant other's place and all of a sudden you just, like, breathe a sigh of relief. Like, fuck that. You know? And you don't even really know why. You're just like, I don't know why. I just feel, like, way more relaxed by myself right now. Hot women don't get hit on because they're hot and guys don't want to get rejected. Yeah, dude, I feel that, bro. It's scary. Being rejected it hurts. I would have full-on Anakin Skywalker on Brayden. I know, dude, samesies. God, with a fucking knife. It's called Time to Break Up. Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of things you just don't realize in the moment and you're like, what the fuck? And then you're like, you know what? Let's get out of here. Because at the end of the day, there's really nothing like stopping you from just running away. Like, say you're holding hands with someone and you're staring out into the sunset and they're like, isn't this romantic? And then you look at them and you're like, just fucking sprint. Sprint away until a helicopter appears. Get in that helicopter, take off, go home, play video games. Joe, do you believe men are only friends with females they find attractive? No, I find it hard to be friends sometimes with women that are attractive. I can be, but it certainly complicates things in my mind, right? I have a lot of girlfriends who are like not attractive because it's less complicated, right? You know? Because you're not thinking about like, you know what? We should make babies. You know what would be cool? What's attracted to one man is not to another. I agree. Some men like feet. Other men like tails. Personally, all my friends who are ladies are attractive, but I just think attractive people are more trustworthy. Yeah, some hot people are just born kind of perfect. Like everything's just maxed out in their RPG stats. He promised me he was going to do something about Brayden's behavior, and that his mom said she'd back any play. Like the idea that's like a play is so funny. He promised me he was going to do something about Braden's behavior, and that his mom said she'd back any play he suggested. And that is how Braden ended up going to military school for 2 years. He ended up going into the army after he graduated because, in a tale as old as time, all he really needed in life was a father figure. My dad always felt bad about not being able to provide it, and he has an okay relationship with Braden these days, but I don't rush to go see him whenever he's home. Now, he might look all square-jawed and dapper in his army photos, but I still see that same kid inside of him, the one that tried to kill me in the middle of the night. That was Braden.
What did you say to me about my chicken nuggets? I'll fucking kill you with a knife.
Okay, guys, we did it. We read all the stories again for the 9 trillionth time. Yeah, I'm just stimming. Ra-cha-cha-da, ra-cha-cha-cha. Yeah, some of my best stims is actually like scatting. I'm the scat man. But then I have like tap shoes on. Ra-cha-cha-da, ra-cha-cha-cha. Sorry, I have ADHD. But then you do it so much, you end up on the street, you're like making money from people throwing change into your hat. I doubted some self-love. Also, it was a question I wanted your insight. Me? Oh, Justin. You can at him, too, with the at button. In your opinion, what makes attractive people more trustworthy? Oh, he was just joking. He's one of them trolls. He's one of them internet trolls they always hear about. They say things that they don't mean to get a rise out of you. He's a joker, that chap. A real funny guy. One of the ones that you want to beat to death. Just kidding. No, I wasn't. Ugly people are desperate, and that's sketchy. Holy shit. Maybe you're right, honestly. Because, like, when you're... That's kind of a good point. Because when you're born hot, right, you get anything you want. And so you are never without it. And so you always have a surplus of it, whether it's sexual attention or probably even things. But people just kind of give you. So, like, that's true. They're never like, it's just like, it's like that Bible saying, do you ever hear the one where it's like, to him who is given, more will be also given to you forever, and you get a bunch of shit. So, like, that's probably where that stems from, where, like, you just keep, if you're, you know, you're born good looking, people just give you things, they give you anything you want. They're like, yeah, you can have my body, you can fuck me, I don't care, you're hot. And so you're never like you're never uncomfortable. Damn. That's so true. It just builds upon itself. Never trust a crooked smile. Born hot means no personality because you never had to work in a relationship for a relationship. You know, I don't even know if that's true. What if because you were like always happy all the time because everyone treated you awesome because you were so good looking that you were just in a good mood all the time, and that good mood led to you talking to people more, and the talking to people more just made you better at talking to people more, and you realized that like you could do and learn a ton of things because you were so fearless from being so good looking. It just keeps going and going, and eventually you're the fucking president, dude. Just think about it. Holy shit. Life is so incredibly unfair, isn't it? It creates an echo chamber of bad seed people. But what if you're like intelligent too? What if you like are coy, and, you know, and not everything's like, you know, a Reddit fucking movie thread. where they all just sort of like circle jerk each other, that being an ugly, online person somehow always works out because they're so smart. What if it's actually the really hot people that are also smart, and then they're able to tell when someone's like bad and manipulate them in reciprocation, and in actuality they're the fucking mastermind of everything, and they're like both the devil in his evil form with horns, but he's also the devil with wings, the angelic one. Holy shit. Justin, you should write a book. You should literally write a book, and it should be called Hot People Always Win. Being hot is perfect. In my opinion, when you're attractive, people don't believe you can experience sadness or loneliness. Well, that's true also, because like at any moment you can just call somebody and they're like, oh yeah, you're hot, I'll be over in 5. Do you need a foot massage? Like, do you mean lick your armpits? Like, literally whatever. I got you. McDonald's? Fuck yeah, dude. I'll eat chicken nuggies with you. Mrs. Worsley, my 3rd grade teacher, welcome to the Buttersuck Cult. You now have access to bonus content. And yes, Mrs. Worsley, I did become a YouTube horror narrator, just like I said back when I was 8. There's depth to you? No, I believe there's depth, and a lot of that depth... Okay, well, what are you sad about? Let's figure that out. What is the hottest person in chat? Jocelyn, what are you sad about right now? We'll fix it. And it will probably revolve around us saying like, well, you're hot, so it's fine. Dr. Michael on YouTube is hot and smart and is selling us ugly non-doctors $1,000 online course to help like him? To help like him? Wait, Dr. Mike is selling $1,000 online course? What the hell's he doing that for? What is he even, like, what course does he even need to sell? I'm sad no one sees us past our looks. Oh, bro. Someone will. See, this is where you're hot, right? And what you need to do is go date like a mid dude, right? Who's like funny, and he'll love you for who you are after a while, right? He'll be like a male, like, holy shit, this hot girl wants to be with me, and you'll get to know each other. It's easy peasy. I'm sad about not knowing who really cares about me and not just my body or flexing that they got to be with or around me. Someone like me. I'm light-skinned, so it's even worse. What do you mean? Oh. Dude, there's no way. There's got to be... Okay, listen. Hot. Apparently my whole chat is just filled with models who are literally struggling with like Zoolander issues right now. Listen. You guys all need to go date a fucking nerd. Go date a nerd who watches anime, maybe goes to the, plays video games, maybe goes to the gym just to like get out of the house. And I swear to God, they'll love you, they'll make you fucking breakfast and bread. It's easy. You'll figure it out. You just need to date down. And sometimes that's how it goes. When you're the king of the jungle, you need to go fraternize amidst the elk. Look at your viewers' profiles. You'll be shocked. All right, let's rate everyone's profiles based on hotness. Okay. I was not expecting everyone to be that hot so fast. Oh, man. Whew. It's getting sweaty. It's getting sweaty in here. Oh, Lord. What a beautiful personality everyone's got. All right. Guys, let's read the outro here. You guys are all going to find yourself a cool, nerdy fucking boyfriend who goes to the gym with you. You're going to make cool kids. It's going to be sick. You got me all worked up. All right, somebody think of the outro, please. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday nights where I record the videos. I'd love to see you there. And if you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all your future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, hot people are people too.
Fucking hell.
Get yourself, if you're hot, get yourself a nerd boyfriend. Oh, I'm 2 minutes away from playing Pocopia. Is that what it's called? Is it fun? It's just like Minecraft with some random shit. Hey, I got to be like, hey friends, and remember there's someone out there for everyone unless you are me, Joel. Unless you are me. That would make me sad. I don't want to be alone for the rest of my existence. I gotta try harder. Honestly, I really gotta try harder. Dude, okay, listen. I'm 35 right now. If I don't get somebody fucking pregnant before 40, I guess that's not the worst case scenario, because I remember Theo Von's dad was 70. Do you guys remember that? Theo Von his dad was fucking 70. Holy shit. And Theo Von's not that fucked up. He's pretty normal, minus he seems pretty normal. He's got a mullet, but you know, that's neither here nor there. Oh, am I the only guy in your chat? I think so. Everybody else is just bunch of hot babes. Sometimes you find the perfect hot smart guy who eventually becomes your boyfriend, and the only problem is he now lives 3,000 miles away. Yeah, you probably should look maybe locally. Maybe go to the farmer's market. How old am I? I'm 35. My ex's dad had him when he was in his 50s. Ex's dad had him when he was 50s. Oh, okay. Let's go. I wonder how old his mom was. I love that meme. What's his name? Toby. It's like Toby Maguire met with, and then it's like crossed out like criticism, and it's like met with high fives after dating his 20-year-old girlfriend. A U.S. president is buried in Princeton, New Jersey. Got married at 57. Oh my God. 5 children. Holy fuck. All right, we got time. We got time, ladies and gentlemen. Joe, why are you really obsessed with getting someone pregnant? Dude, I don't even know, dude. Like, lately there's been, like, this kind of, like, you know, like the baby timer clock or whatever that I think, you know what I mean? Like, you feel like your eggs are all dried up or whatever. That's what I've been feeling. I feel like all my sperm is drying up. No, I'm just kidding. It's just, like, for some reason, I just feel like in my head I gotta hurry. But I know I don't. You know what I mean? I know I don't gotta hurry, but maybe I should hurry. But then what if I hurry and then I'm like fucking miserable? Well, at least I tried. Al Pacino, I think it was around 70, had one there. There's hope. There's hope that I could be Al Pacino's next kid. Did you know that? What did I know? It might not have let you type something before. I'm not sure. Biological clock ticking, bro. It happens. Yeah, it's the picture of the fucking rabbit, like, tapping on his little stopwatch. The question still stands, am I single? Yeah, I am. Currently a single gentleman. And, yeah. That's the deal. That's the squeal. Wouldn't it be funny, you know, you guys listen and I, you know, end up, I don't know. It's whatever. Honestly. Life is good. Life is a good thing. David Lynch had a baby girl before he died. Joel, you can do it. Oh, that's good. That sucks. She won't get to see her dad. Hope she's okay. No potential mates in sight. I'm just waiting for my owners to put something into my enclosure. Have I ever dated a Latina? Are you asking me if I ever had a knife to my throat in the middle of the night after they thought I got a text from someone else? Then yes. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Anyways, guys, love you, appreciate you. Why did I delete it? What did I delete? I don't think I deleted anything. It says message retracted, so I think it's self-delete there. The older you are, the less you can relate to your kids and be an active part of your life. If you're too old, you can't run around and play with them. Dude, that's true. I'm going to be like in a wheelchair in like a year, I think. Hopefully not. Most people I notice marry their high school sweetheart. Isn't that crazy? When's my next live? It is going to be this Wednesday. We'll be recording more spooky stories. The spookiest of shit. I ever kissed a dude? No. Dudes are yucky, man. Like, I get why chicks might like them or whatever, but, I don't know. They're just... Girls are, like, soft. Anyways, love you guys, appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. We got, Am I yucky? No, I'm not yucky. I feel like I try pretty hard to be, presentable, but I mean, the level of like good looking that women are beyond men. I mean, it's kind of their whole deal, right? It's just being like such an astounding exponential level of prettier beyond what I am. It's pretty cool sometimes, We're soft, sometimes we're squishy. The only reason you think guys are yucky is because women are prettier. I mean, okay, let's look at Justin. Let's look at you. I'm going to look at your face again and your profile. I mean, listen. Guys can take care of themselves, right? And they can look good. And when I look at them, sometimes I see them like, whoa, that guy's got, he's lean, he's in shape, he's got muscles, he's, got a cool beard, or he's got cool clothes, or, whoa, nice car, guy, or something. But I never want to, like, kiss them, I don't want to, like, fuck their butts or anything, so I don't really think that's something that should be held against me. I mean, maybe in the future it'll be forced upon me in some sort of internment camp. But until then, until I arrive in prison, I think I'm straight. I think I'm a straight dude. And that's fine. What about clavicular? I mean, listen, like I said, clavicular, male models, all that shit, good-looking people. Do I feel jealousy towards them? Maybe a little bit. Do I feel admiration towards them? Yes, I'm happy. I usually get excited for dudes. I'm like, dude, good for you. You have a good-looking family, a good-looking girlfriend, a fucking good-looking life. I'm happy for you. But never in my life do I ever want to, like, mesh my face to theirs in some sort of Velcro mesh. You know what I mean? Like, it's some sort of intertwining of, like, we would creating, like, a fire of sorts. Two werewolves rolling around. Rawr. No thanks, okay? Keep your distance. The heteronormative is that we are attracted to everything we aren't. Women are soft, not just in body, but in nature. Yeah, that's what I'm attracted to. I like the feminine. Like, I am, some variation of the degree of masculine. I'm not, like, the most masculine. I'm not like some Jocko Willink, guy who can sleep in a bear pelt out in the woods or whatever. Like, I like my amenities and my computer games and shit like that. But, you know, seeing a really feminine woman who smells good and, like, walks like she floats, you know what I mean? And is like a ballerina, you know, like fucking, you know, that kind of shit. There's all sorts of forms of that, too. All sorts of spectrum nature of femininity. And I think that's awesome. I love that, and I want to lick their faces. I don't know. Don't tell anybody I said that. But do you prefer brunettes, redheads, or dude, everybody's beautiful. Everyone is fucking hot as shit. Literally everywhere you go on Earth, there's another hot chick. And I think that's how we got Filipinos. You know what I mean? Alright. Anyways, guys, be good. I will get this audio up on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. Follow my Instagram at letsread.official to be kept up to date when I go live. You can follow my story. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.